Long run from McNeil, across the line, up against the screen, and he hung on. Rendon, deep right center, RBI number 94. Alonso on the first pitch, drives one to deep right, and this ball is out of here. He now stands alone. Most home runs in a single season by any Met. He swung on, hit deep to left field, way back, going, it's gone! One of the wins of the year!
Hey everybody, and welcome to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show. I'm Jamie Hirsch, Bill Ripken alongside me, and we are here to get you set for first pitch in our nation's capital. Just about half an hour away, and they're getting set, maybe a little sleepy day game after a night game, and what a night game it was. We are going to break it all down again. My friend Bill Ripken.
There's one team that's sleepier than the other team, though, today. After what happened.
Yeah, you think there's a little bit of a hangover effect for those Mets?
I believe that might be the right terminology.
Okay, yeah, it was a wild and crazy night in our nation's capital, and we're going to break it down in just a minute. But let's just let you relive what's been a crazy series so far.
Then it's Noah Syndergaard on the mound. Swinging and a miss, strike three. There's the 10th strikeout. It's his third double-digit strikeout game of the season. It's this one deep in the air to right center field. This will help the batting average. It's going to go. He drives one to center field. Back goes Robles for a look, but it's out of here. Number 44 for Pete Alonso. The two-run homer to put the icing on the cake. He swung on, hit deep to left field. Way back, going, it's gone. Goodbye. Game over. And if you walked out of this ballpark, you blew it. 7 runs in the bottom of the ninth. It's one of the wins of the year.
Yeah, enjoy that Gatorade, Kurt Suzuki. Look at that final score. The Mets with a 6-run lead going into the bottom of the ninth, and the Nats with a 7-run bottom of the ninth. It was their largest ninth-inning comeback in Nats Expos franchise history. Unbelievable finish, and you know that we're going to hear about it the next day, too, when you look at the New York Post. Oh, my goodness. Worst loss ever. That's what they say. And the New York Daily News saying national disgrace. Oh, they're going to hear it from that New York media, Bill.
You think?
You think.
You know what? It only stands to reason. If one team, that's the worst loss ever in the ninth inning, it just stands to reason that the other squad, that's the biggest comeback ever, too. So that was a very interesting game right there. The Nats proved they got over a couple little mini hurdles within that game to win that game. That was an unbelievable ninth inning, though.
Yeah, so now it's rubber match today. But before we turn our attention to the next day, let's take a look back at that incredible at-bat by Kurt Suzuki, because it was a wild one. Take us through it.
It really was. Let's walk back over here and take a look at this. So it's second and third, one out. And this first pitch, breaking ball right there, he wanted to go hunting and ambush him, 0-1. Now that's a great take to bring it back to 1-1. Another good take, 2-1. Hold it right there for me. If we can back that up and look at that again. So slider, slider, slider. If he gets the plate right here, he's probably going to get him because everything was away. And I think Kurt was looking out over the dish. That one takes inside. It's a little sinker. Go ahead and play it through. This goes to 3-1 right here. So Kurt said, okay, I'm in the driver's seat. Let's back that one up again. Because now I'm in the driver's seat. I just spit on that. Freeze it for a minute. 3-1 count. He's thinking about possibly being the hero right here. I'm going to jump ship on a 3-1 pitch, and then the slide piece comes. Play it. Swing and miss. Now this next pitch, freeze it right there. This next pitch could have been the punch-out pitch because he just swung at the 3-1 pitch to get it to 3-2. He's going to go elevated heater a little bit above the mask right here. Somehow, some way, Suzuki fouls this thing straight back. Play it. Wow! And then the next one, he spoils 99 out there, so freeze it. 99 out there, and I'm thinking he thinks he can sneak one back there because he might be thinking first pitch slide ball, 3-1 slide ball. I'm going to throw him a 3-2 slide ball. That's what he's thinking. If I can hit a Nats rear end out here, I'm going to be good. Instead, it leaks back to the middle at a Hyundai, and Suzuki goes, ya. Ouch.
Wow.
But I just thought that at bat was so cool because he started him with a slider, he 3-1 sliders him. The next pitch, maybe if he elevates that 2 more inches up, it's a swing and miss, but he fouled it back. And then to spoil that fastball away like he did, just to get another pitch, he didn't miss it. That was awesome.
So you're saying Diaz, though, should have gone slider there last pitch. He wants to see that
Well,
back.
yeah, it's always easy to play the armchair quarterback, Monday morning quarterback on that pitch right there, but he had him 3-2. He thought he painted him. And when Suzuki fouled that off, he's probably sitting there thinking, and they might have been overthinking, okay, he's got to be looking for a slider because I started him off with him and I threw it 3-1. If you throw it 3-1, you'll throw it 3-2. But he came back with another heater, and Suzuki didn't miss it.
Yeah, Kurt Suzuki, the walk-off hero in the most unlikely comeback for the Nats all season, if not ever. Let's go back to the ballpark where Lauren Shahadi had a chance to catch up with last night's hero.
Kurt, epic 8-pitch at bat in the 9th, fouled off 2 ridiculous pitches. Were you waiting on anything?
I was kind of waiting for a fastball. I had to respect, he throws 100 with a 93-mile-an-hour slider, so I would be disappointed in myself if I missed the fastball, so I was kind of waiting for that fastball.
You saw me this morning. You said, how many pitches was it? You lost count?
I lost count once I was kind of in the zone. I was like, I knew it was a lot, but I was like, I wonder how many pitches that was. It's always cool to, raise the pitch count and then win the battle, so it was cool.
Bottom of the 9th, down by 6. It's like a no-fear shirt. What was being said in the dugout?
Honestly, you're down by 6 in the big league baseball game. You just try to stay positive. You try to have good at-bats, say, okay, let's not make it easy on them. Have good at-bats, and then guys start getting hits and quality at-bat after quality at-bat. Then next thing you know, they bring in a reliever, and next thing you know, and I was like, man, if I get up here, I'm going to have a chance, I think, to win it. And then Zim comes up with an unbelievable at-bat off the bench facing 100 and rips into the gap, and I said, all right, everybody's having good at-bats. I need to have a good at-bat right here. So it was pretty cool.
And you did. From the outside, Kurt, from April to now, watching this team, we see a paradigm shift. Is that the case? Did we miss something? Was it always there?
I think sometimes people tend to forget that I think 3/4 of our lineup was hurt last year. And obviously, we didn't start off the way we wanted to. Guys are hurt. Guys are kind of settling in a little bit. And sometimes it happens. But we felt like we got healthy. We got on a roll a little bit. We started playing together more. I think that it'll change, and now we're kind of just going out there and having fun and expecting good things to happen.
It shows. Good luck. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that Nats team had to sleep fast. Let's take a look at the lineup, and hey, Kurt Suzuki battling last night, back in the lineup, catching again, day game after a night game. You got to give him credit for that. But we're highlighting Juan Soto. He is in the lineup despite actually getting hit by a pitch in last night's game. He had x-rays done today, but the best news for Nats fans is that he's back in the lineup. So this game's on YouTube exclusively. Super exciting for everyone involved, and we're happy to be here as well. A lot of people go to YouTube to find out how to do things, right? How to cook an omelet, how to, curl your hair the right way. I know you really go there a lot.
Why did you do that right there? You look straight up there. That's not right.
Well, we're going to do how to hit like Juan Soto, specifically with 2 strikes. So if you type that into YouTube, you might get this from Bill Ripken.
But you mentioned the fact that he got hit with a pitch. But they got ice. He's a young man. That's okay. Let's take a look at him, though, and watch what he does. First of all, he's about as impressive as a young player as you ever want to see in the game right now. And he stands at the dish looking hitterish. That's a terminology that we've always used, looking hitterish. He has good takes, and I believe the fact that he can jump ship like this on the 1-0 count, lefty on lefty, there's no sitting him, right? Don't sit him against lefties, no reason for it. That's a 2-strike approach and a homer. So he doesn't lose much with 2 strikes. And if you notice, he gets a little bit wider than he does when it's just kind of letting the big dog eat if he's in an 0-0, 1-0, or 2-0 count, shall we say, in a hitterish count. It doesn't look that different, but I think part of it is like a mindset. So if he's here normal and he's got this nice little waggle and a little bit of movement, his toes kind of up a little bit, but with 2 strikes, I think the mindset for him is I don't want to strike out. Now, he still does a little bit, and I think that'll come down over the years as he plays more. But he just takes this foot and simply hunkers down and gets a little bit wider. The heel's down on the ground now. It's not up. He also chokes up on the bat just a little bit because now you shorten the lever. you feel better about this. And he really sits there and focuses on the pitcher and says, in my opinion, see ball, see ball, see ball, see ball. Because sometimes when you're in hitters counts, 1-0, 2-0, you might say, okay, I'm going to look for a cookie here, or I'm going to look for something out over the plate. But with 2 strikes, he gets wider, heels down, drops down a little bit on his backside, and chokes up on the bat and dares the guy to throw the ball and see what he can do with it. But I love his 2-strike approach right there. And like I said, over time, his punch-outs will go down.
And his home runs, you think, might go up even more because
well,
he's crushing.
The kid's got unbelievable sock.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. That's a big kid, by the way. He really is, and I call him a kid because he's 20 years old. He's going to get bigger, stronger as the game goes on, and he's already forming this nice 3-4 combination with Rendon. I said last night on the show is that the best 3-4 combination in all of baseball?
Wow.
And there's some good ones out there. But this dude and Anthony Rendon back-to-back, I don't think any pitcher wants to see that.
No, and Rendon suddenly in the conversation for NL MVP. Who would have thought that going into the year? But maybe you, because I know you're a fan.
He's a free agent.
Oh, he's playing for a paycheck.
Play for it.
That is the story for the Nats. Let's take a look at those Mets. Again, probably a rough night's sleep for a few of them, thinking about what might have been. Pete Alonso back batting in the second spot. Also, Robinson Cano back in the lineup today. But, Alonso, Bill, 44 home runs. That is tied.
Is that good?
Yeah. Tied for most in the majors, also tied for the most in the NL. He's tied with a guy named Mike Trout, for goodness sake. I mean, this guy is on fire. What do you see when you watch him hit?
Well, I tell you, the homer he hit last night. First of all, he is a big, strong human being, and he can go bridge from that line to this line and anywhere in between and far. But the last night homer I want to take a look at, this was on an 0-2 pitch, a fastball off the dish. So we're going to back that one up because we know where that ended up because it's a homer. And let's back it up to point of contact. Pow. Now, I believe in this particular count, 0-2 with 2 outs and 96 away. So I even think he had a little protect mode going right there. And in the old days, sometimes it's easy to say, hit it where it's pitched. Ball away, you hit it away. Well, I think that's sometimes when you're looking for a spot. I think this was very reactive on his part, and he just proved to me that when that barrel was up there, can we back that up and see his barrel up behind him? That goes point A to point B with no guiding, no thought process. I'm 0-2, I don't want to punch, right? I got this man out there. That's a man on second base, that's a biscuit. Now, he gets this pitch out there and he takes bat head, point A to point B. It gets there as quick as he can, and because he's so big and strong, he catches a little out front and he goes to left center field. Play that. I mean, I believe the terminology we have in the game is you can't coach it, you can't teach it. Because that's something that the guy did in the batter's box, and I believe, too, he had the mindset with that man on second base and 2 outs, I'm not going to punch here. I'm going to do everything on my power to drive that run in, and all of a sudden he gets a heater off the plate. That's not even a strike.
Right.
That's off the dish, and he goes out there and hits this ball that way. Pretty impressive.
But can he do it again today? Probably, if we're being
I think
honest.
the Mets are going to need something like that.
Yeah, they're going to need something to lift them up in this rubber match. Take a look at who's on the bump for both of these teams. We've got Zach Wheeler going for the Mets, trying to do what he did last time, which was a very solid outing for him. Anibal Sanchez, though, going for history. He can match Dennis Martinez's franchise record for most consecutive starts without a loss within a single season. That would be 18 consecutive starts without a loss, if he can do it. Pretty great numbers for him, but let's talk about Zach Wheeler. We saw him come out last time with great stuff. What did you see, and what have you seen from him lately that makes you think he can do the same similar thing today?
Well, he's going to have to, and it's not anything looking of past and looking to the future of the New York Mets. I believe their season, if I'm going to go old panic mode, is on the line right now today.
Wow.
And I think he's going to have to be the guy. What the Mets gave up yesterday and how they gave up the goods in a Jacob deGrom start, they need to win those games. Now, I'm still going to give the ball to Jacob deGrom if they can get to that one-game play-in. But the idea of the Mets season, in my opinion, it's so much on the line today, and it all is going to rest on him. He's got to go out there and give the Mets 7. I'm not asking for 6. I'm not asking for 5. He's got to go 7 right here, take the pressure off the boys, and almost dominate the Nationals lineup, if not dominate.
Just a little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. He's
Especially
young.
after last night. I mean, you think about his mindset, right? He probably didn't get great sleep. Everybody's bummed after such a terrible loss by the Mets. But I guess that's baseball. Throw it all away.
I wonder who actually slept less, because they were so, this is a huge word for me, euphoric. The
Nice.
Washington Nationals jumping around the field and everything else. So they had to be so pumped in the locker room afterwards. They're going back to their houses, trying to get some sleep to get back to the yard. The Mets probably went in and wanted to crash right there in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And go to sleep. They're going to go back to the hotel. Some of them probably left almost immediately, jumped in the shower, got in the Uber somewhere and went back to the hotel. So how did they sleep? But the bounce and the step coming to the yard the next day, this game is extremely, extremely important to the New York Mets.
Ooh, it also happens to be the season series finale between these two clubs, and it is only right here on YouTube. So let's head back out to the ballpark for more on this one with a couple of analysts for today's game. It's going to be Al Leiter and FP Santangelo, guys.
Thank you, Jamie. Here with FP. Great broadcaster with the Nationals. I have to tell you, man, watching that game last night, there are moments in the season, FP, and I know you know it because having experienced it, when you have wins like what the Nationals were able to do last night with the walk-off of Suzuki, and on the other side, as you see Edwin Diaz walk off with dejection and where they are in this season and how big of a game that was last night, what is the residual, you think, as an everyday player coming in today for the Mets, and how high are the Nationals?
Well, it depends how resilient the Mets are, and I feel like they picked themselves up off the mat. They got back into the wild card race with a nice little run. And I think, baseball, you're only as good as your next day's pitcher. So what I've seen from this generation, Al, is these guys are able to leave the game at the ballpark more than we were. We drive home mad. One loss would turn to 4 losses. These guys, by the time they walk out of the clubhouse now, they're over it. They come back. It's a new day. So I'm looking for a great effort from the Mets today. And the Nats have done this all season long. It's been one of the most resilient clubs I've ever been around.
Well, since May 24th, best record in baseball. But, I'm curious about this because, that was an amazing finish. But going into the start of last night's game, you got Max Scherzer, DeGrom, right? I don't know about you, but when I look through the starting lineups every day, I'm like, there's the marquee. Did you expect an 11-10 win?
No, and I said on the broadcast last night, if you'd have told me the Nats were going to get 4 runs off Jacob DeGrom, I would have said, hey, you'll take that, right? But the game obviously turned into a bullpen match. The Nats didn't give up. It looked like after the Mets made it 10-4 in the 9th, this game was over, like a 99.7% chance of winning the game. And that's why you got to get 27 outs this game. One of the best regular season games I've ever seen.
All right, so let's move forward. If you're in the Mets, you turn the page. You got Wheeler on the mound and certainly Anibal Sanchez. I'm curious about Anibal Sanchez. He's done a nice job. This was a nice sign by the Nationals.
You and I were talking about it, and in today's game, guys are stuff guys. They throw 98 miles an hour. They don't necessarily know how to negotiate a good lineup. Yep. But with Anibal Sanchez, he's a guy that does. He's a pitcher. I mean, the art of pitching. He never throws fastballs in fastball counts. He picks the guys in the lineup that he wants to go after and the guys that he won't. I'd be shocked if he pitches to Pete Alonso today.
So there you go, pitching around lineups. Jamie, we saw a 100-mile-an-hour fastball off of the bat of Kurt Suzuki to win the game, and we're talking about maybe we're going to see a guy who pitches a lot. He's got an awful lot of pitches, Anibal Sanchez does. We're looking forward to today's game. Back to you.
Yeah, we certainly are, guys. Can't wait. You can see the clock, 11 minutes and change until this broadcast begins from our nation's capital. Robinson Cano back in the lineup, doing some stretching.
So 11 minutes till the broadcast begins?
Yeah, well,
what are we doing right now, Jamie?
16 minutes till the game.
What are we doing right now?
We are getting you ready for this amazing game. We're actually going to also do a little bit of like and subscribe because we are on YouTube. And Bill, I know you like to like and subscribe various things on YouTube. So we're going to play a little game here. Starting.
Does like mean like a thumbs up?
Exactly.
You put a thumbs up on something?
I didn't think I had to explain it, but I'm glad that we did. For anyone out there wondering.
You need to explain it a little bit more to me.
For anyone out there wondering, if you like and subscribe, it's a thumbs up. You're buying. Otherwise, it's a thumbs down. You're not really buying into this. So we're going to have some statements. No. I need one way or the other, yes or no. Like and subscribe or no. A couple of statements here. The Nationals will make it to the NLCS. Do you like and subscribe, or is it a thumbs down?
Well, the easy thing to do would be thumbs down, but I'm going thumbs up.
Okay.
I like it, and I'm going to subscribe to it. It is the only team, because well, I don't know if I'm jumping the gun. It's one of the teams that has a good shot to go beat LA if they get home field advantage in the wild card setup, win the one game. And I know there's a couple ifs, but stranger things have happened. And you know what? The Nationals, for some reason, can't get over the hump in the postseason. This might be the year they get over it, so I'm going to drop the big thumbs up on that.
I like it, and I've subscribed.
So did I.
Nice. The Mets will be in the postseason. Thumbs up, thumbs down. This is a big question after last night.
You think? Because prior to the game last night, when we were going over this thumbs up, thumb down, I said thumbs up, I liked it. I stopped liking it after I really did.
Just
I'm
like
sorry.
that.
My bad. One game. Now, there's still hope because I did say there's a lot of pressure on the Mets this year, and this game is the end-all, be-all to me today.
Wow.
But I got to drop a thumbs down after what I saw last night.
Well, let's take a look at that postseason picture because, the chances now of the Mets making it into the postseason, they've dropped. Yes, there are 162 games, and that was just one last night. But like you said, it really could have been the dagger. Mets very well outside the postseason picture looking in. Let's move on. Juan Soto, I know you like him. We've already talked about him.
Yes, I do.
Is he the best young player in baseball? Thumbs up or down?
Well, the bad part about this is I have to say thumbs down because it's almost like a true-false question on a test. When you say it is always, you never want to say true because there's always going to be that thing. Look, I think he is one of the best players in baseball, but to say is he the best young player in baseball, there's too many qualifiers. There's too much young talent in this game to throw him out there above some other people. I mean, Acuna Jr. is in the league, for example.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we're splitting hairs and we're comparing this person to that person right there, and I'm just not ready to put that tag on him. I do believe he's one of the best players in the game.
Wow.
But there's a lot of young talent in this game, and I just can't drop the big thumbs up on that, so I got to go that way.
Okay.
That's why I ask about this one.
Nope, there's no middle ground.
No sideways.
Speaking of those young players, Pete Alonso, yeah, he's a good young player too. Do you think he will break Aaron Judge's MLB rookie home run record of 52? He's got 44 so far.
What have you done for me lately and what he did last night? He's going to have to get on board. Now, but big thumbs up on this one because that 0-2 Heat piece he hit last night we looked at was just way impressive. And if the Mets are going to defy all odds and make the postseason after what happened last night, the pitching staff's going to have to do their job. But this dude, Big Pete, he's going to have to hit homer after homer after homer in order to get those guys close.
Yeah. Okay, I like it. Don't forget yourself to go out there and like MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube and also subscribe to the MLB channel. Let's go back out to Nationals Park right now. Lauren Shahadi is standing by with J.D. Davis.
JD, a tough loss last night, tough to spin it forward. How do you guys kind of regroup today?
We faced Anibal a couple times this year. We got a good game plan, and I think just keep doing our part as pitch players, keep giving run support to the pitchers, and just keep playing hard. The series is still up for grabs, the rubber match today. Just go out there and have some fun, play the game right.
Did Mickey say anything about it?
No, he didn't say anything about it. It was a pretty tough one, obviously a 6-run lead, but we'll be all right. We'll regroup, and we'll be ready to play today.
The good news is you've dealt with bumps in the road before this team. July 13th, it's kind of turned around. Did you notice anything specific about the turnaround then?
I just think the attitude or the demeanor with the team coming back from the All-Star break, I think it was just a refresher. I think everybody took a step back and just took a deep breath, and what's done is done. We had a pretty terrible first half, and so I think we just wanted to make a statement in the second half, just come out and play baseball and just have some fun.
I look back to your days in the Astros organization, almost blocked by the plethora of talent. Now you're an everyday guy. How has it changed for you?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Sigh of relief, right?
Right. It's unbelievable. I've taken a lot of what I've learned from over there and applied it over here. And then just not taking anything for granted. I'm continuing to work hard, just get better every single day, and just try to be a good teammate. And it's been fun. It's been fun playing every day and being a part of the New York team. So.
J.D. Davis batting sixth and playing left for the Mets, who are warming up and, probably having to stretch out a few extra stress knots.
There's not a whole lot of stretching going on right there, though.
No?
There were some fields that I really like. Oakland, I can remember, is really good to go out there and lay on the line, like you pretended like you were stretching. Usually napping grass is what I called it. You just lay down, it felt really
Especially
good.
today.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of stretching going on.
There's just a lot of talking, a lot of looking up in the stands. Maybe
They're going,
throwing some
can you
balls."
believe we gave that one up last night?
Seriously. You're right, though. They probably did sleep better than the Nationals. I heard Davey Martinez had to come into the clubhouse and say, guys, go home and sleep because we have a day game tomorrow.
I would have been in that clubhouse quite some time if I'd have been a member of that team. And you know what? The one thing we didn't quite hit on was Trey Turner had a little mishap in the top half of an inning where he had a double play ball, but he thought there was 2 outs and threw across the diamond. The floodgates opened. So Trey Turner, after the game, said, I love my teammates.
Yeah, I bet.
love my team because they bailed him out big time. And he came up with a huge double in that inning as well. So he felt bad about doing that. There was a couple base running mistakes that probably hurt him. But when a team is as good as the Nats, and they are talented, I don't think there's any question. And that pitching staff that they have, I've mentioned the fact that if they go to a wild card game, they have a 1-game play-in. Let's throw Mad Max out there. And he hasn't been Mad Max since he's been back.
Right.
I still believe he will. And then you go with Strasburg, if you win that game as your 1 starter for the next playoff series, you feel pretty good. Corbin's the 2. You got the day off. Mad Max will be chomping at the bit to be game 3. So there's a lot of things that are looking really well for the Washington Nationals right now.
And everybody's producing, right? I mean, Kurt Suzuki, for example, not really the guy that you would definitely say would be the walk-off hero, and yet it was him with a 3-run shot last night. And you got to think guys get up for someone unlikely to come through in that spot. I mean, they had to just love it for Kurt.
Well, the idea of it's not just one guy certainly works well in a team environment. I've kept talking about if the Nationals can advance out of a wild card, they would be slated to play the Dodgers. Aren't the Dodgers very similar to that? It seems like you turn on the tube, it's a different dude every night, contributing and doing something to help the team win. So Anthony Rendon, we just saw him going up the steps. That dude is just caught on fire.
Yeah.
What he's been able to do and put himself in the MVP conversation.
Is it enough? Do you think he could legit be the NL MVP despite Belly and Yelly?
You know what? I still look at, if Milwaukee doesn't make the playoff push, and it doesn't look like they are right now, I'm still a fan of the idea of the way the rules are written for most valuable player. Winning has to be a part of it. And when you're part of a squad, I think Freddie Freeman gets overlooked as well because he's over 100 ribbies hitting in front of Josh Donaldson right now, doing some severe damage as well. So the MVP race is going to be interesting, and it might be won in this month of September. We might throw out everything prior to this. Pad your numbers that you did prior in September, but get your team to the promised land and do some damage down the stretch. That might be who I lean for.
You've called this a must-win game for the New York Mets because guess what? We're in September.
I pretty much did call this a must-win.
Yeah, you said. Zach Wheeler. This is the
Their
time.
season
Show us something.
is on the line right here. If they lose this, I believe they have no chance.
Isn't that
of
funny
making
though?
postseason.
Casual baseball fans might say, "What are you talking about? There are 162 games.
Yes,
Why and how can you put it on one?"
But 162 is 162 1 games, and that's what it is. And when you look at the people down there, it would be different if they were sitting in the D-backs spot or the Phillies spot at 5 out, because then you might be able to make move. As soon as you start jumping 1, 2, 3 teams or having to do that, you're relying on 3 other teams to lose,
right?
And you got to catch fire. Yeah. So I think that last night's game, if there was a 4 down there in that column, it looks a lot different, chasing a team like the Phillies at 1.5 back, than it does at 2.5 back, especially when the Phillies up there 3 teams ahead of them.
I know we've been talking about the wild card in that 1-game playoff a lot in terms of the Nationals specifically, but do you think there's any shot that they catch Atlanta?
No. I think the Braves right now are feeling it. That was a tough one. When you look at the Braves have such young talent. They've got such good mojo working. And yes, I know you can't put a number on mojo, but there's this sense about them winning the division last year and them understanding we're really good.
Yeah.
And the Phillies, the Mets, and the Nationals are all talented teams, but the Braves, I believe, have just separated themselves.
All right, should be a great one in the NL East right here on YouTube. And look at the upcoming schedule. You don't have to wait long for another one. We've got one tomorrow. Blue Jays and Rays tomorrow night from Tampa. Lots of MLB Game of the Weeks live here on YouTube, but maybe none so far as important as this one. It's the Mets at the Nats at Nationals Park. For Bill Ripken, I'm Jamie
Like
Hirsch.
and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. We send it out to Scott Brown and company. Take it away.
Here's the pitch. Drives it deep. What a play! Are you kidding me? Oh my!
It felt like October in Washington, D.C. last night. Oh, it's still summer weather with temps in the 90s, but it's a playoff atmosphere with the home team holding down the wild card fort while the visiting squad is trying to stay alive in the playoff picture. The final matchup of the season series. This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, featuring the New York Mets and the Washington Nationals in our nation's capital. Daily news this morning, you pick it up, you're a Mets fan, you see national disgrace following a 6-run 9th-inning lead blown to the Nationals. The New York Post put it very simply, worst loss ever. It's true. More on that in just a moment. Welcome inside Nationals Park. I'm Scott Braun. Hello to the YouTube audience worldwide. Thank you for joining us. These two teams have struggled bullpen-wise all season long, and last night we saw quite a show. We'll talk about it. But here on YouTube, we have this game exclusively. It is free. It's easy to get to, and then 5 more for the rest of the season. If you haven't already, join the 2 million plus fans who subscribe to this YouTube channel for MLB. Also, click the bell icon, then you know when the next free game is coming up. We're live for YouTube TV customers too. Go to the MLB pop-up on the channel guide, and let's bring in our 2 former players. Al Leiter, former New York Met, former former Montreal Expo, that is, FP Santangelo. And you call many of these games, FP. How good was last night for Nationals fans?
Yeah, I've been doing this for 9 years. That was the craziest, wildest regular season game I've ever seen.
And this was a lead for the Mets. Everything was rosy toward the late stages of the game. Al, the offense was clicking. What happened?
You would think. I'll tell you, this was an amazing game for the Nationals and just to watch. But they had a 5-4 lead going into the 9th inning. Nimmo gets his 4th home run on the year, pads it a little bit. Jeff McNeil finding his stroke, another run score. And then Pete Alonso, his 44th home run on the year, fastball off the plate, 10-4. You'd think it was comfortable enough, but I guess not.
Yeah, turn out the lights, the party's over, right? Fangraphs had a 99.7% chance of Mets winning this ball game. But if you've watched the Nats even just a few times this year, you know this is a resilient bunch, you know this is a relentless bunch, and they're going to keep coming at you. In the 9th inning last night, they just wanted to get Juan Soto and Anthony Rendon to the plate. Juan Soto with his 3rd hit of the game, a triple shy of the cycle. So now there's bases loaded. Mickey Callaway goes to his closer, Edwin Diaz, a guy with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Ryan Zimmerman, who's missed much of the year with an injury, comes off the bench, hits a double in the gap. A guy that never shows emotion gets to second base and does that, and you're thinking, uh-oh, tie and run on second. They got a chance to win this. So an 8-pitch battle between Diaz and Kurt Suzuki. You're wondering if he's going to go 3-2 slider on the 8th pitch. He goes 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Kurt Suzuki goes deep. He walks off the Mets. That's his 11th career walk-off hit.
And this never happens. No, seriously. This never happens. A 6-run lead or better in the 9th inning. The Mets were 8-0-6-0. The Nationals, trying to come back from that, they had never done it. 0 for 775 until last night. You just look at this season alone. Teams in these situations were 274-0. Last night was truly historic. Brandon Nimmo called it a bad dream. He said it's hard to come back from 7 down in a Little League game. And Jeff McNeil said it might be one of the toughest losses of this season. You got to win today. Look at the wild card standings. The Nationals hit rock bottom earlier this year at 19-31. Look at them now, 3.5 games up on the first wild card over the Cubs. The Mets 5 back, and they would need to leap ahead of 4 teams, including the Cubs, who hold that 2nd spot at the moment. Now, I mentioned FP calling games for the Nationals for the past 9 years. Al, you are a baseball operations advisor hired in March by the New York Mets.
Wow, Scott, I am.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Got back to an organization that I spent many years with, and have a chance to be around it. And Brodie Van Wagenen, the general manager, asked me to do different things, and it's cool. And actually, FP, Scott, it's good to be in kind of a role of kind of teaching. I get a chance to get down to the minor leagues and talk to some of the guys and be in the mix, and I'm enjoying it.
Can you put on a hit and run today from the booth?
You know what? I just might do that. Okay, I'll throw down the sign down there.
Watch him on his phone.
It's far enough removed.
35-year-old Anibal Sanchez takes the mound for the Nationals. There's Mickey Callaway in his second season leading the Mets. 77 wins last year, and this season it's been a second-half team. They're at 70 and 68. And the starting 9 for Mickey Callaway's Mets features Jeff McNeil, Pete Alonso with 44 home runs, tied for best in Major League Baseball. Michael Conforto hits third. Wilson Ramos has an epic hitting streak going on. More on that in a moment. Robinson Cano 5th. He's back for the first time in a long time. J.D. Davis 6th. Ahmed Rosario getting the day off yesterday. He's back. And Juan Lagares hits 8th. Zach Wheeler will start in the bottom of the first inning.
Yeah, I was surprised when we met with Mickey Callaway this morning how upbeat he was and what a good mood he was in. And he was talking about if Trey Turner hadn't turned that double play, or if he had turned the double play, then he would have kept Seth Lugo in the game, and they'd have probably won the game up 6-4. But because they had such a big lead, he went to his kind of B bullpen, and that's where it got weird. But upbeat, in a good mood today, ready to play baseball.
Yeah, think about that. And as that game was playing out, to see an error by a very good player, Trey Turner, that actually, who knows, you know, hindsight's 20/20, but it looked as though that Lugo would stay in the game, and maybe it was different.
And remember, yesterday started with Max Scherzer against Jacob deGrom. Sanchez gets the start for the Nationals this afternoon, and he's been great for them.
Yeah, 17th consecutive start without a loss for Anibal Sanchez. So he's been locked in. He'll throw the kitchen sink at you. 2-seam fastball, 4-seam fastball, slider, cutter, curveball, change. He's got 3 different changeups. So he'll throw any pitch in any count. And Al, you'll love watching him pitch. It's the art of pitching.
Does he throw a knuckleball? What'd you say? How many has he got? 5 or 6 pitches?
He throws a butterfly changeup that's below 70 miles an hour, almost like an Ephus pitch. You'll see a couple today.
He calls that pitch La Mariposa. Butterfly in Spanish. Jeff McNeil, .323 hitter this year. He's an all-star for the Mets. Having a big series, 18 home runs on the year. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. The Mets and the Nationals for the last time in 2019, and we are underway. First pitch misses to McNeil. Scott Braun, FP Santangelo, Al Leiter, and Lauren Shahadi joining us very soon.
Now, this is the last time these two teams meet for the season. You look at the Mets lineup today. This might be one of the best lineups they've had against the Nats all year. From 1 through 8, I think Anibal Sanchez got his work cut out for him today. It's a pretty good lineup.
The Mets have won 11 of the 18 matchups so far this year, including 8 of the last 10. McNeil rolls on one to the right side, and Zimmerman scoops it up. 1 down. Sanchez working with Kurt Suzuki, who was the walk-off man yesterday for the Nationals. Zimmerman just made the play as Drupal Cabrera to his right. Trey Turner and Anthony Rendon on the left side of the infield. Juan Soto in left, Victor Robles in center, and Gerardo Parra in right.
Well, I know Kurt Suzuki was the big hero last night, but he's caught every pitch of Anibal Sanchez start.
And he did last year too in Atlanta. These guys read each other's minds. Al, you know what an advantage that is. You don't really have to think. You just trust your catcher, go out there and pitch. What's it like working with the same guy? And did you have a guy that you worked with a lot?
You know, being 7 years with the Mets, I had Piazza, you know, just almost every start. You know, occasionally the backup, you know, whether it was a Todd Zeal or Todd Pratt. Yes, you want a relationship, no doubt about it. A good one that you connect. And I think mostly you watch a lot of these games, and the analytics is at such an uber level, and so much research goes into it. And I see a lot of pitchers, they just go along with whatever's thrown down. And often, you know, the second guess in my mind is that could it possibly be an agreement 100%?
Alonso in the air to center. Robles using the glove to shade, backing up to the track, and he lines it up for the second out.
Marble and Pete Alonso last night, 44 home runs. Was it 98? Daniel Hudson, it was off the plate outside. And
That's not a bad pitch, is it?
No, I mean, I don't think. I mean, the pitcher's getting another ball and he's taken out of the game. But no, I really do marvel at some of these hitters and what they can barrel up.
Pete Alonso's a grown man. He didn't get cheated. He took some hacks last night on foul balls that I was flinching way up here in the booth. And that home run he hit was 111 miles an hour, pitch off the plate away. But he actually, like you said, went out and hooked back to left center field.
44 this season for Alonso. 28 on the year from Michael Conforto. The next one would be his career high. Just 1 for 11 lifetime against Sanchez with 6 strikeouts.
Talking about Sanchez, FP, about how good he's been changing speeds. He's actually better against left-handers because of that pitch. We saw McNeil roll over to first base. Another change up there to Conforto.
He was the AL ERA leader in 2013, finished 4th in Cy Young voting that year, a 2.57 ERA. And you can see just a short stint on the injured list, FP, and maybe it was a blessing in disguise.
He wasn't as bad as the 0-6 and the 5-1-0 before. He didn't get a lot of help behind him in defense. There was some miscues, some plays that weren't made, so that the numbers inflated. Obviously, the 0-6 is 0-6. But I didn't think he pitched that poorly before, and he just kind of found his groove after.
He looked like he was on his way to being out of Major League Baseball. Earned run average in the 5.5 range with the Tigers from 2015 to 2017. Resurrected his career with the Braves last year. Added a cutter, Al, and it took his game to the next level.
I wonder who did that happen to? Oh. You know what? It's a good pitch, and I think it's a smart pitch for guys that get a little older, once upon a time threw harder, that realizing late movement is so critical if you're not throwing 95 to 100.
And he's got Conforto in a 1-2-3 top of the first.
You had the nastiest cutter I ever faced. So if anyone's going to talk about cutters, is anybody qualified to talk about cutters? It's the guy sitting next to me.
Well, that's nice of you, FP. Thank you.
Yeah, I still have nightmares about your cutter. And all the bats you broke.
Well, the Mets have nightmares about the Nationals offense from last night. A huge 9th inning comeback win, 7 runs and a walk-off, and this is what they've been doing since May 24th. That's the turnaround. They come in at 19-31, 59-28 since then. Best in Major League Baseball. What's been working?
Well, you know, they got Gerardo Parra off the scrap heap from the Giants, and this ball club was playing tight early in this season. All of a sudden, you got a guy that kind of loosened up the mood in the clubhouse, loosened up the fellas, told them it's just a baseball game, go out there and have fun, and I guess the rest is history.
And this lineup has been clicking. Trey Turner leads the way. Then as Drupal Cabrera, Anthony Rendon, and Juan Soto, one of the best 3-4 punches in Major League Baseball in those 2 spots in the order. Ryan Zimmerman gets the start at first base. Kurt Suzuki back in the lineup again. Victor Robles hitting 7th. Gerardo Parra 8th. And Sanchez will round out the starting 9 for the Nationals. Dave Martinez in his 2nd year as manager of the club, just like Mickey Callaway on the other side. And Zach Wheeler gets another start, his 27th of the season. ERA at 4.41, but he brings serious stuff. Mickey Callaway told us this morning, Al, he's got DeGrom-like stuff.
He does. Listen, Scott, when you got a guy like Zach Wheeler, he's going to average right at 97 miles an hour, slider, curveball change. His ratio is mostly flat, fastball, slider, occasional change. I think really, in a nutshell, my observation of Zach Wheeler, why he's not quite as good as he was certainly down the stretch last year, is simple stuff that you would teach a high school kid or a college kid or a professional. He hasn't been as in good of pitcher counts consistently enough. And I think we see it at this level. I don't care 97, 98. We've seen it last night. We see it almost every night. FP, you do. With plus stuff, if you become predictable and you're in 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 counts, and he, again, throws mostly fastball slider, you know, they can barrel it. Guys can hit a moving bullet now.
And Mickey Callaway said last year he threw strikes in 2 of his first 3 pitches 70% of the time, and it's been a lot lower this year.
Trey Turner takes the first pitch,
which is amazing. You know, sitting in there, and for Mickey to have that statistic, 7 out of 10 guys of a strike one is phenomenally off the chart. League, if you could be at 61, 62%, that's about league average where you want to be.
Turner in the air to center. Lagares has the first out. The rest of the defense for the Mets joining Lagares, Michael Conforto and J.D. Davis in the corners. Infield from left to right, McNeil, Rosario, Cano, and Alonso. And Zach Wheeler playing catch with Wilson Ramos this afternoon. And that brings us to Asdrubal Cabrera, former Met. Latches on with the team in August. Apparently, he had a chance to join the Mets. He wanted to be a part of the Mets in the wintertime, but joins the Nats this time around. And the Mets end up picking up Joe Panik for some infield depth.
I think the Nats always pick up the Mets second baseman that they don't want anymore. Daniel Murphy was a good example.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
That worked out for them. Murphy now with the Rockies. Look at Asdrubal with the Nationals in 19 games, 10 extra base hits. On base over 400. He's earning more playing time, according to Dave Martinez. And Brian Dozier sits again today. He'll definitely start against lefties, Dozier will, but Cabrera getting more starts against right-handers now.
He's been clutch, too. He's not afraid of the big at-bat in a big situation. Curveball from Wheeler's nasty so far. I know it's early, but those last two were dirty.
Yeah, like that. I can't say enough for depth of a breaking ball, and if you can get significant velocity off of your fastball, it's tough to hit. That makes that 97 look 107.
Those are the pitches he uses, and the best success he has had slugging wise is that curveball 10% of the time.
Which makes a lot of sense, right? FP, you know this. If you're what are you sitting on a guy like Wheeler today?
He throws 98. You got to sit on the fastball. You can't get away from it or you won't catch up to it.
So now let's play here to 100 pitches according what he's done in the past, 10%. So he's going to throw. This is what he's done. 10 curveballs. You sit in curveball?
No, never. You can't. Because you take the heater right down the middle and you won't sleep at night. And that's what Kurt Suzuki told us today. He was all in on the 3-2 fastball. He thought about 3-2 slider, but he wasn't going to miss the 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
And even that, and I know Edwin Diaz has struggled this year, but his slider, quote unquote, was 93.
Payout pitch from Wheeler. Cabrera socks it to right field, but that's to Conforto for out number 2. And here comes an MVP candidate, Anthony Rendon. Best batting average in Major League Baseball, 338. Second best with the RBI total at 112. And fourth in on-base plus slugging percentage, over 1,000 on the year. It's been a career year. He's always been good.
Always been good, but taking it to the next level. And how clutch is taking it to the next level in a contract year? How many guys have won an MVP or been an MVP candidate when it counts the most? I mean, he's looking at setting up generations of Rendons. He's going to get paid.
He will be the premier position player available in the offseason. Little chip shot to right field. That's going to work for a base hit. A lot of that all season long for Anthony Rendon to go along with some serious power too. So let's check in on that MVP race. For a while, it was Yelich versus Bellinger. Now we add another name in Anthony Rendon for a team that looks like it's headed to the postseason. He stacks up well against these two.
Yes, he does. Listen, how this plays out next couple weeks, that's going to be a really, really interesting vote.
Another sneaky one walking into the plate. If he doesn't win it this year, he got a chance to win it someday, the 20-year-old Juan Soto. But when you show all those guys, we show the offensive numbers. All three of those guys bring something to the table on defense, too. I'll put Anthony Rendon up against anybody at third base. I'm not saying he's better than anybody. He's as good as everybody.
Arenado?
And Cody Bellinger, yeah, they're right there. Maybe a little nod to Nolan because of all the gold gloves. Cody Bellinger is a gold glove right fielder for me, and Christian Yelich is a good defender. So it's not just guys that go up there and think about one thing, hitting home runs. They're complete baseball players. I think that speaks a lot to the MVP. What's your value to your team and how much they win, and do they win a division? And do you add something just besides walking up and thinking about hitting every day?
He's got good support behind him in Soto. 32 home runs on the year. Dynamite rookie campaign, no sophomore slump this year.
I think you could throw Pete Alonso in there too with a big September. Gets the average up a little bit, hits 50 home runs. How can you not think about the Mets rookie? He's going to win Rookie of the Year, but why not talk about him for MVP too?
Soto's been great in his last 6, 12 for 24, 10 extra base hits. He's got the protection on the elbow because he was hit by a pitch on that spot yesterday in the 6th inning. Little sore, big bruise, but he's playing through it. You know how that feels.
I've been hit pretty much everywhere. I think the guy next to me hit me with the cutter once. Did I? Didn't feel good. It's just spun in there for about 4 seconds before it hit the ground.
FP picked it up and threw it back to me. My bad. LA? Were you with the Dodgers?
I was. That's how good I was. You don't even remember.
No, I'm saying when I might have hit. Yeah, I don't know. Boy, I'm so impressed. I know you do, you know, the games for the Nationals, but I actually at MLB Network picked him for my National League MVP. Just, I love everything about him, and I always try to comp somebody. And before the game, talking to Dave Martinez, like who is this guy, and what does he emerge as a guy that we once played with? And I'm just going to throw it out. This guy's going to barrel more, but I thought about Ruben Sierra. Just a little bit. There's something with his finish.
Yeah, I'm with that. I go one. I'll top you. I go left-handed Albert Pujols is my comp. Wow. Just because when he spreads out his tree trunk legs and how he kind of holds the bat. You know, Albert is a little more up and down, but just the knowledge of the strike zone for a 20-year-old is the part that boggles my mind every time I watch this kid hit.
He's 20. Most extra base hits before anybody turned 21. Second most to Mel Ott. That's what we're looking at here.
Runner on the move, and that's inside. Ball 4 to Soto, who has elite plate discipline. And while you guys were trying to figure out comps for him, I found that, Al, you've hit FP 2 times in his career, once in 1996 and once in 2000. 2 times he owes you, FP.
Huh. With the Expos, and what was the other one, 96? Sorry, FP. I don't know. You probably stole a bag. Stole a bag and scored, I bet.
I got hit by a pitch.
Here's Ryan Zimmerman. Rendon on second after the base hit with 2 outs, and then Soto 2-out walk. And we're down to the 5-hitter. Two injured list stints. He's missed 91 games. The senior member of the lineup.
Well, I like what you said when he hit that double in right center, got second base, and Ryan Zimmerman, who normally doesn't show emotion.
No, he's a pretty stoic guy. Every once in a while, I think when the Nats clinched their first playoff berth in 2012, he let loose in the dugout. But a guy that's the consummate professional, doesn't show a lot of emotion, kind of let loose after that double off the bench last night in the 9th. And that's the first time you thought the Nats have a chance to pull this thing off. And the Mets are in trouble.
Eight for 27 numbers against Wheeler. He's been clever with his wording lately, too. Yesterday, they asked him about the walk-off and that wild 9th inning. He said, I blacked out. I don't know what happened. And then when asked about the turnaround for the Nationals from 19-31 to one of the wild card positions now, he said, I don't know. Probably should have fired Davey, referring to Dave Martinez. Criticism early on for the Nationals, and what a turnaround it's been for the club.
Yeah, and if you know Ryan, that was tongue-in-cheek. He's one of the most sarcastic guys you ever come across. So he's basically saying everybody wanted Davey Martinez fired in April, and now look where we are.
They've won 17 of 21 games. That's fouled back. It's 2-2. The Nationals 6.5 back of the first place Atlanta Braves. The Braves just won't lose. 6 in a row for Atlanta. Rendon and Soto on for Zimmerman. His 2-2. Smack to right. Backing up Conforto, and he's got it. Squared up by Zimmerman, but Conforto in a good spot. And no damage done here in the bottom of the first for Washington.
A nice correction there by Conforto at the end. The sun field is right field during a day game here. That's a nice play.
Well, they made him work. I know it's a scoreless, but 24 pitches in the first inning.
2 left on base, and we'll go to the top of the second in a moment. Game of the week, live on YouTube. The Mets and the Nationals for the final time this season. And for the first time today, let's welcome in the 4th member of our team, Lauren Shahadi. Hey, Lauren.
Hey, Scott, I just spoke with Kurt Suzuki not too long ago. He said he knew it the second it hit his bat, and all he wanted to do was just keep the rally going. We just saw Ryan Zimmerman at the plate, the longest tenured Nat to wear a jersey at all. And he was asked where it ranks, where the comeback ranks. He said, "Are you kidding me? You don't win those ball games." They all talk about their manager, Dave Martinez, and FP, you can attest to this, as if he's overly optimistic in a wonderful way. They said he was paroling the dugout in the 9th inning going, "You know what? We got this, we got this." And the guys were like, "Not for nothing, we're down by 6 in the 9th. We don't got this." As Asdrubal Cabrera said, he said it such an optimistic way that we started to believe it. The hits started coming. They didn't stop. Max Scherzer's in the video room. He said, "I'm superstitious. I stayed there. I knew that it was starting, and I just kept going." The Nats had a t-shirt in the beginning of the season. It said, "Stay in the fight." That was their reminder to play out every game, every inning until the final out. And that's what they did. Post-game, the guys kept hanging in the clubhouse. Dave Martinez said, "I get it. You want to talk about it. It was epic, but we got a day game after a night game. Like, get home, get to bed."
Yeah, I mean, he's so optimistic all the time, and I don't think he gets enough credit for that, terrible start they had, 19-31, for being the same guy every day. And Al, you know this as a former player. There's happy hit guys when they're 5 for their last 10, they're chirping in the clubhouse, they're the best teammate ever, they're 0 for their last 10, you can't even say hi to them. There's managers like that too, where, if you're winning, they're your best friend. If you're losing, they don't talk to you. Apparently, talking to all the players, Davey Martinez was the same exact guy he was when they were 19-31 as they are right now. And I think this team's a direct reflection of him, and he deserves a lot more credit than he's getting nationally.
Sanchez against Wilson Ramos, carrying a 26-game hitting streak.
So I equate it, and it's hard having retired, 12 years ago, whichever, but the managing of a baseball team is just that. And I think what Lauren alluded to and how the guys are feeling in that clubhouse with a manager that stays consistent. And FP, you're so right. Because if you have a manager that has the ebb and flow of a fan or anybody else who's not in the room, you feel the tension of your manager, good or bad. And then it becomes inconsistent. And if this game is all about consistency, the first person you need is that guy who's the manager of the club that shows you consistent behavior. That's it.
Well, you look down at your manager and he's tight, and as a player you get tight. And there's no way you're going to come out of a tailspin if your manager's flipping spreads or he's uptight or he's chewing guys out in front of everybody and showing guys up. That's not a way to turn things around. The way to turn things around is to stay the same. That's so easy for us to say.
No, but we lived it. FP, I had Billy Martin as a manager. He flipped the table in Detroit. The food table.
And what did that do? It just made everybody hungry.
Ricky Henderson and Claudel Washington went over and picked up the tray and started eating. He did. And I'm a rookie. I'm going, oh my God, Billy's going to get mad.
Now I'm upset and I'm hungry, so that does nothing.
My brother Mark, who you played with, was in Detroit.
Great teammate.
He had Sparky Anderson. And if you had a couple bad outings, Sparky was mad at you.
Walk right by.
Like a dad. Like, I'm disappointed you didn't take the garbage out.
Oh. Good take right there by Wilson. Just missed.
Let's see if this is a changeup right here, slipping out of the hand of Anibal Sanchez. Whoa.
Sean Barber's got a tight zone today. I thought that was close.
Is that the butterfly? That was flying away.
That was a butterfly that got away. I haven't seen him do that all year.
Here comes another changeup.
This is a hitter you want to avoid right now, and he will. Ball 4 to Ramos. So that 26-game hitting streak, we showed you the .430 batting average during that span. And hey, Live commentary going on all game for in-depth perspectives on the contest. It's YouTube's live game commentary featuring MLB, the Mets account, the Nationals, and we have a select group of YouTube creators. They're going to add to our thoughts during the broadcast with a unique viewing experience. You can view the live game commentary on your mobile phone, computer, also in the living room on your smart TV, and we're going to keep an eye on the discussion all game long, and we'll bring in some of those comments, especially for some of the interviews that we have. Lauren mentioned Max Scherzer, and there's Robinson Cano back with his first hit off of the injured list, a torn hamstring, and he returned successfully to move Ramos to second.
Well, Robbie back from the injured list. My bad. Get a little cutter inside, didn't allow Sanchez to get deep into the count.
So that's how the Mets were successful last night against Max Scherzer in that 4th inning. Every single hitter that got a hit swung at the first pitch. They were thinking, I'm not going to get to 2 strikes with Max. It was a great team game plan, and they did some quick style damage.
Yeah, that 4th inning against Scherzer, 4 first pitch hits, 4 runs. That was the big damage done against Max in his 3rd start back from the injured list. And this is J.D. Davis, who had the day off yesterday. Ramos at second, Cano at first. We've got Scherzer, though, coming up next half inning. We're going to talk to Max for the bottom of the 2nd. Anybody in those comments that wants to mix in a question to Max, we'll take them now, and we'll ask them to Max in the home half of the 2nd. I want to know about the superstitions from yesterday. You didn't watch the comeback.
It's the same seats mentality. If you're in the clubhouse, the team's rallying, you stay in the clubhouse. You know,
yeah.
If you're sitting at the end of the dugout and your team's rallying, you stay at the end of the dugout. You can't change anything.
Were you superstitious?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who wasn't?
Drove the same way to the ballpark every day if the team was winning.
2-0 to Davis.
Fans do that, right?
I hope
you
so.
sit in the same seat and move on the couch, or
oh yeah,
get in the other room.
If they start hitting, you go, stay there, stay there.
Yeah, yeah. How ridiculous.
It's the beauty of baseball. I love the superstitious aspect.
See if Sanchez can find the zone. He does.
I think the guy in the batter's box doesn't get enough credit. I think J.D. Davis is one of the best players on the Mets. It's just below the radar because of the season Pete Alonso's having. But I'll take this guy on my team any day. He can hit.
His last 48 games, 340, 403, 590. He's hitting 390 in his last 12 games against the Nationals. And rips the 3-1 over to Rendon. Double play ball easily tailored up. And that's the first 2 outs here in the 2nd.
You know, you look at the game last night, 11-10, great win by the Nats. But here, he just nails this. This is a one-hopper to Rendon, an easy 6-4-3 double play. But the point is that when you're a hitter or a pitcher, here's a fastball down the middle. I'm with you on J.D. Davis. He can rake, and this guy's getting a chance to play every day. Find a spot in left field. He's a good hitter. But, you know, there it is. 2-hopper, runner at 3rd, 2 outs.
And Ramos now at 3rd for Ahmed Rosario. He's back in the lineup after a day off yesterday. They went with Luis Guillorme against Scherzer. Big 2nd half for Rosario.
I like what the Mets did with Rosario at shortstop, improving his defense, getting him in a better ready position, and getting his timing at shortstop. Everybody talks about your timing at the plate, but a lot of times as an infielder, if you're not in a good ready position as the pitch is in the zone, you have a tendency to get bad jumps on ground balls, and that reduces your range. The Mets went into all the analytics. They filmed him at shortstop, and they said, hey, you know, Gary DiSarcina working with him about being ready, being on time in his setup at shortstop. His defense has improved, and then consequently his offense has improved. He's been great lately.
Good 2-strike hitter as well, and he fouls that one off.
Yeah, I think if there was, you know, one part of Rosario, and people didn't question as to whether he's going to hit. You cut down his strikeouts, his walks are up. But I'm with the FP. And Gary DiSarcina, the infield coach, third base coach for the Mets, has really done a nice job getting him to understand that you can be an elite shortstop. That doesn't just mean, you know, what we're showing there as a hitter, but also defensively. He's really improved this year.
And they were thinking, wasn't he working out in center field a little bit in June and July of switching positions?
Which may have woken him up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're a shortstop, big league shortstop the last couple of years, and now, you know, there's some question. Look, we want your bat in the lineup, but, you know, maybe we gotta, you know, let's see what you can do in the outfield. He's really stepped up. He really has.
And he's still just 23 years old.
That's right.
Ramos at third. Here's the 1-2.
There's a butterfly.
Change up. 74.
That changeup can get down to the high 60s.
What's the slowest pitch you ever threw?
You know what? Honestly, it is really hard to throw a ball with real arm speed that slow. I'm going to say 75.
How do you do it? Just on your fingertips?
Yeah, it's all on how it comes out of your hand. And he's got like a, you know, certainly like Trevor Hoffman made a Hall of Fame career of it, of getting his tips off the ball. That's a setup pitch right there. Watch some kind of Bugs Bunny.
Something away soft?
Yeah, this would be soft.
Cutter away, baby.
Will he double up inside? I mean, generally when you see that, you got a slow pitch that was down off the plate. He actually got the bat to it. High fastball near his face. I'm thinking something soft away.
Yeah.
Front door cutter. Now this is interesting. He likes throwing this at the hip.
And he pops him up. Robles calling everyone off. And that'll sit down the side. First two reach for the Mets. Ramos and Cano is back, but then Davis grounds into a double play and Rosario pops out, and we've gotten through the top of the second. Nationals play-by-play announcer Bob Carpenter reflects on the unlikely involvement of Juan Soto in a game originally suspended by rain. Watch this.
You know, this whole thing is so weird. It was the 69th game of the year, but it was really only the 43rd game of the year. The game started at 7:06 on Tuesday, May 15th. The game was suspended because of rain. 5 days later, Juan Soto made it to the big leagues. Little did we know he's going to be in the lineup the next night, and his first time up, it hits a 3-run homer to the opposite field.
Soto, long ball to left, first pitch, first homer, first RBIs.
You know, what we thought at that time was his first big league home run, right? But he's in the game that reverts back to May 15th, and then we resumed on Monday, June 18th. We picked this game up in the bottom of the 6th. The Nats and the Yankees are tied 3-3. Because if the Nats are ahead or the Yankees are ahead, it's not a suspended game, it's an official game. You total out the book, you move on to the next day, and that's that. So it was really unusual. A lot of people were kind of talking about it before the game. Well, what if somebody does something in that game that's really big and really important? You know, what game does it go into?
Soto coming in.
Well, it goes into the suspended game, and I'll be darned if Juan Soto doesn't come up.
Oh my, look at this! See you later!
So, you know, at that time, he already had several home runs, but in essence, I guess that became his first big league home run, happening 1 month and 3 days after that game started. And really, in essence, 5 days before he ever reported to the Washington Nationals as a big leaguer.
And that's stuff I need to know as a game caller. To see more exclusive behind-the-scenes Nationals content, subscribe to their YouTube channel now. And Nationals fans, you're going to like our next guest. Max Scherzer joining us from the dugout to watch this bottom of the second. Max, how you doing? Thanks for hopping on with us.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
So, okay, we're starting off with Kurt Suzuki, walk-off man from yesterday. This is just perfect timing for us and a huge ovation for him. Take us through your experience of the 9th inning yesterday, because I heard you weren't watching much.
Yeah, I really wasn't. We were down 6 runs. We were all kind of frustrated on how we all played. I was reliving some of my mistakes, and you know, I saw, you know, kind of in the background in the video room, I kind of saw that we were kind of getting a rally going. And I peeked over at the screen, and our video guys told us, like, hey, quit watching this. Like, you're not watching any of this. If we're going to come back, yeah, you're not going to see this. And so sure enough, I kept looking elsewhere, and they kept rallying, and obviously Kurt hits the homer, and we all go nuts.
So not only did you stay in the clubhouse, you couldn't even watch it on TV?
Well, I could, but where I was in the video room, because I started the inning of not watching the rally get started, our video guys, they understand baseball well, and this, any little superstition you can get, you need, and it was for me not to watch.
That's taking the same seats to a whole different level. I love it.
1-2 to Suzuki, and it's on a hop to McNeil. One away, and Victor Robles coming up. Some questions also coming in from some of our commenters today. So let's start big picture here. Giraffe Neck Mark asking, what do you think has been the biggest reason for the turnaround of the Nats season to go from 19-31 to now 78-59? How did that happen?
Really just cutting out mistakes, just playing good baseball and making the other team beat us. When we run the bases right, we play good defense. All the pitchers are throwing strikes. Hitters are going up there having quality ABs. We're as good as a team, and we can compete with anybody. I think in the very first part of the season, we were making a lot of dumb mistakes across the whole team. We all had a hand in it, and collectively we just kind of stopped.
Hey, Max, first of all, how you feeling? Is that lighter? You're good? I know second start was yesterday. How you feeling?
Yeah, I actually feel really good.
Third start.
Yeah, the first two starts, was really under control, trying to work my way back into it. Really focused on not getting hurt again. That back injury was the trickiest one I've ever had in my career. And then last night, was finally able to start adding some intensity to the pitches, especially to the fastball, and recover from that. So I feel good today. Was able to play catch. Feel good. So now the transition is, all right, now to get back onto the 5-day program, be able to throw a bullpen tomorrow, and I feel like I'm going to be right there. So I really think I'm kind of getting through this injury completely.
When you said you were beating yourself up on last night's game, is there a pitch that you go to, or I know I've done that 1,000 times, but what was something that you were beating yourself up on?
Just how I was executing my cutters and sliders. I just didn't feel like I was getting those to the glove side part of the plate as well as I can, and that's just, I think, just being accountable for, hey, when the intensity got picked up, what I was able to do with the fastball, my arm was kind of dragging back on those two pitches specifically, and just didn't allow me to be out front with those pitches, and so that's something I got to sharpen up in between here.
How much at this point in your career do you look at the long term and taking care of yourself and making sure that you don't come back too soon from something like this?
You're always cognizant of it. You're always cognizant of, for me, that was the most frustrating part is, I had a little injury. I knew, after the Kansas City start, I knew I was a little banged up. Thought I had the All-Star break to get healthy, and it took a little bit longer than what I thought it was going to be. But I felt like I was 100% going into that Colorado start. When I took the ball in the Colorado start, here we go.
Parra comes through and drops one into right field. It's a base hit.
The baby shark strikes again.
Give him the shark, Max.
Can we see? What's the clap? Do you do it? Let's get the shot back on Max here.
He's just got Parra's just got such an energy for this team and what he's been able to bring to us, and we've all gotten around the baby shark, and it's been great for the fans, and more importantly, what he's done for us in the clubhouse.
Was it from day one, Max, or how'd that whole thing develop with Parra and the dance and everybody having fun in the clubhouse?
It was just him being him. Him just coming over to our clubhouse and fitting right in, and his personality, just his energy, we all just kind of started feeding off of it, and he just kept bringing more energy, and we all started dancing. Who knew that's what we needed? And sure enough, that has really caught on in our clubhouse, and we've really fed off his energy as well.
I loved Zimmerman's move the other day on the home run, the walker in the dugout.
Yeah, it's old guys.
Well, we talk a lot about it, Max. We're at such an uber level of analytics and sabermetricians, but there is something to be said for team chemistry. I know that's a duh question, but we mentioned Parra and how you guys are loose and dancing. How much has that helped you?
It's not a dumb question in today's game. We try to make robots now, and I think that's the one thing that continually gets overlooked is the it factor of power teams. How well does everybody play together? The chemistry that we all share, and when you come to the clubhouse, how much is everybody pulling for each other? That can change from team to team, and fortunately for us right now, the guys we got going on, we got some great chemistry, really gelling well in the clubhouse, and really having a lot of fun. So I think that's something that really bodes well for us going forward.
And not to slight any other teams you played on, Max, but is this the most fun you've ever had playing baseball?
Definitely here in my time at the Nats. I know I had a good group there in Detroit, but over here in Washington, this is probably our best group of just guys that come to the park and have fun. Just the energy every single day, and you know, like I said, we're dancing on home runs. It makes it fun for everybody.
Let's get one more from the comment section. Sports Gaming Universe. I want to know how Max feels about his former Tigers teammate Verlander's third career no-hitter.
That's cool. That's hard to do. For him to get 3, that's a heck of an accomplishment. So he's throwing the ball outstandingly, and you know, kudos to him for being able to get another no-hitter.
Do you guys keep in touch? Do you send a text after something like that?
Oh, he gets enough.
Probably too many.
There's so many things that go on when you throw one of those.
Sanchez having a good at bat here.
Look at this, look at this, look
3-2
at this.
fisted to center field, and he comes through. Parra is going to go to third, and that's bobbled in center by Lagares. Parra held up at third.
That was a good at bat.
It really was.
From 3-0 to 3-2. And a base hit for Sanchez. We go back to the top of the order and Trey Turner, and we'll show it one more time.
Max, talk about how hard you guys as starting pitchers, and even the Mets pitchers for that matter, work on your hitting every single day.
Yeah, for us, you know, out here BP, like, hey, this isn't home run derby. This is about grinding and finding ways to get better as a hitter. We don't hit the ball at the ballpark. We just find ways to get back to the ball, just hit a little single, and something like that can spark a huge rally. And so we realize who we are and what we can do. More importantly, we got to get our bunts down, but anytime we can go out there with their bat and help our team out, man, that's sure, when we flip that lineup over, good things happen.
Yeah, that's pretty good, Max. But FP, he was 4 for 43.
Look at that, that's a run.
There's a knock for Turner to bring home Parra. It's 1-0 Nationals.
Yeah, that flipping the lineup.
Yep. See, I call that a soul shot.
Are you going to get in the high five line here? We're going to catch it.
Go ahead.
We'll go down.
Go
Come here, baby shark. Come here,
you got enough room?
Come here, baby shark.
There it
is. Trey Turner slaps one for a first run of the day for the Nationals. Turner on first, Sanchez on second, and now as Drupal Cabrera comes up.
Max, did you know that the Mets' career were 806-0 when leading by 6 runs in the 9th inning or later, and the Nats were 0-775 when trailing by 6 runs in the 9th inning or later? Is that nuts?
I mean, no, that's about right. That shows you how hard it is to ever score 6 runs in a 9th inning, and especially in today's game with the guys, with the closers that you go around the league. And I mean, heck, just the fact that we did it, that's just, you know, 1 in 1,000, you know, to be able to do that, man, that was cool to watch. Or guys, for me, not to watch.
What was the celebration like in the clubhouse afterward?
Honestly, it was about 20 minutes of us just screaming and dancing around. All of our voices are a little raspy today from us having a lot of fun last night.
This is as Drupal Cabrera facing a 1-1 count. He's working with 2 runners on for Washington and a 1-0 lead here. A 2-out rally.
Max, one thing, if not mechanical, not even your stuff, but if you can attribute one thing to your success. I mean, you've been dominant, 3 Cy Youngs, and you were second a couple years ago. What would you attribute?
Always getting better. Doesn't matter how good a season you have or how bad a season you have. You can always get better. You have to find something within your game every single year, every single offseason to get better at. You have to self-critique yourself hard and really put your nose to the ground to make those type of changes. And so you have to be committed to every single offseason, every single year, and I feel like I've been able to accomplish that. And that's really my only goal that I go into the year. The numbers will take care of themselves if you worry about getting better.
Yeah, I love it. It seems like you beat yourself up. I was a pitcher that beat myself up. I couldn't hold a candle to what you've done success-wise. But how do you temper that without going completely out of control?
Oh, you got to celebrate the good times as well. There's plenty of times where you got to beat yourself up, and I think that's human nature. But I think you also got to have as much fun as possible when you do have success, especially with your teammates. Because when you go out there and win, you win as a team. And when you're out there and you get a W, man, that's fun to party with.
How often do you talk to hitters about what they're seeing coming out of your hand, say your own teammates?
Actually, all the time. Actually, I talk to Howie all the time about different approaches, different guys, breaking down swings. We have a great dialogue of different things that are going on. Count. You take every situation in a play and just work on your instincts. I think that's work on your instincts of what's going on within the game because every situation changes, every at bat changes. It's a chess match, and you got to figure out what the right move is to always try to be one step ahead of the hitters.
You said you're superstitious, so we have to keep you on to see if the 2-out rally stays alive here. 3-2 coming to Asdrubal Cabrera. This is going to be pitch number 26 of the inning for Zack Wheeler, and the key at bat of the frame. Anibal Sanchez working a 3-0 count. It goes to 3-2. And a bloop base hit up the middle. Keeps the rally going. Parr at a third on that one, and then Turner brings him home.
That was about to be 2 runs.
Cabrera's been a nice addition for your squad as well. A lot of great veterans added here.
Yeah, we have some viejos around here, some old guys. And we embrace it. We love it. We got a bunch of guys who have been around the league. A lot of we're starting to think about rookie dress up, and there's we got no one. We got a bunch of veterans around here, and and I think that's just something, an energy we understand what it takes, the grind of every single day, what it goes out to take. And we just all kind of come together, and we're playing good baseball.
It's a great point. The Nationals are actually the oldest team in Major League Baseball this year, based on average age.
There we go.
That's ball forward as Asdrubal Cabrera. All right, Max. I mean, we'll let you go. We'll pretend.
No.
See?
This is a guy who.
My producer said let him go.
This is a guy who didn't even watch the comeback last night because they're coming. You think he's going to leave?
See, this is how it works. I got to keep me on.
That's it.
Thank you. If Max says we stay, we stay. Okay.
Max, what does a pitching coach say right here? What in your experiences? What is Regan going to tell Wheeler right now?
I don't know. For me, it's what I need to do mechanically right, and all right, what pitch we want to throw.
Just the first pitch, or how you want to work the hitter?
Most likely the first pitch, because the rest of the bat will dictate what the out pitch will be.
That's a silly question, by the way, to ask you, because you'd have told them to get back in the dugout.
No, that's only at certain times. If they're coming to check on me, that's when I kind of lose my mind a little bit.
The Nationals had 2 outs, nobody on. Number 8 hitter up. Now 1 run across, bases loaded. And here's MVP candidate Anthony Rendon, already 1 for 1 today. How quiet is he, Max?
Oh, he's just so chill. He just plays baseball. He's just so relaxed. Nothing phases him.
How do you pitch against him, especially this year?
I don't know. You tell me.
I've got nothing. Hey, is it true that you don't like to shake your catcher off during a game too much?
No, there's times you do, times you don't. That's where you gotta have a good relationship, knowing the situation, which pitch it feels good with. It's always fluid.
0-1 to Rendon, 2 outs, bases loaded. Now 0-2.
That's a good change up there. You know what? That's a good question from Scott, Max, because the more games I watch, it looks like there's not a whole lot of shaking. Are you in that much agreement with your catcher based on, early scout report prior to the game?
I mean, yes. Kurt and I have really gotten to work well together of understanding what we want to do, and he's on board with how I'm thinking. We have reps against our division opponents, and so I trust what he's putting down most of the time.
30th pitch of the inning from Wheeler misses. A ball and 2 strikes.
If you don't get a chance to see Anthony Rendon play every day, I've never seen a hitter let the ball get so deep. And I've never seen a hitter start his swing and stop it so abruptly. I mean, he almost takes the ball out of the catcher's glove at times. That was a perfect example of he started his swing, stopped, and he rarely, when they check him, do they rarely ever say he goes. Strong wrists, strong arms, strong forearms, strong hands.
Let's see what he does with the 1-2. Wow.
Then he can just suck his hands in on a changeup in and just hit it foul. I don't get that. I can't do that.
And do damage with that swing too at times.
We're showing his ranks right now, Max. 1st in batting average, 2nd on base, 3rd in slugging, 2nd in the NL in RBIs, and 4th in runs scored. Have a year.
Yeah, that's some MVP stuff.
And Juan Soto waiting on deck. Almost hit him. It's 2-2. Hey, here's another question. I mean, it's a silly one, but figure I'll get it in. 5 Point Vids asks, Max, which national can deadlift the most weight? Who's the strongest national?
Who did I pick? Howie's pretty strong.
Howie Kendrick.
Howie Kendrick, Strauss. I'm looking down the dugout.
Soto?
I don't know. Here we go. We got some magic.
It's from you. Big pitch coming. 3-2.
Motion offense coming. Put a quarter in the merry-go-round. Get it going.
I love it. It's Sanchez, Turner, and Cabrera on the bases. 3-2 to Rendon. Driven to left. J.D. Davis using the glove. Sunny day. And that'll sit down the side. They get one, though, and they really worked Zach Wheeler. Max, thank you so much for the time. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Max Scherzer on with us for that lengthy bottom of the second. Hey, you wanted to stay. After 2, it's 1-0. Nationals ahead of the Mets. MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Scott Braun, FP Santangelo, Al Leiter, and Lauren Shahadi. And Pete Alonso due up this inning. Or if we get to a 4th hitter, he'll come up this inning. Close enough. 44 home runs on the year. He's had a good series against the Nationals. Last night, that pitch is tailing away, and he cranks it to left center field for number 44 on the year. He's doing things we just don't see.
Yeah. Yeah, look, you got to go back to Shoeless Joe.
Yeah. 1911, a rookie record OPS over 1,000. We're putting them against the history books. Hal Trosky in 1934.
As soon as you start dropping black and white, you know it's pretty good.
What do you know about Hal Trosky? 89 extra base hits. There's Joe D. In 1936, tied for second all-time among rookies with his 88 extra base hits. That's a year. 125 RBIs. Average well over 300. Teddy Ballgame, Ted Williams, 1939, a rookie record for RBI. 145 driven in that year. I mean, we're stacking Pete Alonso up against players like Mark McGwire in 1987, 49 home runs. So Alonso has 44. That's the most for a rookie in the National League ever, but he's still behind McGwire and Judge. More on him in a moment. Pujols at 329, 37, 130. That was his rookie campaign in 2001. Same year, Ichiro doing special things. He won MVP. Second all-time to win MVP and Rookie of the Year in the same season. Fred Lynn also earned that honor. And then there's the big man, Aaron Judge, in 2017. 52 home runs. That's an MLB rookie record for homers and for slugging at 627. He stacks up here, Al. 44 homers. For the love of Pete. He has been up with the squad since day one. That was a big topic of discussion at the beginning of the season, and Mets fans are glad they've had him for the entire ride.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Look, he's 24 years old, drafted as a second-round pick in 2016. The Mets knew what they had at the University of Florida. What I like about him, first of all, he's just a nice kid. But his attitude, behavior, and the way he goes after it is impressive. And it almost seems, I know he's 24, and Nationals got a 20-year-old, and this guy's younger, but he behaves like he's been around a long time. And when he's right, guys, I mean, we started that rip by that the home run last night off of Daniel Hudson. That was 98 miles an hour off the plate. I mean, he really is a special hitter. 268, 270. I think there'll be a little bit of uptick there when he cuts a little bit of his strikeouts down. He's right at that 140 mark in strikeouts. He does take his walks. Just solid, and a solid guy that they can build around as a true cornerstone kind of player for the next however many years.
Yeah, we talk about the numbers and how impressive those are, but if you ever watch Pete Alonso in an interview, how he carries himself, what he cares about, he's a super humble guy. He cares about his teammates. He does a lot of stuff with the military. And my favorite Pete Alonso story is when he was a freshman at Florida, and he did a paper on what kind of goals and outlining his making it to the major leagues. His teacher gave him a C on the paper and said, that's not a realistic goal of being a Major League Baseball player. And he said, wait a minute. That's my dream. You can't say that to me. So he's proven a lot of people wrong. If you've ever talked to him, he's just a great dude. And
I've become a big fan of Pete Alonso.
They better scratch that off and give him an A+ now for what he's doing.
I agree.
He's not just a major leaguer, he's an impact major leaguer. He's been a star. 8-9-1 due up for the Mets, and if one gets on, maybe we'll see Alonso in this top of the third. It's Juan Lagares for his first at-bat of the day, a 203 hitter on the year. To center, Robles backing up, and it's gone! Juan Lagares gives it a ride for a solo shot, and it's 1-1. His third of the year.
Wow. That ball jumping. See the way Victor Robles turned around on it. I didn't think it had that kind of pop off the bat.
Was he ready to play it off the wall?
Well, clearly over his fence, and then quirky little center field with 4-0-2 straight away, but a little hanging slider cutter. You see middle of the plate, nice swing through the baseball. 4th home run on the year.
Yeah, he kind of backed away from that ball, and I thought he was going to catch it initially. It was such a low line drive, and the ball just stayed up in the air. A warm day here at Nats Park, 90 degrees. This ballpark plays small when it's real hot. That was a good swing. That ball stayed in the air forever.
It does when it's hot, but it's pretty fair to mention, I guess, with cooler temperatures.
It is. I think when it's below 70, it plays pretty fair, but 70 and above, this place turns into a launching pad, especially when it's 90 degrees, but that ball was struck.
His first long ball since May 5th. Tapper off the bat of Wheeler, cleaned up by Sanchez for the first out. Hey, Lauren, what else can you tell us about Lagares?
Yeah, Scott, Lagares is being praised in his clubhouse for kind of taking full advantage of his uptick in playing time. He joined the everyday lineup August 13th. He was the first to admit, look, it's tough to perform at the highest level when every offer limits your playing time. Now he's playing more free. Chili Davis says there's always the first person in the cage in every clubhouse and every lineup, and he is that guy.
Known for his defensive skills for many years. And we're back to the top of the lineup in Jeff McNeil. Hey, you said it, FP. This is one of the best looking lineups you've seen from the Mets all year. Even their 8-hitter contributing.
Yeah, it could be a tough one to negotiate, navigate 3 times.
McNeil rolls on one to the ground for Zimmerman. Just like his first at-bat. So we've seen a lot of that from him. A couple home runs mixed in to this series, but rolling over many baseballs right now for a player that goes to all fields. And now let's go to Pete Alonso and his 44 home runs on the year.
Yeah, McNeil, I mean, talking about this lineup and you know, the balance of it I like, but Jeff McNeil, when right, I mean, I know he's fallen off a little bit. He had the hamstring injury, was on the injured list. You know, to me, that's the guy. There's always a catalyst guy. I know, you know, we're talking about Parra and what he's meant to the Nationals. Let's see what we got here.
Parra giving it a look, and he's got it in foul ground to sit down the side after the Lagares home run. 3 retired by Sanchez to finish up the top of the third. 8-pitch inning for Sanchez. Hey, the Mets baseball operations team put in some serious work during this year's MLB draft. Let's take a look inside their war room.
It is a war room. I mean, the draft is organized chaos. This is the beginning for many of these players. Every boy grows up wanting to play in the major leagues. You can't get to the major leagues unless you get drafted first. So this is a big moment. We recognize that for them. It's a big moment for the New York Mets because this is chapter 1 of these players' journey to Flushing.
The ability to bring along a third pitch will be the key to success. The New York Mets select Brett Beatty, a third baseman from Lake Travis.
New York Mets select ID 9374, Wolf Josh, right-handed pitcher, St. Thomas High School, Houston, Texas.
He was the 53rd selection of the 2019 MLB Draft. The New York Mets select Josh Wolf, a right-hand pitcher from St. Thomas High School, Houston, Texas.
get going, get working, and dig there, you did it.
Real one.
Yes, I have it.
That's the one I want to take down.
ID 1509 Slayton.
Mets select ID 9424. Allen Matthew, right-handed pitcher, Seminole High School, Sanford, Florida.
That is awesome. To see more exclusive behind-the-scenes Mets content, subscribe to their YouTube channel now to be inside the war room. And draft week is long for front offices. It's not just day one that we see on the network. We also see round after round grinding it out to get your picks in.
It's the backbone of every franchise. And, amateur scouting, having had a son who went through it and now playing college baseball, it's not only that week, Scott. It is a year-round job.
That's a base hit and maybe more for Juan Soto. He's going to hold up at first with a single to start the bottom of the third. Speaking of young talent.
Just a pretty swing. I mean, one of the prettiest left-handed swings in baseball. Look how deep he lets that ball get. Early in the season, in April and May, the league was throwing Juan Soto tons of off-speed. He had never really learned how to hit the off-speed in the minor leagues. You get to the big leagues by hitting the fastball. So all of a sudden, in season, he and Kevin Long did all kinds of drills in order to be adept at hitting the off-speed. And he's been hitting home runs on changeups. His home run last night on a Jacob deGrom changeup, that's a curveball right there. So he's become a really good off-speed hitter. He's learned at the major league level. Not easy.
He's got to save some weaknesses. Otherwise, what are we going to criticize when he's 24?
Someone will find something, trust me.
I mean, just looking at those two, FP, with Rendon and in the last inning, what a tough at bat. Eventually Wheeler got him out with a 3-2 changeup. I mean, almost as much as they've really killed the Mets, both Soto and Rendon. A first pitch curveball and a base hit. I'm not saying you want to give up hits, but he's really had his way at times with the Mets.
Oh, he just reacted to that. He wasn't sitting on a first pitch curveball. That's
no, but I'm almost saying, like, okay, base hit.
Yeah.
Let me get a 2-ball here.
Right.
He's been that good.
And I think the guy in the batter's box might be the key to the rest of this season, or whoever hits behind Juan Soto, because I feel like moving forward, teams are going to pitch around Rendon and Soto if they have bases to work with. And it's going to be up to the guys behind them, whether it's Matt Adams, Ryan Zimmerman, Asdrubal Cabrera, to make them pitch to Juan Soto.
All right, I'll throw out the what would you do? Because I'm telling you, if I was pitching, there's not a doubt in my mind. I'm not saying I'm going to, throw 4, not even close, but I would not let Anthony Rendon and Juan Soto beat me. I wouldn't. You are 100% right. It'll be a Ryan Zimmerman. It'll be Suzuki, Robles, somewhere around down the lineup.
And no offense to those guys, they're just not locked in and having the years that those two guys are having. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, no, you're talking about an MVP guy. And right, it's just listen. I when I played with the Mets, Tom Seaver used to do the games, and I'd walk around before the game, and I had the lineup in my back pocket, and I'd be walking, and Tom Seaver would come over and pull the lineup out, and he'd look at the lineup, and he'd say, I wouldn't let him beat me in the 5th inning, and after the 7th inning, I wouldn't let him or him, and he'd be pointing at guys, and this was Tom Seaver, the great Tom Terrific. So it's just managing lineups. It's being smart of what matches up better.
Zimmerman gets one through the left side. And 2 on quickly, back-to-back hits to start off the Nationals portion of the third.
Did you do it? Did you listen to Tom Seaver? I mean, how could you not?
No, I did. And I'll tell you what, FP, I know it was maybe nauseating at times, just a little jam shot. He tried to go away, came inside, just getting the ball through the hole. Zimmerman did. You see Rosario playing straight defense in the infield. Yes, I did. But however, if your manager and pitching coach doesn't know what you're doing, it looks like you're getting a little careless or you lost the feel. Like honestly, there were times when, like, if I got 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 on a certain guy, no, I'm not. If you want to swing at this, go ahead, but get to first. I'll 2-ball it, or if there's 2 outs, I'm going to get the next guy.
Start fresh with a new count.
Fresh.
Yes. Try to battle back into the count.
The 0-0 to 1-0 or the 0-0 to 0-1 or even worse or better is the 1-1 to 1-2 to the 1-1 to 2-1. It's the biggest disparity in batting average against OPS through all your stats.
Do you think there's a lot of guys in today's game that do that, or you think guys just try to power through lineups and they don't pick spots, or they try to fight back into counts?
I think majority of guys, and I say it respectfully, I don't think they really think that way. I think it's a scouting report, it's video analysis, it's sabermetrician, and all of the stuff that's inundating these clubhouses now with reams of data. And I don't know if these guys think that way. I bet Max Scherzer does, as good as he is. I know DeGrom does, you know, to think to the next level. You could see it. That's why I wanted to ask Max, you know, how often do you shake? Now, there might be a catcher. He said Suzuki he's in sync with a lot. But you can't possibly throw 100, 110 pitches today and think that every single pitch your catcher calls is the right selection, or at least the one that you have 100% conviction in. I don't think so. I mean, respectfully, I had Mike Piazza for many years, and, you know, I shook him off a lot.
Well, you got to be 100% behind the pitch you're throwing in that count in a big situation versus just agreeing with your catcher saying, well, that's a good idea, but I think this is a better idea.
Right.
Do you ever have guys get mad at you for shaking them off too much? Like, you're on your own, big boy. Here we go. You shook me off 14 times tonight.
Suzuki went around.
He waved at that little slider. I think he took a little bit more off of his slider speed, 89 miles an hour.
And he's slow back to the dugout. He didn't think he went.
What do you got, pitcher? Did he go?
Oh, yeah, he went.
FB, what do you think?
Thought it was close. Leave it at that.
Close doesn't count. Did he go? Yeah, no, I think every guy goes.
That's enough. When you watch games in the clubhouse with your teammates, the pitchers think every pitch is a strike, and the hitters think every pitch is a ball. They're like, yeah, it's not a strike, and the pitchers are over there going, that's a strike. Swing the bat, and you're getting like fun arguments with pitchers in the clubhouse. So of course Al thought he went right there.
I do know it is hard to hit. I couldn't do it, of course, being a pitcher, but watching most games, and the Major League umpires are great. Great. Yeah, do they miss a few here or there? Yeah. But I think, you know, for the most part, when in doubt, to me, I see more balls. I'm talking about that borderline when in doubt, on the line or just barely off the line.
A little dancing around, a check back to second, but Soto is there.
Yeah, that's a good move. You know, Zach Wheeler coming from the stretch. Just his timing, rhythm, tempo, his leg kick, knowing that he has to be a little quicker, have to be mindful of good runners. You know, this is always a good thing. Inside move. Boy, if they knew, or at least Robbie Cano knew, that I think they would have had him. But it's good. I like the inside move, even if nothing happened other than that, because now that'll keep your runner at second a little bit closer. He's got to wait for you to know for sure that you're going home. Makes a difference between a bang play at home or not if there's a base hit to the outfield.
Soto with 12 stolen bases this year. He's only been caught once.
It's going to be a big bullpen day for the Mets. Pitch 70 from Wheeler is fouled off.
Yeah, they're making him work, Scott. This is not ideal. 1 out in the third inning, you're up to 70 pitches. And he's used all of his pitches. This hasn't been primarily of a Zach Wheeler of fastball slider. We've seen a lot of curveballs and some changeups.
He's got 9 swinging strikes, 5 with the slider. Fooled Robles last time around. That's a strike up in the zone.
See, that's the one. Every hitter. Now he's going to look back. Yeah, but okay, maybe it was demonstrative on Ramos's part, but that's belt high plate coverage. Let's see where this is on the plate. Yeah, he doesn't like it. I don't know. Borderline up.
Wilson Ramos is good at framing the high pitch. Hit a couple last night that he pulled down the zone. I watched him catch for the Nats over the years. He's better with the high ball bringing it down than the low ball bringing it up. He sells it. Big wide target back there.
Yeah, he's a big guy. You know, always had to have that quandary. Do you want a little target with a little guy back there, or a big? You know, for Ramos, he, you know, to get down real low, it's not easy.
Robles sends it to left, and Davis has it for out number 2.
Well, Mike Piazza must have been like throwing to the backstop.
Yeah, he was big, dude. Yeah. No, I know. It was, you know, it was a reminder. And I had a pitch that was a hard-cutting fastball that went in on the righty, and I would you know, very respectfully would go to the home unplate umpire. So don't give up on that. Oh, here's your guy.
This is big for the YouTube crowd watching. Do you know how many views Baby Shark has on YouTube?
No.
Give me a guess.
Oh, that's a good one. Look at that one.
I'm going to say
Gerardo Parra's walk-up song is Baby Shark. The crowd loves it. They all do the shark clap.
All right, 2.6 million.
FP?
12 million.
You guys are way off. Big music videos will get hundreds of millions. This one, 3.3 billion views worldwide.
For this?
For Baby Shark.
When he gets up?
Not for his particular at-bat. The song itself on YouTube.
See, you got me all messed up. I thought you meant the video showing.
Oh, it's showing Parra. No. The video itself has 3.3 billion views, and it's popular here at the ballpark with the entire crowd. FP sees it every day.
I like walk-up songs that are interactive with the fans, no matter what it is. Gets them into the game.
I agree. I think I like it. I like it.
No matter what's going on in a game, whether it's super close, blowout, the crowd is there with the shark clap. And the organ follows. He has been a spark plug to this team, cut by the San Francisco Giants earlier this season after hitting just 198. He's been better with the Nationals, but the contributions go far beyond what he's done on the field. J.D. Davis in foul ground. He's got it. And Wheeler wiggles out of traffic, but the pitch count is riding high, and after 3 innings, the Mets and the Nationals are even at 1. Daytime baseball at Nationals Park. It's the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube. And Dave Martinez, Nationals manager, coming very soon. Named manager in October of 2017, replacing Dusty Baker. Last year for the Nats, their worst season since 2011. They have bounced back in a big way this year. Best team in baseball since May 24th. And led by their second-year manager. We spoke to him this morning. Cool, calm, collected, even keel. He says he learned some of that from Bobby Cox when he was on the Atlanta Braves. Let's hear from Dave Martinez right now with Lauren.
Dave, an epic win, similar lineup to last night. Nobody asked for a breather, just some momentum going into tonight.
They're ready to go. I mean, these guys are relentless every day, every game. They don't quit. They want to play, and they know what we're playing for.
Quality at bats from Juan Soto, Anthony Rendon. Are you just used to seeing it at this point?
Yeah, I mean, you look back. I try to look back at the best 3-4 combinations in baseball, and I think they're right there with the best of them. The only one I could think of was Big Papi and Manny. What they've done. These two guys have been incredible.
What have you seen from Anibal so far?
He's been good. He's been good mixing his pitches. You know, when he's effective, you can throw all his pitches for strikes.
Appreciate it.
All right, Lauren.
Scott.
Thank you, Lauren. And this team doesn't panic because of the veteran additions, resiliency, especially after they started off slow. Look at the ages on this list. In a game that keeps getting younger, FP, the Nationals zig while the rest of the league zags, and it's working for them.
A 20-year-old left fielder and a 22-year-old center fielder, so it kind of evens out that stuff. But when you look at the ages, hey, those guys are all young to me. Even Fernando Rodney at 42. I think when you're a baseball player, you start thinking you're old when you're 32. And if you could redo it all over again, that's not old at all.
No. You know what? And good for the Nationals. It bothers me a little bit as a retired player because I had the mentor older guys, the Ron Guidrys, the Dave Righettis. I played with Tommy John. Even when Dave Winfield at the end of his career and a Paul Molitor, they mean a lot. And even as great a career as they've had, if it was a solid major league career, you get the guy that's been around and been there. That's where you pull him in. Darren Dalton, when he was traded to the Marlins at the end of his career, we win the World Series. Like, you need that, kind of the look to the guy when things aren't going great.
Agreed.
We have another Nationals game, by the way, on September 13th when the Braves are in town. Before that, we'll do a game tomorrow with the Blue Jays and the Rays in Tampa Bay, out in Anaheim on the 10th for the Indians and Angels. That Braves-Nationals matchup I talked about, then Rays-Dodgers and Cardinals-Diamondbacks to finish off our slate on YouTube this year. Cardinals-Diamondbacks is turning into a very intriguing matchup. Arizona has an easy schedule the rest of the way compared to other wildcard contenders, and the Diamondbacks are 3.5 games out of a wildcard spot. This is a team that has shed some of its superstars the past few years as Conforto swings through. It's a ball and a strike. Paul Goldschmidt traded away in the offseason. Patrick Corbin goes to the Nationals in the offseason as a free agent signing. And then they dealt away Zach Greinke at the trade deadline, and Arizona is sticking in it.
When you played with Tommy John, did you say, hey, they're going to name a surgery after you?
No, I think he was already named after him.
Did you? It was already?
So it's funny. I mentioned, my son, he plays in it. Yeah. And he got to a point, whatever. I alluded to the fact that I was 21. Tommy was 45 in rotation in 88. And my son turned to me and goes, Tommy John's a person?
He thought it was just a surgery.
It was a surgery. I said, yeah, what do you think they named it? They named it after Tommy John. Yeah, how crazy is that? I think he was either 45 or 46 years old. And we were in the same rotation. John Candelaria and Candyman.
Conforto spits one down the line. And that'll turn into a stand-up double. The Mets with a leadoff base runner in scoring position in the fourth.
I don't know how you feel about FP, but I'm going to say it. When I watch a major league hitter do that, go the other way, hit the ball where it's thrown, that's why I marvel at Rendon and Soto. But watch here, he's setting up away. Suzuki is. That ball's. Look at his head. Stays on it. Instead of trying to yank and pull off and hit a fly ball to center or roll over, I can't tell you. That gets me as excited. Maybe not a home run, but you know.
No, Nats fans laugh at me all the time because I get super excited about opposite field swings. And Michael Conforto's got one of the prettiest left-handed swings right up there with Juan Soto. I could watch this guy hit all day. But just watching that replay, you like comps? He reminds me of Don Mattingly in the middle of his swing. That's a good at-bat right there.
Cabrera retires Ramos, and Conforto moves up to third. The only thing for Ramos personally is his 26-game hit streak is on the line.
But there you go, FP. You were exactly right. Wilson Ramos, 26-game hitting streak. He gets a ball over, moves him over. This is winning baseball.
Yeah, for the ball club. He's not worried about his hitting streak.
Yeah, no, he's got 26, and you're getting midway through a game, and he gave himself up by trying to go the other way. Of course, did he want to single the right side? But he moved over Conforto, and now sac fly has your team go ahead.
A chance for Robinson Cano to put the Mets in front. Base hit his first time up and sends one to left center. That's going to have plenty of distance. In fact, it's gone. Robinson Cano muscles up, and the Mets are up 3-1. A big, powerful welcome back.
I tell you what, great players can just hit. It doesn't matter how much time they miss. And I know his first go-around before he got hurt wasn't a great one with the Mets, but he's had such a great career. That's such a sweet swing. That's a lot like the home run he hit off Max Scherzer here on opening day. And it was a changeup, too, off of Max.
See, now, same idea. Obviously, they've got much more barrel and drove it to left center. But he's thinking fly ball. He got something up, changeup from Sanchez, and the ball just happened to go over the fence. And I say happened to go over the fence. A conversation with Scott Rowland years ago, and I said something about his approach. He said, I try to go left center, right center, hit doubles. And it's actually a mistake if the ball goes over the fence.
Yeah.
Scott Rowland, remember, Phillies and Cardinals, Reds.
I think it's the opposite now. I think guys try to hit home runs and a line drive is a mistake. But give Wilson Ramos a lot of credit there for moving the leadoff double and making that at-bat a little more simple for Cano, where he's thinking, I don't have to get a base hit. That's here. Right. I just have to hit a fly ball. He touches it, gives him a 2-run lead.
His 11th home run of the season. He's 11 for his last 17. That's obviously wrapped around a long stint on the injured list, but not as long as anticipated. To center field, and that's a base hit for J.D. Davis. Third hit of the inning for the Mets.
Strong. Get the sinker in, just fights it off. Back to Robbie Cano, guys. Here he had the hamstring injury, did not go down on a rehab assignment, only had limited, usage of beat. Tough, pull his hands in there, J.D. Davis. This is nice hitting right here. This guy's a quality big league hitter. But to think about that, FP, just threw it out there enough. Was that a pitching wedge or sand wedge?
Lob wedge.
Lob. But no rehab. Some live BP kind of stuff. See how the hammy feels, and here he is.
Pro hitter.
Yeah.
Guys like that can hit out of bed. Those are the guys who get 2 or 3 knocks the first day of spring training, and you're thinking, I can't even hit one out of the cage right now, and these guys are throwing line drives all over the campsite.
Now it's Rosario with Davis on first. So here's a question from one of our commenters. NYMETE, I don't know how you say that, but whose swing is sweeter, Cano's or Conforto's?
Oh, I'll defer to Al on this one.
I just think because of watching Robbie for so many years, and when Robinson Cano is right, that left center stay on the ball, like any good hitter. You show me a 300 hitter, he's going to go line to line. He's going to have a really good opposite field approach. I got to give it to Robbie when Robbie is the Robinson Cano that we know, but not far off. Does that sound like a political comment there or an answer?
Well, that's just who's going to be more mad at you after the game in the clubhouse. So you got to go with the guy that, isn't going to get ticked off. Well, I like Conforto's. I've seen Cano's over the years. Everything he does is easy, Cano, right. But Conforto's swing is the new sweet left-handed swing. He and Juan Soto to me are 1 and 2, however you want to rank them, in the sweetness of their swing, not in the results or the numbers.
An 0-2 hole for Rosario. And a little tapper to the right side for Cabrera. Over to second goes Davis with 2 outs.
It's funny you say that because, doing the stuff at MLB Network, and we got to, especially every year you come around like, who's a Hall of Famer and who's not? And they're all great. But when you sit there, you're like, God, I just don't think he's a Hall of Famer. You feel like you're insulting the guy. I didn't say you had a bad career. I don't think you're bad. You're really, really good. You were great. I just don't think you're a Hall of Famer. Like, it's not a knock. Yeah, you got 2 great swings. That one's a little better. Yours isn't bad.
You say what you want. You don't have to get on the plane with them. You just stay in your studios in Secaucus. You can say whatever you want. Try walking down the aisle in the plane and then you say something stupid. That's not fun. In 4 hours for 162 games.
Yeah, but you know what? You do a great job. And I'm going to tell you this. My only thing about anybody who ever criticized me when I played, don't ever question my effort and what you think I'm thinking.
Yeah.
We could say, yeah, that slider was up. You missed with your location. You were late on the fastball. That's all real stuff. And if a guy can't handle that, wow. Send him to the couch.
Wheeler to center. Robles coming in. They intentionally walked Lagares, so it was first and second, but then Sanchez retires Wheeler, but Robinson Cano does the big damage. Sac fly opportunity, forget that. He's going long for the 11th time this year. And the Mets are in front 3-1 after an epic downfall last night in the 9th inning. The Mets bats pouncing early against Sanchez, and they lead it as we head to the Nats portion of the 4th. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Scott Braun, P. Santangelo, Al Leiter, and Lauren Shahadi, and the President's race going on right now, which is always fun. But let's talk Mickey Callaway, manager in October of 2017, just like Dave Martinez on the other end. 77 wins last year. They started 11-1 and finished 18-10. And then this season, their best run was from mid-July to late August at 27-9. And Mickey is standing by with Lauren Shahadi right now.
76 pitches for Wheeler. How available is Lugo? Could he go 2?
He can. He threw 10 pitches last night, but we have a lot of bullpen guys down there. So September, you have that luxury. I'm proud of Wheels for battling so far. It hadn't been easy for him, but he's keeping us in the game.
Cano's back in the lineup, already making an impact. How much do you think we'll see him down the stretch, Mickey?
Yeah, he needs to play. He can hit. We'll be smart about it and make sure he gets enough rest where he can finish the season, but he's going to get out there as often as we can.
What did you say to the team today after last night?
I said it's a tough one. That one's hard to digest, but we got to overcome it. We've overcome a lot this year to get where we're at, and we got to keep that going.
Appreciate it.
Yep, thanks a lot, Lauren.
Scott.
11:30 a.m. Eastern time, about an hour and a half before the game, Mickey Callaway went to his crew and said, guys, this counts the same as a 2-1 loss to Max Scherzer if it went down that way. MLB.TV is now available at a lower price for $26.99. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand and receive access to MLB At-Bat Premium. Visit MLB.TV for details. Teddy goes down. You got beat up by a pizza?
By the way, you might not answer this, but I thought it was pretty cool that Teddy didn't win for how many years?
A while. I don't know. I think he won in 2012 because Jason Worth said, "Why doesn't Teddy win?" And he tried to tackle the other presidents one day in right field so that Teddy would win. And he kind of wanted to change. That was part of his thinking in changing the culture around here to a winning culture. Why would you want to have somebody lose all the time? And then he finally won in 2012, and the Nats finally won the NL East.
Wow. All right.
So I think Jason Worth had a lot to do with Teddy finally winning a race.
Zach Wheeler's usage today, fastball in line, more sliders, and pretty much the same kind of stuff we're seeing otherwise, but the slider has been more of a weapon of choice today. He's got 9-1 and 2 up for the Nationals here in the fourth. Sanchez with a full count base hit last time up. That was followed by a Turner knock that scored Parra, and that's the one run to show for the Nationals today. The Nats, by the way, didn't just win in 2012. 2014, 2016, and 2017 NL East champs. This time Wheeler makes quick work of Sanchez. Is that a revenge at bat for what he did to him last time around? He drove up the pitch count. I believe it was a 7-pitch at bat, and then kept the inning alive.
Probably. I think the best revenge for a pitcher is getting a hit when you get up if the other pitcher gets a knock off you.
And Wheeler can do that too.
That wasn't happening here.
No, you were good at a lot of things, if I remember right. What'd you hit career?
I was one of the worst ever. I think it was me. Somebody wrote an article. Me or Jim Deshaies is the worst hitting pitcher ever.
That's something to be proud of.
You know what? Why not?
If you're going to be bad, be epically bad. Don't just be like, oh, I was a 110 hitter. Be like a 026 hitter.
I think it was 085.
Nice.
Could you bunt?
You know what? I was a pretty good bunter. I was. Yeah, I knew that I better contribute.
Well, you contributed 7 innings at least a lot of times, and that was your job. It wasn't driving in runs.
I tried.
48 career sacrifice bunts for Al. It's a good number.
I think a couple years I was double digits.
Speedy Trey Turner.
I don't know. Do they eventually do? Here you are, National League. Do they eventually do away with the pitcher hitting?
No. I'm an anti-DH guy. I like the strategy, the double switch. I like seeing Anibal Sanchez the first time up grind out an at-bat and the crowd cheers. I think, you know, pitchers hitting. Jacob deGrom's a fun guy to watch hit. He's got a great swing. Steven Strasburg had 5 RBIs this year with a home run, had to dance in the dugout. Things like that you'd miss. Max Scherzer's great with runners in scoring position. So I enjoy the aspect of the strategy and watching hitters or pitchers hit.
Turner sends it to left, and he's on. And that's trouble for the Mets.
Got a 3-2 curveball up. Turner, such a good hitter. Mentioned about Jeff McNeil for the Mets. I think Nider at the top of the lineup. Watch this curveball. Buckles stays back. Look at this pull on his hands in, FP.
As Max said, sucking those hands in close to your body and getting the barrel of the baseball. Nice adjustment. Now, I think even down by 2, if Zach Wheeler gives him a chance, he might go here. Let's see.
31 stolen bags this year, second in the National League. He led the league last year. 2 swipes in this series. Cabrera, fly ball out and a walk so far today.
Look a little runnerish.
He always does. He's a rhythm stealer. Watch, he starts to rock back and forth, and he wants that rock to go towards second base right when you pick up your foot as a pitcher. So he'll get out there in a wide stance with his hands on his knees, then he'll stand up and he'll try to get the rhythm. Watch him start rocking back and forth. Trying to time it when you lift up your foot. If I'm rocking towards second, he just keeps the momentum going to maximize his jump.
When you ask him about the Nationals offense this year, he goes, we can mash or we can manufacture. That's a good way to describe Trey Turner as a hitter. Double-digit home runs, but a problem when he's on base. Cabrera to right. Conforto is there. And Turner scurries back to first.
See, even that angle right there, Cabrera nailed it, just hit it right at Conforto. When you have a runner like a Trey Turner, you mentioned 31 stolen bases, second to Acuna in the National League. The Mets have given up 25 more stolen bases than the second worst team, pitching staff, 87 with the Angels. So you have, as a staff as a whole, you got a lot of hard throwers, guys with big leg kicks. They don't like to compromise their leg kick, have a quick slide step, a 1-1, 1-2 to home plate. You deviate a little bit from the hitter, and that's where you see mistakes. Ball up in the zone, hang a slider, fastball you miss because you're worried about the guy at first. And I say this to you, FP, because I know you were that kind of player. You'd create havoc. But with the stolen base going down, I'm telling you, it bothered me as a pitcher, knowing that you might go to get yourself at second base. A little blooper now is a run.
No, I say that about Trey all the time in the elite base healers. Just him standing there, you're thinking about him, and maybe it distracts you a little bit, and you hang something.
It's real. It is. And I know that analytics folks will tell you it's not real. It's real.
It is. It's a pretty nice play.
I love the netting. It creates new ways to catch a baseball.
The trampoline effect, not a problem. Pick it. Nice play.
So instead of players going to foul ground and falling in the seats, now they're going to be bouncing off the netting. Jeff McNeil did that, and it was pretty cool to watch. I think it brings a new component to the game.
How far would Derek Jeter go on the plays that he used to make in Yankee Stadium down the left field line when he dove into the stands? On the ricochet.
Yeah, ricochet back to the foul
back to the left center field.
Yeah, he would have been able to bounce right back to his shortstop position. Rendon on the ground. It's for Rosario, and he throws across for the third out. So Trey Turner left on for the Nationals. They've actually left on 8 so far this afternoon after 4. The Mets leading Washington 3-1. Throughout the 2019 season, the Mets are celebrating the 50th anniversary of their first ever World Series winner in 1969.
2 outs, 1 more to go. Dave Johnson at bat. The New York Mets are #1, baseball champions of the world. The celebration goes on and on and on. The New York weather report, cloudy with falling confetti. Thus ends one of the great sports stories of all time. Call it what you will, Mets mystique, Mets magic, luck, destiny. For sure, it was superb, dramatic, thrilling, exciting baseball.
And hey, you can talk about that in the comment section if you are on the Mets account, the Nationals, or that select group of YouTube creators. Can't forget about the MLB account as well. It's YouTube's live game commentary, adding to our thoughts during the broadcast. And you can view that live game commentary on your mobile phone, computer, and on your smart TV. We're watching those comments all game long. And guess what? Mike Rizzo, general manager of the Washington Nationals, is going to join us after this top of the 5th. Any questions you have from those commenters, let us know now, and we'll ask some of them to Mike about the job that he's done with this Nationals team. They've been competitive for a long time now. They did some work at the trade deadline to try and bolster their bullpen as well. This is Jeff McNeil, 0 for 2. Same result so far today. His 3rd trip to the plate against Sanchez. Excited to talk to Mike Rizzo. He had to figure out a way to improve that bullpen, FP, and he did so. Roenis Elias, Hunter Strickland, both added to the mix out of the pen, and also Daniel Hudson, who we saw a bit of yesterday.
Fernando Rodney.
That's right.
A lot of tweakage of a bullpen that just didn't work out early in the season, and there was never a doubt that changes would be made. That's what he does best.
That's a fair ball, and McNeil has retired 3 times the same way so far this afternoon. Pete Alonso coming up. The Nationals bullpen is the worst in the National League so far this year. Worst bullpen ERA by a team to make the postseason. You're looking at the numbers. The Nationals are at 5.79. They're on their way to the playoffs if things go the way they're going right now, and it would be the worst playoff team bullpen wise that we've ever seen.
Yeah, the numbers are numbers, but which way is that number heading?
Alonso scorches it to left, and that is launched out of here. Pete Alonso with his 45th home run of the season. He muscles up and has the major league lead in home runs. Mets up 4-1. Crushing Nationals pitching all year long.
So home run number 44 late last night, home run number 45 today. And just look at the uppercut in the swing, how on time he is, the extension, the two-hand follow through. And he doesn't hit wall scrapers. When he hits them, they stay hit, and you know they're gone as soon as he touches them.
106 miles an hour off the bat. Second home run for the Mets this afternoon. Cano added one in the previous inning. There's 45 on his way to catch Aaron Judge in his 52 mark, which was the best for a rookie in baseball history. What else do you know, Lauren?
Scott, you guys were telling your favorite Pete Alonso stories earlier. I'm not sure if you remember back to baseball winter meetings in Vegas, but Alonso was hanging around the MLB Network set. He was enthusiastic, excited, asking if he could join the broadcast. And when he did, he told us, I'm just so hoping to make the opening day roster. That was his goal. He said, I hope my play will be convincing enough. That was 9 months and now 45 home runs ago.
Yeah, I think things are working out for him.
I like that the Mets said if he's good enough, he makes the team. We don't care about the arbitration clock. That's so refreshing in today's game. It's like if we got to pay him someday, we got to pay. They're going to have to pay him now, but that's the way it should be. Shouldn't the best 25 guys make the team regardless of their time? Or
yeah. Well, especially coming out of spring training, Port St. Lucie, he had a heck of a spring training. It wasn't even where like it was good, he deserves it, but it's okay to send him down. He was that good. And if you put together a team that is determined as a possible playoff team, how could you have held a guy down like that? That already has shown at the minor league level, I'm ready. And then you have a stellar spring training, and you send them out.
It's happened.
I know. I mean, you go up there in Toronto, I guess Vlad Jr., he had a heck of a spring training. But the Blue Jays going into opening day was different than the feeling of what the Mets were doing.
Conforto down on strikes. And if the Mets had missed the postseason by a game or two, and Alonso came up 2.5 weeks into the year, it would not have been a happy fan base or a happy ball club.
That's a good changeup. Sanchez just a little missing with his feel. That ball up is hittable. Through a split to Alonso in this 45th home run. That was a good one there.
Now Ramos, chop shot, and it's for Trey Turner, and he's got it. So I mentioned the Mets with 2 first pitch homers, Cano and Alonso, and we had one from Lagares earlier. Add it all up, and it's a 4-1 lead as we head to the 5th, the bottom half for the Nationals. The season may not have started as planned, but the Nationals have been the best that baseball has to offer since the end of May.
This bullpen kind of, to me, felt an arm short coming out of spring training, and I saw that through the kind of opening series.
If you're going to play as bad as we've been playing, it's better to do it now so we can recover.
220 on breaking pitches and off-speed pitches. That ranked 130th in baseball.
The Nationals always a little less than the sum of their parts.
For Scherzer, if there's been one flaw to his game in recent years, it's been that he's given up a lot of home runs.
The bullpen is still a massive problem and is not going to be something that's easily overcome for them.
The only thing we can do is,
get flush it, and show up ready to play tomorrow.
Probably everyone on this panel thought they were dead in the water, that they would not come back from 1931, and yet they have.
See you later from Soto. This one to the gap. Trey Turner. Another cycle.
They're veteran presence, and we talk about this and we sometimes laugh at it, I know. But that has carried them through the difficult times and enabled them to build the foundation for the surge that they had. And their belief is that even though they're the oldest team in the majors, that actually is an asset for them.
When your best player, in their case it's Anthony Rendon, shows up every day and plays, and I think the team kind of emulates him. They're having fun. The first time I've seen the Nationals team actually look like there's tremendous joy in one heartbeat amongst the group.
You had a feeling they were going to find a way. They've been doing it all year long. Step.
There's the 19-31 start and the 59-28 record since then. The offense has exploded. The ERA has improved, especially from that bullpen. Starting pitching has been a force all year long for this team, and the defense has improved as well. Best record in baseball since May 24th, and the general manager who puts it all together roster-wise for this team joining us right now, Mike Rizzo in the booth. Mike, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
It's a pleasure to be here.
It's great to have you. And for the Nationals, I know they're trailing right now 4-1, but you were here yesterday and saw one of the most epic comebacks in franchise history. Where does that game stack up for you in the ones that you've watched?
Well, you know, we've seen a lot of baseball in our years in the game, and you know, there's only been a handful of games that have had that type of impact in the ninth inning. So you know, it was a special game for us, and you know, it's a testament to the players down there and to the coaching staff who never gives up. And this is a grinder ball club, and we wear down pitchers, and we seem to find a way to win games, even if they're on the ugly version.
Soto, Zimmerman, and Suzuki due up for the Nationals here in the last of the fifth. And for Zach Wheeler, he's at 92 pitches. How good has Soto looked this year?
Soto's been terrific since we brought him up as a 19-year-old. He played about 3 games in left field in his short minor league career, and we threw him in the middle of the lineup in the big leagues for the first time as a 19-year-old in a position he's never played before, and just flourished right in front of our eyes. So he's a special talent and a special personality.
And he drops down a bunt. Wheeler with the backhanded toss, or the fadeaway toss, and he's got him. Barehanded. Zach Wheeler making the play to retire Juan Soto, who tries to sneak a bunt down.
With the shift. Watch here, slap the bunt over. This is a nice play by Zach Wheeler on the run. Good wheels for Soto. Let's see what he's got. A little push bunt.
Safe or out? What do you got? They're not going to challenge. They're going to play on. They got him. A nice play by Wheeler. The bare hand play. Kind of a blind sidearm throw right on the money to get Soto. He had to do everything right. Not a bad idea by Juan. Down by 3.
Mike, looking at the turnaround for your season, are you? I assume your answer is going to be: are you closer to the 59-28 that you've guys been amazing at since May 24th, or was that 19-31 just throw it out, dud? Guys weren't right.
Well, you know, there's a lot of things that when we look back at our start, we saw, you know, we had about 5 of our everyday position players that were on the disabled list at the same time. 2 of our rotation pitchers were hurt. A couple of our bullpen guys were nicked up, so we didn't have our ball club together. We some underperformance in the bullpen, some guys that were slow starters, just trying to get it going. So it was a rough go for about a month and a half there, and again, testament to Davey Martinez that kept this ship afloat when things were at their worst. He was at his best. So really appreciative of the veteran presence in that clubhouse. Not one person. There was no anonymous quotes. There was no backbiting. There was no finger pointing, and it was a full team effort. And it was great to see these guys come back and be the team they were. We always thought we were a 90-ish win type of team coming out of spring training, and I think you're seeing that type of team now.
There hasn't been a lot of drama around here this year. I mean, that's a testimony to you guys, the coaches, the players, the chemistry that this ball club's had. Talk about that.
Well, it's chemistry is it's a good bunch of guys. We between the lines they're great performers, but in the clubhouse, in the community, on the charter flights, they're all good guys, and there's not a whole lot of things that you have to write, and we've got a lot of captains on this team, and when one of the younger players does something that the veterans don't appreciate. It's not the manager often or the coaches often that pulls them aside. It's one of the players. When Howie Kendrick talks, people listen, and a lot of those type of leaders are on this team.
100th pitch from Zach Wheeler. He blows it by Suzuki.
So you've been a general manager for a long time here, and as we evolve as people, but I wonder, it's refreshing that you have the oldest average age, and we were talking about it earlier, how some of the mentors that I had, Ron Guidry or Tommy John or Dave Righetti, that I looked up to as they were getting a little older. Is that by design as a result of team chemistry and bonding and making sure everybody has kind of people to look up to?
Sure, we like young players just like everybody else. We've got a handful of them and a core group of guys, but to surround them with guys who've been there and done it and know how to play the game, I think is a special ingredient and a great combination.
10-pitch inning, but we have no commercials on YouTube, so if you don't mind, we'll keep you for a couple more minutes.
Beautiful.
Mike, that was a quick one. So a couple questions from our commenters, too. And we were trying to come up with this. Movie Gaming TV asks, which player in MLB history does Juan Soto remind you of? Do you have any comps?
I hate comping players just because you're putting an expectation on them, because usually the guy you're comping them with is some kind of terrific Hall of Fame kind of player. Left-handed guy who knows the strike zone, has got power, high average, high power, high character guy. It's easy to put some of the left-handed greats and on him, and he reminds me of Stroke. He's got a kind of a flat bat approach at the plate. He reminds me of Ken Griffey Sr. really early in his career when he used to attack the baseball and that type of thing. And few players that are at any age, but certainly as young as Juan is, that have the plate discipline and the eye that he has at the plate, hits pitches in that are on the plate, and has quickly gained the respect of a lot of the home plate umpires, because when he doesn't swing, it's usually a ball.
So you don't like comps. I think that's the first thing I try to do is like, who does that guy remind me of?
It's different when a GM puts a comp on one of his own players, because now he's putting pressure on him. But when we do it as media dorks with makeup on, I mean, that's fine. You don't, as a manager too, you wouldn't want to put a comp on a kid.
No, I understand.
Sparky Anderson used to do that all the time. He'd say, "This is the next Mickey Mantle," and then it wouldn't be,
Mike, tell us about what you did at the trade deadline, and I'll piggyback it with a question from Made the Cut. What is one thing fans don't consider when assessing a recently acquired player?
Well, I think there's certainly the amount of time that you have the player is those quick snapshots of what a player is. I think gets us in trouble. I think that you have to look at the entirety of the body of work with these guys, and I think that you have to allow them to adapt into a new situation, because these guys come on trade deadline. They're often shocked and surprised that they are traded. They're coming into a new system. They're staying at a hotel. They don't know their way to the ballpark. They don't know where to eat. They don't have any really friends on the team. So it's a difficult transition for a lot of these guys. So my thing always is give them some time to adapt to the surroundings, to get invigorated in the clubhouse, and then kind of be one of the teammates in the clubhouse.
Cano, Davis, and Rosario due up for the Mets here in this top of the 6th for the Nationals. And Mike Rizzo in the booth with us.
What do you feel like this September is going to be like compared to the other Septembers when maybe you clinched a division early, playing games that mean something, playing to get into the playoffs versus already having it clinched?
Well, I think every game means something, even back in the day when we had a comfortable lead. But this is every day is a big game. Every day is kind of a playoff atmosphere, and we're trying to win each and every game. That our motto is when I talk to Davey before every game, I say, hey, biggest game of the year today, and we'll say the same thing tomorrow. So we try to win today and worry about tomorrow. And I think that when you have that short kind of view, I think it keeps players in the moment, and I think the players have fed off that, and kind of us against the world type of camaraderie that we have.
This team has won 4 division titles since 2012. We're getting close to the postseason. The Nationals are in a good spot right now. So the Nats haven't been able to get past that DS round, the division series. What goes into the postseason preparations for your club this year? And is this one of the best teams that you guys have had?
Well, we've got all the ingredients to be a good team. We've had great teams in the past. We've out of the four division titles we won and lost in that first round of the playoffs. We've been to game 5 three times. We had to lead in I think 2 of those series. So it wasn't like that we weren't competing and getting blown out in the playoffs. We had as good a chance to win as anybody in that game. We just didn't win. We just couldn't get the hit. The ball didn't fall on the line for us or something like that. We have a good bunch of guys that have won before, and it's like I said, the veteran presence is going to really lead this team, and we're looking to we've got the rotation and the lineup and the depth, and we can score runs in a lot of different ways. We can hit a home run, we can manufacture a run, we can steal a base, and I think the biggest key for us in the last 3 months is when we started playing well, is we're playing much better defense and cleaner games.
Ball forward to Robinson Cano, so he's aboard, and J.D. Davis coming up next, and Mike Rizzo hanging out with us. What did you think of Max Scherzer yesterday?
It was very, I was really upbeat about it. I liked what I saw. Ball was coming out of his hands hot. He's touching 96, and we kind of extended him for 6 ups that game, which is the most he's had since he's come off the DL. I think we'll probably take the shackles off him this year and the handcuffs off him this rotation and let him go, and he could probably go 105 or so pitches, and I think that. With his competitive spirit, he's going to get better and better and better each and every time. I kind of see it as like the 4th or 5th time he's pitched in spring training, where he's ready to let it rip and has no limitations with himself in his mind or with the coaching staff.
You're a scout at heart. You started as a scout, went to the White Sox and then the D-backs, and you became a scouting director. How you view, you've been a GM now here for 10 years, 09?
Yes.
So
12
the
years,
evolution of much of what we know as analytics and the statistics that we hear so much about.
Oh, that's a fair ball. It's going to kick off the base and trickle into left field. Cano's going to go to third, and ending up at second is J.D. Davis. So the Mets with 2 in scoring position to start off this 6th.
How much does that still play in? I know we evolve as people, but you as a general manager, like your core is with a stopwatch and sit behind home plate with a floppy hat.
Oh, I did that for many years, and I still believe in that. I think that I think the next Moneyball, I think, is going to be back to personnel and to people. And we all have the analytics. We've got a 9-man analytical department right now. We've got as much information and as good of information as anybody in the game. We have a way to communicate that to the players, so we fill that one out. And we have got ourselves a great veteran scouting staff who's out there every day grinding away. So I think that the information that we get from our analytical staff is vital, but I think when you combine that with the eye of the scout, and I think it puts a human element on it. And I really think when you're talking trade deadlines and you're talking the amateur draft and you're talking the international market, I think you better be good in scouting and player development and putting your own players on the field, because that's the only way to sustain greatness and to sustain a championship run. And we've done it now since 2012. We've won as many games as anybody in the league, and we're certainly not going to slow down and do that and do anything else but that.
Rosario drops a base hit into center. It's bobbled out there. It ends up scoring 2 for the Mets, and their lead is 6-1. Mike, we'll let you go. We really appreciate the time. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
And good luck the rest of the season here. General Manager Mike Rizzo of the Washington Nationals joining us on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. And let's go back to this one for Rosario to make it 6-1 Mets.
You got some paper cuts here, huh? Dinks and doinks.
Yeah, Victor Robles just peaked a little bit there. He's a guy that's played great defense all season long. He's got a plus arm in center field. I think he was looking to throw somebody out there and just kind of looked up a little too soon. And I think J.D. Davis actually stopped at third base, saw the bobble, then went home on his own. So heads up base running by J.D. Davis. The line moving for the Mets here, 6-1.
Score it an RBI single and then an error against Robles in center field to bring home Davis. Cano scores before him. The Mets lead is 5.
I think we did Mike Rizzo a solid there, huh?
Yeah, he was ready to go. His floppy hat and all.
And Hunter Strickland, the 30-year-old right-hander, entering the game to replace Sanchez. And let's have some fun with the Mets while we have a moment. The Pete Alonso, Jeff McNeil connection was more like a stepbrother connection earlier this year. Watch this.
Well, Pete, you've certainly had a lot of jobs.
Yeah, I consider myself sort of a spark plug. A human resources lady?
No, actually, my name is Pam.
Oh, sorry, Pan.
My name is Pam.
Are you saying Pan or Pam?
I'm saying Pam. I'm sorry, who's this gentleman sitting behind you?
Hello, Miss Lady. I'm Jeff, Pete's teammate. I think I may be able to help with the whole Pam dilemma.
That'd be great.
It's Pam. Pam.
Is there a D at the end?
There's no D. It's Pam.
It's like calm. P-A-N-M.
So, 2 M's?
There's one M. It's Pam. I think this interview's over. Please leave my office.
You don't get any sort of souvenirs?
Get out of my office.
Under your references, you've listed Jeff McNeil, which I believe is this gentleman here. But you've also listed Casey Stengel, former Mets manager.
Yeah.
Well, however, we need someone we can actually contact.
We want to tell you the stuff we're not good at.
Our weaknesses.
So we're clear up front.
Okay.
We're generally not comfortable in an office setting.
I get cooped up.
I can't be in an office that's ever been used before.
I'm no good before 11 a.m.
I also get headaches from computers if I'm around them for too long.
I take stuff.
I need someone to ride up and down with me in the elevator at all times.
I got a weakness for pizza and hot dogs.
Our other weaknesses, we're slow learners and we are particularly not good listeners.
This is going to be a huge problem.
We're also slow learners.
That was funny.
That was good. The 2 All-Stars. They're high maintenance, those Mets.
I take
McNeil and
stuff.
Alonso. To see more exclusive behind-the-scenes Mets content, subscribe to their YouTube channel now. Oh, I'm in.
Yeah, that was good.
That was good. Little Step Brothers impersonation from those two. Flying Squirrel and Polar Bear, the nicknames for McNeil and Alonso. And Hunter Strickland, the new man on the mound for the Nationals in his 6th season in the major leagues. A 3.18 ERA in his time with Washington. He's been better with the Nats versus his time with Seattle earlier this season. He hasn't pitched since Friday. Brandon Nimmo on deck, by the way. That's to center. And Lagares flies out. First out here in the 6th. It started with a Cano walk. J.D. Davis with the double. And then Rosario with an RBI hit to score Cano. Davis comes in on the Robles misplay. And that's how we get 2 more for the Mets in the 6th. And now it's pinch hitter Brandon Nimmo, who's been on fire since coming back from the injured list.
Al, you asked me earlier on the field when we did our hit for MLB Network, or for YouTube, how I thought the Mets would react to the tough loss last night. And we talked about, you and I, how resilient players are nowadays and how they can just leave it at the clubhouse, where maybe in the old days we'd drive home mad. 1 loss would turn into 2 or 3 losses. And these guys are so great at saying, well, that was tough. Let's leave it at the ballpark and come back and get them tomorrow. Perfect example. The toughest loss you can possibly have in baseball last night, and they're winning 6-0 here in the 6th, or 6-1 here in the 6th.
Well, Mickey Callaway had a closed-door meeting just to talk about just what you just described. FP, you gotta turn the page. You have to, especially as critical. Every single one of these last games, 24 to go. They know where the hole is dug and what they need to do to get ready. You see Familia getting ready.
Well, it's going to be up to the Mets bullpen for the next few innings to finish this game. And that was a problem yesterday. It wasn't the most crisp that we've seen from Jacob deGrom this season, but he got the job done. And then the bullpen implodes. Edwin Diaz with a blown save last night.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, Scott. You know, the question, he had 90 pitches after 7 innings. ends up giving up the 2-run homer to Soto in the 8th, didn't get an out, so the numbers didn't look great, but still 7 innings, 2 runs in today's game. Mercedes wasn't crisp.
McNeil gets a free base, or make that Nimmo. McNeil coming up.
I like when Brandon Nimmo walks, he sprints to first base, and Michael Conforto is usually on the top step giving the safe sign as soon as he gets to first on the walk.
So that's the 4th man to reach base this inning for the Mets, and now it's McNeil. This has been well documented the past week or so for McNeil. He does have 2 home runs in this series, but besides that, mostly baseballs pulled to the right side on the ground, which is uncharacteristic from him. Someone who sprays the baseball to all fields.
Well, last night he had a nice night. He turned an 0 for 3 into a 2 for 5. Hit a home run in the 8th. Had a big single in the 9th inning. You know the Mets dugout right now is saying, "Hey, never enough. Let's go. Let's add on." On the other side, the Nats are thinking, "Keep it 6-1, and we got a chance."
To right center. In comes Parra, but not in time. It's a base hit for McNeil. And rounding third and scoring is Rosario. It's an RBI knock for Jeff McNeil. Make it 7-1 Mets.
Boy, that was a good read by Rosario. Certainly had a great angle from second base. Seeing that ball was going to fall in front of Parra. And was on his horse. That was the difference. You see a little jam shot, nice swing. Middle of the field approach, didn't roll over on it. Right about here, he realized it's going to fall from the angle. Seeing that easily, he's going to, not easily, good throw by Parra. A little bit toward the first base line. The speed of Rosario being able to tack on and run here for the Mets in the 6th.
And his stepbrother, buddy, Pete Alonso, up next. First pitch strike taken by Pete Alonso. A lot of comments loving that little scene that we just showed. Giraffe neck Marcos. This is a classic. McNeil Alonso. The bromance is my favorite.
Yeah, that was quality.
Alonso's 45th home run of the year came in the 5th. Zimmerman has room, and that's the second out.
I think things like that, Scott, are smart for marketing. You know, we see these guys every single day. You see their swings, you see the talent they have on the field, but you rarely do you get to know the real person, like the guy in the clubhouse. And when you see stuff like that, it makes you want to like these guys. It makes you want to come to the ballpark and see them. I'm surprised more teams don't do stuff like that, where they market their players in a funny sort of way. If you have that sense of humor, why not show it? I mean, that was one of the funniest things I've seen with a ball player all year, or ball players.
Yeah.
The Brewers did a few things last year that were special. They reenacted a scene from Sandlot with a ton of their players, and then they also did a smaller bit on Dumb and Dumber that included Josh Hader. Trying to remember who else was in there. I believe it was Jeremy Jeffress, and maybe Corey Knebel was in there as well. It was very well done. Brent Suter was the other name. He was the star. He was Jim Carrey. Bring on the personality.
Yeah.
Conforto skies one to left. Lazy fly ball for Soto to put away the Mets, but they get 3 more and lead at 7-1 over the Nationals. We're in the middle of the 6th. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Mets and Nats, NL East rivals. We've seen 4 teams in this division going at it for playoff contention. The Braves leading the division at the moment. And on this date in 1993, it was a special day for Jim Abbott. He captivated a packed house at Yankee Stadium and overcame all odds
Jim Abbott goes to the mound, making his 27th start for the Yankees. Lofton has drawn the walk. Here's Felix Fermin. Boggs to second, out there and over to first. They get the double play. Jim Abbott goes to the mound in the Yankees' second inning. 3-2, and he strikes out Bell. He had some good movement on that, picking up 2 strikeouts in the inning.
Shaw's got to like what he's seeing from Abbott.
That's going to bring up Manny Ramirez.
Line shot right to the belly of Velarde. Gallego, Mattingly in time.
So Abbott takes this thing 1 out into the 7th inning. Ground ball, cut off by Boggs. And the throw to first, got him. Wade Boggs cut in front of Velarde and made quite a play. And the fans are on their feet for this play. 2 outs into the 8th. He has walked Tomey. Sandy Alomar will come on to pinch hit. Third base, scooped by Boggs. He got him. Jim Abbott will take a no-hitter into the 9th inning this afternoon at Yankee Stadium. Bouncer over the head of Abbott to Gallego. 1 out in the 9th. Gallego to Mattingly. He's 2 outs away. Fly ball. Left center field. Long run. Bernie Williams. He's there. 2 outs in the 9th. Jim Abbott has a no-hitter. 2 outs into the 9th. And he'll have to face Baerga. And the ground ball is short. Velarde. He did it. He did it. No-hitter for Jim Abbott. Jim Abbott throws a no-hitter. Magnificent moment at Yankee Stadium for Jim Abbott.
Yeah, what a day for Jim Abbott. More on that in a moment. But first, visit the official online shop of Major League Baseball at MLBshop.com. Find the largest selection of authentic caps, t-shirts, jerseys, hoodies, collectibles, and more. Commemorate your favorite team at MLBshop.com. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Jim Abbott, 1993. Do you remember it, Al?
I do. Yeah, how about that, huh? Jim Abbott, born with one hand, flipped the glove as he did, played against him, know him. What a great guy. And what a feat, right? One of those moments that it's just locked in history.
Inspirational.
Yes.
Another lefty with a pretty good cutter.
He had a good cutter.
Jeurys Familia, 29-year-old right-hander for the Mets. ERA close to 6 on the year. But in the month of August, put together a 1.88 ERA in 14 1/3 innings. He did pitch on Sunday, 2 runs in 1 inning, 18 pitches against Philadelphia. That's Victor Robles. And now Brandon Nimmo is in left field. He replaces J.D. Davis, who's out of the game. So a little defense for the Mets to try and lock down the Nationals. This was the lead for New York in the 9th last night. Alonso by himself. Robles retired, and Gerardo Parra coming up next. So Brodie Van Wagenen takes over for the Mets this past offseason. He was a player agent, now a general manager, and these are some of the moves that have not gone smoothly for New York. Edwin Diaz and Robinson Cano acquired from the Mets. Familia brought back to New York, 3 years and $30 million. And Jed Lowry signed $10 million a year for the next 2 seasons. Lowry has not played yet this year. Familia has struggled. So has Diaz in the bullpen, and Cano has dealt with some injuries. But there are a few things that have gone right. We'll show you in a moment. Pitch taken off the plate by Parra. He's 1 for 2 so far today. Scored after the single in the 2nd. That was a big deal when he made that trade for Cano and for Diaz. Mets looking for a lockdown closer, and Diaz has not been able to find it for the majority of the year. The slider's been an issue for him.
True. Talked to a lot of scouts. His stuff with respect to velocity, we've seen it. We watched Kurt Suzuki hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball for a walk-off. His command hasn't been good, but Scott, you're right. When you are a 2-pitch pitcher, like most relievers are, and you don't have a feel for your one and only secondary pitch, you're lost. And truthfully, it spirals into more doubt, less confidence. I mean, talking about, with Fermin, I know he was on that list as well. Certainly his last 16 games, much better. But here's a guy, he's second most walks of all the batters that he faced, 17.5% of his batters he's faced. And if there's ever a pitcher on his staff that has to really worry about strike one as a reliever, and when you're behind 1-0, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1, it's hard to get back into it. And Familia's a sinker slider guy. He's also a two-pitch pitcher.
How many pitches does Brody have to wait before we get to what he did good? He's sitting down there going, where's the good stuff, man? It's been 4 pitches.
Hey, listen, this team, first of all, when you look at the team, and there's no doubt that the Achilles heel last year after 18 was the bullpen. You go out, yes, you trade a good prospect in Jared Kelenic, and you have.
But this worked out. Jacob deGrom signed to an extension. He might be the Cy Young Award winner in the National League by the end of the year. J.D. Davis traded from the Astros to the Mets. He's hitting over 300 this year. Wilson Ramos having a brilliant year at the plate. 298, 13 home runs, a huge second half. And then Justin Wilson, an ERA in the 2 range in his 30 innings. And he signed on for 1 more season. So, yes, we had to wait through that at bat, FP, but we made it. There have been some bright spots. A team that has not made the postseason in back-to-back years. They are in contention, although fading fast, 5 games out of a spot. And we're running out of time. Last night was a big loss, but there were points this season when we didn't think the Mets would be playing competitive games in September.
How about at the All-Star breaks? Somewhere right around the All-Star break, they were 11 games under 500. In a 15-game span, they went 14-1. That created what looked like a potential, who can we trade, to think of 20 to, wait a minute, we're back in this. So that's what was made up. But I think the mirror and the parallel of this franchise, the Nationals here in D.C. and the Mets, with respect to if they had decent performances from Edwin Diaz / Familia, the 2 big pickups in the bullpen, which was the problem last year. This would be a whole different story. And I know it's the what if, FP. And here you got the Nationals. We had Mike Rizzo here. He's still trying to figure mix and match for a bullpen that, they really haven't found it consistently yet. Yeah, they've had a lot of blown saves and really heartbreaking losses. We saw one last night, but that's been a lot for Mets fans to watch all year.
It's so hard, though, as a GM, I think, in today's game, to think about one game more. Game 163 to get in the playoffs, when there's so many teams fighting for that one spot. It doesn't look like anyone's going to catch the Braves. The Nats have that chance going to Atlanta today after this game. As you look at Aaron Barrett, one of the greatest stories you'll ever hear warming up in the Nats bullpen. But it's hard. How are you going to approach it just trying to get to the wild card game? And the Mets are 5 games back, but there's 4 teams in front of them. So it's not like you're just 5 games back of one team. I mean, that thing, you got to look at the scoreboard all night long to figure out who's winning, who's losing, who we're going to hop over, take care of your business. I think when you're talking about a general manager in today's game, do you mortgage the franchise just to get to that wild card game? Or do you mortgage a franchise when you're playing really well like the Dodgers to get even better? I think that's when you make moves to get better at the All-Star break.
And I think you nailed it. And there were a lot of teams when it came to, do we mortgage that really high-end AAA, AA prospect for potentially only getting in position to maybe play 1 game?
Yeah.
So you were seeing a lot of B-level prospects for legit help at the big league level.
Ball 4 to Andrew Stevenson. The pinch hitter is on board.
So, I mean, this is kind of, what the bugaboo has been with Familia. And, with respect to velocity and movement, it's been there. He's come back as a setup guy, traded as a closer, was a closer here for a few years, went to the Oakland A's. Blake Trinan, he was his setup guy, did a nice job. The Mets signed him to a multi-year deal. Just haven't found consistency.
So I'm a fan at home right now watching this, and I say, throw strikes.
Yeah.
You're a professional pitcher, throw strikes. What's going on that these guys come out of the bullpen and they don't throw strikes? Is it a mental thing? Obviously, they're not trying to walk guys.
Yeah.
So I'm a fan at home. You're a pitcher. Throw strikes. Let's go.
Hey, man, I'm trying.
No, hey,
no, but here, all right. So I'll tell you.
To try.
Are they trying or are they nibbling?
What?
Are they nibbling around the zone too much?
No, I think with Familia, here's a guy that, listen, you go back and look at his career. He's a guy that has a lot of moving parts. Just watch his arm action. Watch his delivery. He's a big man with a lot of movement, long back on the backside. The movement on his fastball is a lot, so it's hard to really keep it in control over a 17-inch plate. Watch the two-seamer sinker that he has here. It's got really good movement. You got Ramos deciding to mostly be middle, inner half, outer half. There's a slider. He's a fastball slider guy. Messes around occasionally with a little split. So, FP, I really don't have a concrete answer because I do think it's a combination of the mental side, no doubt about it. You struggle, this and that, whatever, the numbers aren't there, it gets in your coconut, you start doubting. And then it becomes physical with respect to the mechanics of a pitcher. I know. You just put the ball over. I had a pitching coach. He used to come out to me, funny. Art Fowler, Billy Martin was the manager, and he'd come at me and he'd look at me. He was a Southern guy from North Carolina. Leiter, you've got good stuff. Just put the ball over the plate. He'd stand on the mound at Yankee Stadium when I was 21 years old, and his only advice was, just put the ball over the plate. And he'd turn around and walk away. So, yes, it looks simple enough. Doubt creeps in. You get in the bad count, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 counts. You think you have to not nibble, Scott. I think you alluded to that with one, but you're trying to make that perfect pitch. And what happens? You get in hitter counts.
Back-to-back walks from Familia to Parra and Stevenson. 6 strikes out of 17 tosses so far from Familia.
They can't do it 2 days in a row, can they?
They've got many more outs to spare. We're only in the 6th. And Turner swings through. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
See, even that pitch there. I mean, on our strike zone track there, it showed inside. But watch this. This ball coming out of his hand, the two-seam sink that ends up being a ball. But watch here. You see where Ramos sets up. It's in the zone, out of the zone.
So the movement is a blessing and a curse if they're not swinging at it.
Yes.
Tough to control.
And Turner strikes out.
So there you go. Sinker slider. Mistake, I would say. 2-2 up in the zone slider. But when you have that scissor effect, was that a changeup?
No, it acted like a changeup because of the differentiation in speed. It's a slider that's just a cement mixer, but it acted like a changeup. Look at Trey Turner way out in front.
So there, 97 to a mislocated slider middle of the plate. But as you say, FP, that 10 miles an hour, you get Trey Turner out in front like a changeup.
Cabrera digs in.
Hit the ball hard twice today to right field. Walked once. Had a couple of good at-bats. Nothing to show.
The previous 5 years for Familia, his ERA was in the 2.5 range. Walks about half the rate that we're seeing so far this year from him, too. That's been the bugaboo. 39 walks this year. His previous career high was 32 in 2014. Finds the zone against Cabrera. Second highest walk rate in baseball this season. Number 1 on that list, Teheran Guerrero of the Marlins, who throws 100.
And you just start from there. The second highest walk rate, and you're a setup guy pitching meaningful innings leading up to a closer, hopeful win. You can't do that. It's going to be a struggle.
Cabrera squares one to right, and on a bounce, Conforto's got it, and that's going to score one for the Nationals as Drupal Cabrera makes it 7-2.
So now 4 for 4 in his career off Familia, and he finally got one to drop in right. 2 line drives to Michael Conforto today. Drops this one in front of him. Got a Tater in there too, so a little 2-out rally for the Nats here, trying to make it an interesting game again.
Parra comes in, Stevenson to second, and Cabrera on first with 2 down. And here comes Anthony Rendon.
I thought it was interesting. We talked to Mickey Callaway today about the Trey Turner forgetting how many outs there were, and if they had turned that double play, it would have been 6-4. He would have left Lugo in for the 9th inning. They would have won that game. But my question is, it's September and you're playing for your life right now. And I feel like a 3-run lead, 4-run lead, 5-run lead, even 6-run lead. And don't you got to win today's game and worry about tomorrow when you're playing for your life?
Well, in hindsight, I'm with you, right? Retrospectively, you say you should. But FP, it's a 6-run lead. I have to get 3 outs before you score 6.
It's a 6-run lead in September, though, when you're playing for your life, not a 6-run lead in May.
I understand.
Yeah, hindsight's 20/20. Trust me. At the time, I'm not saying it. So this is.
Yeah, I think. But think of it also.
Driven to center from Rendon, and that's going to punch off the wall. It should score 2. Stevenson comes in, so does Cabrera. It's a 2 RBI double for Anthony Rendon, and here come the Nats again. It's 7-4.
I'm telling you, as a ball club, and I've been on a few teams, you're thinking, okay, guys, it's about that time. Let's go. And when you've had some comeback wins and you're swinging it as an offense and you're clicking, no deficit is too much, especially after what they did last night. So this team feels like they're in every single game, no matter what the score is, and Mickey Callaway realizing that, going out to get his big right-hander.
Look at the pitch that Rendon hit. Now, this is a 96-mile-an-hour sinker, down, knee high, and he drives it the other way.
114 driven in now for Rendon.
He's tied for the major league lead with Freddie Freeman. That was the best batting average in baseball.
That wasn't a bad pitch, Al. You're right. Down and in. He just scooped it up, drove it to the gap in right center field, and that's why he's one of the best hitters in baseball.
Maybe the MVP this year. That's certainly going to be right there with Bellinger and Yelich.
2 hits and 2 RBIs this afternoon for Rendon. Luis Avilan replaces Familia. Let's go back in the vaults. 2001, September 29th. Al, you were a part of this game. Walk us through it. 8 innings, 1 run. There's your buddy John Franco giving one up to Brian Jordan. 7 runs given up by the Mets in the 9th inning.
Scott, what's going on here? Why are you doing this to me?
Check out right here at the bottom of the screen. Davey Martinez. Right there, yeah.
Al, I'm just the messenger.
No, I know. Yeah, I do remember that. We pushed. We were in the World Series in 2000 against the Yankees. The whole 9/11, Mike Piazza, the big game when we came back after that horrific event, and we were pushing. That was crushing because that was a Saturday Fox game, and then Sunday I think we lost it.
Yeah, I mean, you're having a good broadcast today, and then they show that. Let's show Al shoving.
Let's cheer him out.
There we go. Yeah,
2000 World Series.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sit down, Jeter. Boom. Sit down, O'Neill.
Game 1.
Al Leiter's coming with the cutter. Yeah, is that Andy Pettit?
Oh, geez, that's a big swing.
Sit down, Andy. There you go.
Thank you, Mike.
They shouldn't have done that. You're having a good broadcast. You're doing well, and then they just go buzzkill on you.
No kidding.
Well, that's what happens. No commercials. We've got time here on YouTube to do whatever we want, just like with Brodie Van Wagenen. We showed you what didn't work move-wise, but we showed you what has worked for the Mets in terms of transactions. This one's been one of the best transactions the Washington Nationals have made. Luis Avilan in the game for the Mets, but Juan Soto, an international signing and a superstar in his sophomore season with the Nationals, 32 home runs. And he's working with Anthony Rendon on second base. 1 for 2 so far today. A walk and a single.
He faced Avilan last night. He throws 57% changeups. Juan Soto scooted up in the batter's box. Hit a single. Let's see if he does it here. He dug in the back of the box, and then right before the pitch, knowing that 6 out of 10 are going to be changeups, there he is, scooting up in the box. Now he's going back. Thought he was going to do it again.
Yeah, he was going back and forth. Now, is that typical of what he does, Soto?
Yeah, it's stuff you can't teach. He faced Hector Neris with 2 outs in the 9th inning in Philadelphia this year, a guy that has a nasty split. And he knew he was getting a split, so he scooted up in the box. He saw JT Realmuto scoot up with him, and it reinforced that he was getting the split. There he goes scooting up. And he hit a home run to left field to tie the game. The Nats won it in extra.
Let's bring in Lauren for more on Soto. Lauren?
Yeah, Scott, one of the things manager Dave Martinez loves most about Juan Soto is his maturity beyond his years. He has a unique ability to control the strike zone so well at such a young age. Juan told me, I love seeing lefties, to your guys' point, and hitting off lefties, but when I was younger, I was petrified to face a lefty. He hit 1 home run off a lefty when he was young. Ever since then, he said, not so bad. I can get used to this.
They let him hit. Just keep him in there.
Nothing phases him.
Learn how to hit lefties at the minor league level. You can hit them at the major league level. Well, when you're such a prospect like Juan Soto, you're going to play every day no matter who's pitching.
Yep.
Most lefty hitters are petrified of Avilan this year. Lefty bats 3 for 38 against the Mets reliever. And 1 extra base hit. Only faced Soto yesterday. And he allowed the single, which ended up loading the bases.
And for those of you who don't know, scooting up in the box, you're able to catch that changeup before it has the nasty action late. Avilan's fastball tops out at 90, so you can still get to the fastball up in the box, but it allows you to hit the change before it drops late.
And Soto chases. Avilan with a big strikeout for the Mets to sit down the side, but the Nationals put 3 on the board. A 2 RBI double from that man, Anthony Rendon, cuts the deficit to just 3 for the Nationals. After 6 innings, Mets 7, Nats 4. Scott Braun, FP Santangelo, Al Leiter, and we just heard from Lauren Shahadi. Nice day at Nationals Park. A little hot. Temperatures in the 90s. A little hot. Let's do another look back in time. FP was part of this team. In 2002, the Oakland A's did something extra special.
Right now, with 19 consecutive wins, I think everybody in baseball all across the country is thinking and talking about the Oakland Athletics.
The way Oakland's going right now, they don't feel like anybody can shut them.
There's a swing and a line drive past the man in the center field for a base hit. 2 batters in. The A's are on the board, leading by a score of 1-0.
The ball gets through Ibanez, and it's 3-0 Oakland. The first inning, the rout is on already. It is 4-0 Oakland. 6 runs in the first for the A's.
Gone! John Mabry unloads. Go to the plate. The tag is not in time as Justice scores.
2 runs will score to make it 11-0. Well, it seems like it's pretty much a fait accompli at this point.
Kansas City hopes were wrong.
Ibanez and Aranda score, and it's 11-2. And the Kansas City Royals have scored 5 runs here in the 4th inning.
Backhand by Tejada. The throw will be to the plate. It bounces, and everybody's safe. A run scores. It's 11-6.
He'll beat the throw at the plate. It's 11-7.
It's a home run for Mike Sweeney, and this is an 11-10 game. Cooper to left field. It's in for a base hit. Around third, carrying for the plate. Here comes a tying run. Sliding save, and the ball game is tied at 11-all.
19-game winning streak on the line here for the A's. Swung on, fly ball, deep right field. They've done it again. The bottom of the 9th, Scott Hatteberg comes up and hits a bomb to right field for the game-winning home run. The Oakland A's have set a new American League record with their 20th consecutive win.
FP, take it away.
Well, I was on the 2001 team, so I didn't play on that team. I retired. But the 2001 team won 102 games, 102 and 60. Lost to the Yankees in the NLDS on the ALDS on Derek Jeter flip play, the infamous play where Jeremy Giambi didn't slide. But the 2001 team was a precursor to that team because we'd win 9 out of 10, 10 out of 11, 11 out of 12. So that team would go on rolls. It's some of the best baseball I ever saw until this year with what I've seen with the Nationals. They play every bit as good as that team that won 102 games in 2001. Maybe even better with this run they've had since May 24th.
Wow. A Nationals team that's won 17 of 21, averaging over 7 runs a game during that time period. Wilson Ramos and his 26-game hit streak on the line against Wander Suero. Ooh. He's been great for the Nationals recently. 7 1/3 scoreless innings, including the 7th inning last night. He did walk Yorme, but picked him off at first base to end the inning. Ramos has reached base once, but it was a walk. 4th longest hit streak by a catcher since 1900. Benito Santiago did it better than any other catcher, 34 consecutive games. We're at 26, and entering today, this is how he's gotten it done. 33 singles, 7 doubles, 3 home runs. I think the most impressive part of this entire hit streak is the fact that 3 times he's extended it as a pinch hitter.
Immediately goes down 0-2 to Suaro, and maybe could be his last at bat if they don't get some guys on the base the next couple innings.
It's like somebody's chirping at him in the Nats dugout. He just looked over there and smiled.
Former National, he's punished this team. And he turns on one to third for Rendon. Not going to happen this time. We'll see if he has one more at bat later today. So Ramos bounces out, and here comes Cano.
All right there from Suaro. Nasty changeup.
He's got a cutter 92 to 96, and then a curveball in the low 80s and a changeup to go with it.
Changeup on changeup. The guy throws 97, 98.
He, a lot like Familiar, has trouble controlling his cutter because it has so much movement.
Throws that cutter 72% of the time, 20% changeups, 8% with the curve. Excellent walk to strikeout numbers so far this year. Cano activated on Tuesday, played in his first game today. Panic started yesterday. Cano today. Single, 2-run home run, walk, and he scored later on in the 6th. He tore his left hamstring. He's made a quick comeback for New York. And Lauren talked to Mickey Callaway a few innings ago, and Mickey goes, "We need him," when she asked how much he would be playing.
Need him. They need him to get hot. He's had a nice day here today. Single, a homer, a walk, scored a couple of runs.
3-1 to right center. That's what he does. Robinson Cano with another knock. He's reached base 4 times this afternoon in his first game back.
Yeah, I mean, to just extend, I know Robinson Cano's not having the year that one would expect. A 257, you know, career-wise has been better than that. But here he pulls his hands in, a cutter inside. 3 for 3 now.
And maybe when you get to a certain age, Al, you can't do it on a daily basis like you were able to do it at a younger age. But that doesn't mean you can't have a good month and carry your ball club. I think the Nats are hoping that Ryan Zimmerman does that. I know the Mets are hoping Robinson Cano does that. So it's a sprint now. It's 1 month. And can you be hot for 1 month? Can you carry us?
Joe Panik pinch hitting.
Panik, a nice pickup by the Mets for sure. Has done a good job. Certainly the versatility now and how they'll be able to get him in there with Robinson Cano back.
A 2-run home run in the 4th inning last night. His first home run as a Met. 4 extra base hits in his last 5 games. He's looked more like himself in this uniform. Was slumping early on this season for San Francisco. A little more depth for the Mets could be coming soon. Jed Lowry continues his rehab tomorrow in Brooklyn. The Cyclones, in single season short A ball, are playing in the playoffs in the New York Penn League. So an opportunity for Lowry to continue to work his way back. We haven't seen him all year, and he was coming off a big year with Oakland in 2018.
Yeah, disappointing to say the least. His knee injury and ended up being all different legs, and back started hurting. A lost year for Jed Lowry for sure.
The Mets were hoping he would be someone they could plug in a variety of spots, much like the Yankees pulled off with DJ LeMahieu signing in the offseason. Originally, we didn't know what position he would play. That's up the middle, and that could be two easily for Trey Turner and the Nationals to sit down the Mets in the top of the 7th. Panik bounces into a double play, and we'll stretch. So with the team on the road, Nationals in-game host Mike Plogger works on his throwing arm and his accuracy, just not with a baseball. This is how we do it on YouTube.
Hey Nats fans, you know, we love throwing t-shirts just as much as you love catching them. But what about when the team's on the road? What are we supposed to do? Well, we try to stay loose. 42! But we're not exactly throwing heat. I can promise you've never seen a t-shirt toss quite like this. This is the t-shirt trick toss. Hey Screech, tip your cap. Woo! Yeah. Cheers from the Budweiser Brew House. You want to get your steps in? See ya. Here you go, Screech. Shirt number 1. Going on up. Buckets for days. That is a wrap. See you later. Hasta la vista. Maybe next time.
For more exclusive behind-the-scenes Nationals content, subscribe to their YouTube channel right now. Nationals trailing 7-4. The Mets with a nice offensive day. And we'll see if the bullpen can hold things down. It is Seth Lugo time, the 29-year-old right-hander with the big curveball who we saw yesterday. Just 10 pitches and 3 pop-outs. He was great for the Mets after Jacob deGrom allowed that 2-run home run to Juan Soto in the 8th inning. He didn't come back on in the 9th because of the Mets' 6-run cushion. You can see he's been the man to lock things down in the late stages lately for the Mets. So, Al, is this when you would bring Seth Lugo into today's game?
Well, listen, you know, what happened yesterday, and we talked about it, but Seth Lugo has been absolutely excellent all year. But, you know, I don't know certainly what Mickey Callaway's thinking, but, you know, is this a 3-inning appearance? Does he extend him that far? He's had one other 3-inning appearance, and you have to go back to May. So we'll see how this plays out. I guess it's, you know, worry about the innings and the outs right in front of you and not worry about, you know, the 8th and 9th. For a guy that has done it once, and I know it's September, and, you know, I know where the Mets are.
Well, he took him out last night to save him for today, and here you go.
The 7th inning.
He's really saving him for today. You go Lugo for 2 and Diaz for 1.
I mean, it's if it stays this way,
it's not a save opportunity. Oh yeah, it is a save opportunity. My
Does
bad.
Diaz get another chance today?
I think you just see how it goes here.
I mean, I keep going back to there's a paint pellet right there, right on the corner, outside corner.
Zimmerman is retired, and Kurt Suzuki coming up. Hey, the baseball assistance team named the Nationals one of 2 recipients of the 2019 Bobby Mercer Award, which recognizes the team in each league whose players, managers, and coaches pledge to contribute the most amount of money to bat during the organization's annual spring training fundraising tour. The award presentation took place prior to last night's game at Nationals Park, and Lugo against Suzuki. Remember, Justin Wilson is someone you can use out of the bullpen for the 9th inning. It's an option. He's been strong with New York. And he went around there. Suzuki's behind 0-1.
That's true. Coming back, Justin Wilson's done a nice job for him. You're right. There's a veteran left-handed arm. Well, we'll see. Right. But I go back to kind of my Jim Leyland days. Kurt Suzuki did not like that.
But he's had a tough day with check swings. Remember, he struck out in the third, and Stu Sherwater at first base rung him up, and now another one here early in the count. I can't believe it.
Things went his way yesterday. You saw him before the game, right?
Yeah, Al and I talked to him in the dugout, just talking about his at-bat. He kind of took us through his mindset, what he was thinking, trying to turn around a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. He saw the slider early. He said it's used to seeing it with a lot more depth to it, some tilt, so he thought it might have been a cutter.
And he socks one to left, and that's caught.
Wow.
Brandon Nimmo is all over it. Made a sweet catch yesterday for New York in center. Now he's got one in left. Kurt Suzuki still barking about the check swing.
Now you got the defensive move with Nimmo going to left field, taking out J.D. Davis. This is a heck of a play right here. Good positioning by the Mets outfielder on a leaping grab. Nice play.
You always want your best defense in there with a 3-run lead or less later. Nice move putting him in left field. I like that Suzuki lined out and took his frustrations out on Stu Sherwater at first base after ringing him up twice on check swings today.
Victor Robles is going to drop one into right field, and he's got speed. He's going to end up at second. That one's going to land in the little crevice there on the right side for Conforto to scoop up. It's a 2-out base runner for the Nationals, and Robles can move. Parra coming up next.
This game's not fair. Kurt Suzuki hit the ball right on the screws for an out, and Victor Robles gets jammed for a double.
And a children's song is actually a good way to spark the crowd.
Oh yeah, he's into it. Santa Claus Shark.
Good day for Parra. A single and a walk. And Howie Kendrick is going to pinch hit if we get up to him next. Pulls back on the bunt. There's Kendrick. Scherzer said he might be the strongest man on the team. What about Matt Adams? Breaking ball in there. It's 1-1.
I'm guessing Pete Alonso is the strongest guy in the Mets. They're just throwing it out there. Wild guess.
That would be a good guess.
I don't know.
That sounds about right.
Wilson Ramos, number 2.
Parra to the right side for Panic. And he makes the play. And the Nationals are retired here in the bottom of the 7th. We move on to the 8th. Seth Lugo does his job. We'll see how Mickey Callaway orchestrates the rest of his day with the bullpen. Another close contest between the Mets and the Nationals. And let's start with Gerardo Parra as he scores. Anibal Sanchez comes through. Trey Turner brings home Parra, and it's 1-0 Nationals. But the Mets with an answer in the 3rd. Juan Lagares. That's to center field, the deep part of the park, to tie it up at 1. Powerful day for New York. Michael Conforto doubled, and Robinson Cano, welcome back off the injured list from the torn hamstring. His 2-run shot makes it 4-1 New York. We're in the 5th, and Pete Alonso has number 45 on the year. That's run number 5 for the Mets. And the onslaught continues in the 6th. J.D. Davis, that's good for a double. Sometimes the ball bounces your way. Rosario with an RBI hit. And Robles fumbles in center field. That'll bring in another. And that knocks out Sanchez and brings in Hunter Strickland. Jeff McNeil keeps the train moving. The RBI single scores Rosario. All right, so good looking day for the Mets, but here comes the bullpen. Jerry's Familia with some issues walking back-to-back hitters as Jubal Cabrera continues to burn his former team, and then Anthony Rendon smacks one off the wall and makes this a 3-run game as we've entered the 8th. Mets and Nationals. It's been a fun season series between these two. Mets have actually been victorious in 11 out of 18 of them. This is the final meeting between the Mets and the Nats this year. You always get good drama with these two.
Well, the last time the Nats went up to Citi Field, that place was rocking like I've never seen it rock. The weekend series up there, packed house every night. Fans were into it. It was loud. All the Nats players talking about the Mets crowd.
And the Mets fans traveled well on Monday, Labor Day, for that matchup that the New York Mets won.
Yeah, the 7 line down the left field line, right?
That's right.
They had a walk-off in that game, and I was going to catch my Uber down the right field line, and it was like New Year's Eve. There was "Let's Go Mets" chants everywhere. They were going nuts, excited about their ball club. You could understand why. They were playing well.
Plenty in the seats this afternoon on the Mets side. And Fernando Rodney. He's facing the bottom 3 in the order. It's Rosario, Lagares, and likely it should be Brandon Nimmo there in the 9th spot. "42-year-old on the mound, 17 seasons. And that is roped down the line. That's a base hit for Rosario. He gets it past Rendon. Leadoff hitter for the Mets is aboard in the 8th.
Turn an 0 for 2 into a 2 for 4. Nice swing here. Gets a fastball that runs in, pulls his hands in, barrel the baseball.
You get hit. Rosario does a nice job. He's really turned a corner the last couple months.
15 stolen bases. Does he think about running here against Fernando Rodney?
Lagares with a home run in the 3rd inning. His 3rd of the year. Rodney was cut by the A's in late May and picked up by the Nationals in June. Runner is going, and Rodney's only got the play to first, so Rosario moves on to second.
Did you put that hit and run on? Was that you?
Oh, did you tell?
I saw him on his phone.
You did. I asked you if you were going to put a hit and run on today.
Can we get any further from the field here at Nationals Park?
Well, they saw your sign.
Yeah, no, I know. It's big flags waving.
Smoke signals up here. This might have been a hit and run, right?
Yeah, it was.
It looks like he was trying to push it towards second base, kind of pulled it back to Rodney.
No, that was a hit and run.
My ears pop up here.
It's the summit.
Highest floor at Nationals Park. We're behind the home plate. View here of Brandon Nimmo. Rosario at second.
He's found a little something for Fernando Rodney here, huh? The A's, not good. The ERA in 17 games over 9. Sitting right at a 3.18. 25 games for the Nats.
I think sometimes you just fit in with the club better than the other one. No offense to the other club. Gerardo Parra, another example. Maybe he didn't quite fit in with the Giants' plans. You get somewhere else, get a fresh start, new scenery, new teammates. You're on a team that's winning ball games. It kind of revitalizes your career.
We haven't seen Rodney since Friday.
42 years old, still checking it. Had a great arm earlier in his career.
He's hit 99 a couple of times this year.
This year?
Yeah. He's 93, 94, but he's hit 97, hit 99 a few times.
Mostly fastball changeup.
There's a changeup. 327 lifetime saves for Fernando. There you go.
Wears his hat sideways to honor his late father, who was a fisherman, and wore his hat like that to keep the sun out of his eyes. He takes a lot of flack for wearing his hat like that, but it's a tribute to his late father.
Ball 4. And Brandon Nimmo hustles to first.
Guy's got a great idea of the strike zone. He did not swing at balls ever. This is a good pitch that he just spits on.
Nimmo has looked locked in with his incredible eye at the plate since he's come back. So here comes Jeff McNeil. He's been leading the charge for the new look offense. Chili Davis is the new hitting coach for the Mets this year, and they were trying to figure out their problems at home, lack of offense at home for years, and the Mets have gone with an approach that goes against what we've seen in baseball the last few years. A lower launch angle. Baseballs being sprayed to all fields, and it's meant less pop-ups for the Mets, not shifted against as much. Jeff McNeil leading that charge. You can't shift against him.
Well, I mean, what Chili really was preaching was put the ball in play. I mean, stuff to, you know, we look at, we marvel at guys that can go line to line, a guy that can hit the ball where it's thrown. But Chili Davis, great career in his own right. But, you know, we're so consumed with strikeouts, don't matter, home runs, 3-run homer, you know, OPS and all that. He's saying, listen, yeah, home runs are great, and I'm not saying not to, but put the ball in play. You know, have an idea and approach and know what the pitcher has and know what your approach is on each respective pitch.
Runner's on the move, and he's in there. Rosario swipes third.
Yeah, that's a good read right there by Rosario.
I think it's a good no-go by Brandon Nimmo at first. If you don't get a jump with the lead runner, don't go. I think Kurt Suzuki was looking for the trail runner there once he realized Rosario had it stolen. And Nimmo did a nice job of staying home and not running into it out at second base.
It's where when you got the defense alignment and the shifts and all that, Rosario is able to get way down the line because of where Rendon is way off the line. It's a big lead.
And Nimmo's on the move. He'll go back on the foul ball.
Yeah, but to your point, Al, about the Mets and their approach, and Scott, you know, back in the day, the best compliment you could get as a hitter is you're a tough out. This guy's a tough out. What's a tough out? A guy that's going to foul off pitches like Jeff McNeil, a guy like Anthony Rendon that's going to stay in the fight for a while at the plate, foul off pitches. Are you a tough out? And I think in today's game, there's guys that are just 3-pitch Cias swinging for the fence so much that there's not a lot of tough outs anymore.
Good point.
On the ground, it gets through, and it'll bring home Rosario. It's an RBI hit for Jeff McNeil. It's 8-4, and out at third is Nimmo. Brandon Nimmo aggressively going for third, and that's the second out, but McNeil brings one across, and a little conversation right now with Gary DiSarcina and third base umpire Jim Reynolds.
Parra made a strong throw out in right field. You see a little changeup going down the way. What a nice piece of hitting. McNeil, watch him stay on it, gets through it enough to be able to scoot it past Cabrera at second base. You see right there, perfectly aligned. Now, I see if you saw Nimmo jumping, he was aggressive, really didn't pick up DiSarcina, the third base coach, just did it on his own. Parra making an accurate, strong throw.
Yeah, no problem with that, being aggressive with a 4-run lead. The only way that's bad is if Pete Alonso doesn't get to the plate. Be aggressive when you have a lead. So what? It took a perfect throw and a perfect tag to get you.
Alonso homered in the 5th. This time popped up, and Suzuki won't have a play. Just sneaks into the first row. Also extends his on-base streak to 30. Longest active streak in baseball. All-Star Home Run Derby winner. On his way to becoming the 6th Rookie of the Year in Mets franchise history. And that gets away. McNeil easily to second.
There's a 96 mad fastball.
The MLB account in the comments section said, would not be a surprise to see Rodney pitching at 50.
Why not?
If he loses 1 or 2 miles an hour a year, he still can get to 50 and be pitching in the 90s.
No, I think that would be 46 miles an hour. 8 more years.
8 more years. Let's say he loses 1 a year and he's hitting 99. He'll be at 91 by 50 years old.
Can't pitch. How old were you when you retired? You can't pitch when you're 50.
I was 40.
Jamie Moyer. How old was Jamie Moyer?
Jamie was 50.
Yeah.
Alonso to short. And Turner sits him down. The Mets get a run. Jeff McNeil RBI hit to score Rosario and make it 8-4. They're doubling up the Nationals as we head to the bottom of the 8th. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Scott Braun, FP Santangelo, Al Leiter, and Lauren Shahadi with you on a Wednesday afternoon getaway day. The Mets are off tomorrow, and then they start a 10-game stretch at home. 3 against the Phillies, 4 against the Diamondbacks, and 3 versus the Dodgers. And for Washington, 7 of their next 10 games come against the Atlanta Braves, including 4 in Atlanta beginning tomorrow. A 7-game road trip coming up for Washington. Down to Atlanta for 4, and then 3 in the Midwest against the first-place Minnesota Twins.
I'm really realizing how much I enjoy commercial breaks on the Nats broadcast every day. Yeah, we get to move around a little bit, grab a cup of coffee.
Don't say anything.
Go down the hallway.
Yeah. Engaged.
Yeah.
The entire time.
Just sit here and plop in your seat for 4 hours. I like it.
I'm used to it.
Yeah, but you know what? Maybe they just wanted to lay out. It's okay.
Yeah.
Scott?
Yeah. I'll take 20 seconds off for you.
He's got a problem.
It's quiet time.
Yeah, just kidding.
On the quiet cart on the train.
Here's something for you. Major League Baseball is always live with MLB at Bat. Follow your favorite team's action with game tracking and video highlights, along with up-to-the-moment stats, standings, news, and more. Get the #1 app for live baseball. Download MLB at Bat today. In the 9 spot, Howie Kendrick in the game. Pinch hitter to start off the Nats side of the 8th.
Well, you feel like this is the high leverage situation, up by 4. 9-1-2 due up for the Nats, and Howie Kendrick, a guy that's having a real nice season.
Second inning of work for Seth Lugo, who pours in a fastball and gets ahead. It's going to be very interesting to see how the Mets use Lugo these next couple weeks to try and stay alive in the playoff race. He's the guy right now out of the bullpen for New York.
Yeah, with the off day tomorrow, we'll see how this inning goes. But, you know, you're right, Scott. He has been the most reliable. And he was a starter at one time.
I remember always talking about he had the highest spin rate on his curveball of any pitcher in the big leagues when he was a starter, and he's still got the same curveball going now as a reliever with a plus fastball.
Yeah, since he's gotten to the pen, his velocity uptick is at a little over 2 miles an hour.
And that makes the curveball even nastier. There's Sean Doolittle. We might see him in the top of the 9th. For now, pitching in lower leverage situations as he works his way back. Just activated a few days ago. He said he wants to get himself right before he's the 9th inning man again. Kendrick up the middle for a base hit.
He can flat out hit, man. I've seen him all season long. Barreled the baseball consistently more than any hitter, and that's maybe including Rendon and Soto. Every time he gets up, whether it's a hit or not, it's barreled to baseball. It's a loud noise. Stays on the Lugo curveball. He tries for the kick save as it goes by. So a leadoff single for the Nats here in the 8th, down by 4. They got the Mets right where they want them.
Now Trey Turner. Two singles today. In the air to right. That's for Conforto. One gone.
The value of a good curveball, Scott. FP. That's the separator here. He's with 96, 97, 95. Big, slow hook. Give me some separation.
Yeah, I hated that. If everything you threw was firm, I felt like I had a chance. If your fastball's 95 and your slider's 89, just gear up for firm. But when you had a fastball 96 and a curveball in the 80s, the 15, 16 mile an hour difference, now you're out front. That's tough to deal with. The break and whatever, you just pull your hands in. But when you're gearing up for 96 and now you throttle me slow with 80, that's tough. Yep. Any hitter, I don't care how good you are.
First pitch curveball for a strike to Cabrera.
You know, for a period of time in baseball, you know, the big overhand hook kind of went away. Sinker slider, guys came up with splits. And I think, you know, with as good a guys there are now, with hitters being able to hit 100 miles an hour, we saw it last night. I don't care how hard you throw it, as you just described it, FP. They'll click it and they'll time it and they'll get to it. You're seeing more separation for guys like a Seth Lugo. Yes, he's firm, good fastball, but that big curveball, slider, and throw a changeup. The speed variation is very important.
I'm looking. Your fastball averaged 88 miles an hour with some nasty cut to it. You had a slider at 80. Your curveball was 77, so I see what you're talking about. You know the importance of a curveball because yours was pretty slow.
Man, I stunk.
No, you didn't.
Well, I was.
Why? What was the number against it?
I was 39.
I felt like your fastball was harder than 88.
In the air, and that's in foul ground. Nimmo has out number 2.
Yeah, when I was, instead of 40, when I was 30. So they didn't go back any sooner.
The MLB Ballpark app will complete your next visit to your favorite team's park. Buy and manage game tickets, redeem special check-in offers, access exclusive content, and much more. Download the MLB Ballpark app today. Mets fans wondering who's coming in next for Seth Lugo. We might have your answer. Justin Wilson warming up.
For Juan Soto?
Yeah, ideal scenario for Callaway. Lugo gets Rendon, and Wilson starts off against Soto. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
It's definitely that time where every decision is crucial when you're 5 games out of a spot with less than a month to play.
Do you guys think average matters in the MVP race? Guy hitting almost 340 on September 4th.
No question.
Say he hits 350 with 40 and 130. Or do home runs in today's game trump that? If Pete Alonso or Cody Bellinger hits 55 or 57.
With how less of a batting average? I mean, I think
300.
All right, so 40 points. I'll take the dude to 340.
I think with the shifts, there's something to that. It's harder to get hits now more than ever.
Most RBIs in a single season in franchise history. He's got plenty of time left, too, to keep climbing. He should get past Guerrero's 123. I don't know if he'll get to 131. It's possible.
24 games?
As long as Juan Soto's hitting behind him and hitting well, he's going to get his chances.
In the air. And it's Panic calling for it right before reaching foul ground. 25 games after this one. It's possible for Anthony Rendon to pick up the RBIs needed in franchise history. After 8, Mets 8, Nationals 4. All right, so we have 2 significant call-ups that have been made for the Mets and the Nationals. Watch both of these clips.
But the most excitement for me is when a guy goes up for the first time. As a manager, man, that's all I want to do is shake somebody's hand for the first time. And over the years, I have sent a lot of guys up for the first time. Haggerty, you know where the you are right now? You have any idea where you are? Do you know who Mickey Callaway is?
Yes, sir.
Huh? You met him in spring training?
Yeah.
Well, he's excited to have you. You're going to win some games for him. First time going into the big league.
Today, I want to recognize a winner on our team. You've been an inspiration to me, brother. Inspiration to the coaches and to these players. And it's an honor that I got to manage you, but it's more of an honor to tell you going back to the big leagues.
Let's go!
Okay, so we started with switch hitter Sam Haggerty on the bench for the Mets today getting the call. I love that line, too. Do you know who Mickey Callaway is? Yeah, we met in spring training. And then Aaron Barrett is an incredible story for the Washington Nationals. Goes through a number of surgeries to battle his way back to the major leagues for the first time since 2015. And he says this call-up might feel even better than his original call-up to the show.
Well, it's because all he had to go through. I mean, this is a guy in 2015, sprained his elbow, had Tommy John surgery. You know, the rehab for that came back in 2016. After that, and was rehabbing down in Florida in a simulated game and broke his arm. It snapped on a pitch. So everybody was there, got sick to their stomach. They got nauseous. He was in serious pain. He had emergency surgery with Dr. James Andrews, who put a plate in his arm and however many screws.
16.
16. And then, you know, fought his way, battled his way. Most guys, 99 guys out of 100 would shut it down there.
Yeah.
But if you know Aaron Barrett, who's become a friend of mine after knowing him since 2014 and what he's made of to get all the way back to the big leagues, the battle, the struggles, the rehabs, to pitch again, to go to the lowest level of the minor leagues and work your way all the way back up. Got invited to spring training as a non-roster invite, just as kind of a like, hey, good job, way to battle back. And he was like, no. I want to pitch in the big leagues again. I don't want to just be a token invite to camp. I want to be a major league pitcher. And here he is in September after having an all-star season in Double-A as a closer, gets called up to the big leagues. It's one of the best stories in baseball this year.
Good. Howie Kendrick at second, replacing Cabrera. And Sean Doolittle in the game. Barrett, by the way, 31 years old. Doesn't look like we'll see him today, but hopefully soon for the Nationals. And you know the ovation will be memorable from the home crowd. Doolittle against the Mets. That's not good. Against the rest of Major League Baseball. Excellent. See if he can fix that. Going up against 3, 4, and 5 in the order for New York. And that includes another at-bat for Wilson Ramos to try and keep the hitting streak alive.
Very nasty slider there from Sean Doolittle, a guy that's known for his fastball, his elevated fastball.
With a lot of heaters, right? The ratio.
I'll get you the actual percentage here in a second. But yeah, a lot of fastballs. You know what's coming, but usually low early, high late. Tough to catch up to. But the Mets have seen him real well this year.
That's to deep left, but Soto's there in the corner for out number 1. Conforto retired, and now here comes Wilson Ramos.
90% hitters, FP. So that's not that. This isn't a bad opportunity for Sean Doolittle. He's gotten hit around a bit. It hasn't been as consistent. You come in 90%. I mean, we saw Edwin Diaz have his 100-mile-an-hour fastball turned around last night. So you can't throw hard enough. Can you a located 95 is great? Yeah. But why not throw more sliders?
Well, he just did, and I think he's been working on it when he went on the IL. So maybe you see more wrinkles and a couple changeups to go with it. And here's a 26-game hitting streak on the line.
Yes.
That's right. Ramos walked in the second inning, and now 3 ground ball outs since then.
That's a lot of games going home happy.
4 for 5 in his career off Sean Doolittle. He's got a shot. He's got the second longest hitting streak in Mets history to David Wright. Number 1 on that list, Moises Alou. 30 in a row in 2007. Here's the damage against Doolittle. Longest in Mets history. Now Wright wrapped his around from 2006 to 2007. Alou did it all in 07. And Ramos with an impressive run. Well over 400 during the streak.
He ain't walking, I'll tell you that.
Good take. It's 2-2. A few years ago, he had a good hitting streak going on for the Nationals, and he asked what the longest was in Major League history. Heard about Joe DiMaggio's 56, and he goes, "Oh, forget that." That's nearly impossible. He's fighting.
I think it kind of is nowadays with all the exposure, all the media attention, all the social media attention.
56 games.
The stress.
Yeah.
All the walks.
Having, especially in New York, having 50 people in your locker every day asking you about it once it starts to get close.
How about like your last 2 at bats facing some righties throwing 98, and here comes the lefties throwing 97. That's also made it harder.
Yeah, he ain't walking. It'd be funny to get it to 3-2, and then you know he's going to swing. And if you're Sean Doolittle, you wouldn't have to throw him a strike 3-2. You really expand the zone because you know 26-game hitting streak, he's not walking. And it's okay to be selfish right now. Your team's up by 4.
Eighth pitch of the at-bat. Also took a ball off his chin playing defense yesterday, and then Mickey Callaway told us he bit his tongue. That's what really bothered him, but he's back in the lineup again today. Off day tomorrow. And Ramos might keep the streak alive. Kendrick's throw in time. You got to challenge that, right?
What a play by
That's as close as it gets. Nice backhanded stop by Howie Kendrick. Just into the game at second.
That almost hit Sean Doolittle. Check it out. How high fastball. He gets on top. Look out, Sean. And then on the shortstop side. What a play.
Amazing. And he was well aware Howie Kendrick knew what was going on. Now, obviously, Wilson Ramos, not the fastest guy. Quickly get up, but looks like ending an amazing, great streak, 26 games. Especially for Wilson Ramos. He's not going to leg anything else during that streak.
I survived. We got an out.
Great play by Kendrick at second. And here's Todd Frazier.
Yeah, if the Nats are going to be the wild card and win that game or catch the Braves, whatever happens, they need Sean Doolittle to be Sean Doolittle.
A 1-2-3 inning on Sunday, and this is his next appearance since then. I mean, you look at the work that Sean Doolittle did the previous 2 seasons. ERA below 2 if you combine 2017 and 2018. This year, that mark is over 4.
Well, when the Nats bullpen was not good in April and May, Sean Doolittle for basically 2.5 months put the bullpen on his back. He had a number of 5-out saves. He had a number of appearances with 4-run leads. So Davey Martinez had to go to him because he had no other choice. And that's going to catch up to you over the course of 162, and now he's trying to figure it out again.
A walk for Frazier. Mets have a 2-out base runner.
Doolittle for me, guys, is that, you know, velocity does matter because he's so predictable. Very few changeups and sliders. Let me see his resume there.
Yeah, 4.33 this year. 2017 and 2018 combined 2 blown saves. This year, 6 blown saves, a career high. And his most pitches thrown since 2013. And we still have a few weeks to go in the season. He even admitted to being used quite a bit this year and wearing down at times. Went on the injured list with knee tendonitis. And there's Sam Haggerty. He knows who Mickey Callaway is because he just told him to pinch run.
What if he said, "Who are you and why are you telling me to go run?"
Well, if Mickey said, "You should know who I am," he should point to the video that we just showed. Joe Panik up the middle, and that will get through. Haggerty going to move from first to third without a throw. Base hit for Joe Panik, and 2 on for the Mets with Rosario coming up.
That's where they hit him, right? You see where Howie Kendrick is playing, and unlike the ball that Wilson Ramos smoked up the middle, just perfectly placed. Sam Haggerty, a good runner. Easily getting to third.
And Panik's another hitter that fits that mold that the Mets have been looking for this year. Not very shiftable. Used to be a good batting average hitter with San Francisco. Just a down year. Couldn't find himself at the plate.
Sean Doolittle just fell on that delivery. Is he okay?
With a bad knee, doesn't he?
Well, he's waving off the training staff, but that's not going to happen.
I don't know if he slipped or his knee gave out or he braced himself with his throwing arm. What happened here? Let's take a look at it again. And just a little slippage there on the landing after he released a baseball. What do you got, Al?
Yeah, I mean, he's a kind of a recoil guy. You see how his foot kind of turned out. Definitely slipped. Is it right knee, left knee?
Landing knee. So
there you go.
Right knee.
That can't be good. You know, most max effort guys, and you know, I mentioned about Sean Doolittle, you know, velocity does matter. Here's a guy, let's just go back to, you know, 16, his average velo, 95.6, 17, 94.9. It goes down, then 94.3. This year he's down to 93.9. Maybe some of that has to do with not feeling great. Certainly need your whole body. And, you know, if you got a bum knee, not good.
Well, this is a big at-bat for the Mets. They want to take that whole grand slam thing in the bottom of the 9th away, so they want a 5-run lead at least here. And the Nats are trying to keep it at a 4-run deficit so they can load them up possibly and see what happens. So even though they have a 4-run lead based on last night, they would love at least one more run here.
Rosario to Kendrick. Little spin around, and he makes the play. Good defensive inning for Howie Kendrick. Mets can't get any runs across. They strand 2. They lead 8-4 as we head to the bottom of the 9th. And they may still be trying to shake off the result from last night, but they did make some good memories at this ballpark back in 2015. Remember this?
And a nice big hand for Wilmer Flores as he comes to bat. Most of these fans know that Wilmer's about to get traded.
Again, we're just reporting what's on Twitter. We're not claiming this to be true.
You ever seen anything like this before, Keith?
No, I have not.
That'll do it. The deal that fell through last night, the Mets were supposed to obtain Carlos Gomez in exchange for Wilmer Flores. What do the Mets have to do now to get themselves back headed in the right direction?
It is about to pour. It's starting now. 1 out to get.
And they're going to stop the game with 2 out in the ninth.
So the Mets have to hold on here to stay 2 games behind first place Washington.
The rain has come. The rain is gone.
It's gone! A home run for Justin Upton. Jeurys Familia has given it up in profound and dramatic fashion.
The Mets blow a 6-run lead at home for the first time in 45 years.
Tigers slugger Yoenis Cespedes is who the Mets ended up with.
We believe we're in a position to compete through the rest of the season for a playoff spot.
It's going to create a lot of energy in our clubhouse.
Wilmer Flores takes it to the wall. It is gone! He did it! Flores! And if there's any crying in baseball tonight, they are tears of joy and not despair.
It's out of here! Kurt Neuenhuis gives the Mets the lead! Oh, man, this is getting ridiculous. Who needs Swoboda? The Mets have Johnson, a pinch hit home run! More Mets lightning in the 8th inning. Hit in the air, deep to left center. It's going for a ride. It's not coming back. It's into the bullpen. Unbelievable. The latest chapter in this fairy tale season.
A World Series season for the Mets. They fell to the Kansas City Royals. They lead the Nationals this afternoon 8-4. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. The Mets and Nats finishing up their season series this afternoon. Mets have won 11 out of 18 matchups, and they're looking to tack on one more. Rajai Davis in right field for Conforto. And here's Justin Wilson being asked to pick up the final 3 outs, which was an issue for the bullpen last night.
A good year. We've seen 35 games. Justin Wilson, veteran guy's been around a few years. Pirates, Yankees 1 year, Tigers, Cubs.
Signed this offseason, 2 years, $10 million. So they'll have 1 more year of Wilson in 2020. Soto, Zimmerman, and Suzuki due up for Washington. And that's right back to Wilson. And there's one. Last 25 games, brilliant. Maybe this is the answer to go along with Lugo more frequently.
Hey, but look at those numbers. Why not roll it out? I mean, you have a guy that's been around. As I said, he's been around for a few years. Been in the big league since with the Tigers back in 2012. But primarily attack guy. He does not. There's no fear in this in Justin Wilson. He throws a lot of heaters. Cuts the ball. He's got a slider. And that's the thing. I mean, the last thing you want, and is it mechanical, is it mental? I know we alluded to that earlier in the game when you got relievers, you know, throw the ball over the plate, throw strikes. Yeah, start with that. Get ahead and expand.
Zimmerman, a big part of the comeback victory yesterday. And this time he flies out to Davis. Also, FP, you mentioned how tongue-in-cheek he is. His walk-off song, Old Thing Back. Notorious B.I.G. Matoma remix.
Yeah, we noticed that the other night.
That one didn't sneak by me.
It's a sneaky, great sense of humor. This one looked like it was falling, but Raj Davis could really run. Little basket catch there as the sun's blazing off his glasses.
Mets are 1 out away. Much less drama in this 9th so far. Kurt Suzuki 0 for 4 this afternoon. And he goes down. Buzzed by Wilson. He's had a frustrating day.
He has. That's a faceball cutter coming right at him. A day game after a night game, even though it was fun for him last night, he's had a couple check swings go against him, and then he gets a ball up around his face here in the 9th.
I think he'll take what he did yesterday and call it even. his third walk-off home run in his career. Splitting time this season with Yan Gomes, who was an all-star last year. Down offensive season for Gomes. Suzuki has been solid. Mets trying to pick up win number 71 on the year. It would up them to 3 games above 500. We'll talk all about it in the post-game show. 30 minutes, no commercials, interviews. We'll hear from the managers. All that coming up in just a moment. If the Mets can finish the deal here with Wilson against Suzuki. And they are 1 strike away. Mets won a series against the Phillies this past weekend. This would be a series win against the Nationals before they head home for 10 games at Citi Field. 3 more against Philly, 4 against an Arizona team that's in the wild card picture. And then the Dodgers come to town for 3, and the Mets will be hoping the Dodgers are in cruise control mode and prepping for October baseball at that point.
I don't think the Dodgers team gets enough credit for playing hard every day. Everybody talks about their talent, and you understand why, but those guys bring it every single day.
Counts full to Suzuki. Well, if you look at the Mets schedule, you're hoping the Dodgers are in a different mode by the time they play them. Last 3 games for the Mets are against the Braves. They should be hoping the Braves are in a comfortable spot in the division, that those games don't matter to the Atlanta side. If you're trying to figure out a way for the Mets to stay in this thing. Suzuki with a check, and that's ball 4.
He didn't even look up at Stu Sherwater.
He made the call himself this time.
See if he says anything here.
Victor Robles coming up. And let's run through that remaining schedule for the Mets. Phillies, Diamondbacks, Dodgers. And then you can make a run against the Rockies, Reds, and Marlins and finish up against Atlanta. It's got to be a serious run, though, with 4 teams to leapfrog.
Yeah, that's legit. I know you got the Marlins in there, and the Reds are tough. They're certainly pitching is better, rotation. That's not an easy road.
Let's go to Atlanta today for a big 4-game set, then a day off, and then 3 against the Twins. So it doesn't get any easier for the Nats after this game.
Twins playing for a division. Cleveland still chasing them. Cubs and Cardinals still meet up 7 more times. So with the Cardinals leading by 3 games in the Central, Mets fans should be rooting for a lot of St. Louis winning over the next few weeks.
Well, the Nationals, I mean, you just said FP. Atlanta, Minnesota, then home Atlanta. St. Louis legit. You do have the Marlins, and they've done well against the Marlins. And then Phillies, Cleveland.
At 13-3 against the Marlins this year.
That's
also a 5-game series against the Phillies in the last homestand. Doubleheader in there.
Phillies 2.5 back of a wild card position. And that is too short for Rosario. Steps on the bag, and it's over. The Mets take down the Nationals. No 9th inning comeback today. 8-4. And they improve to 71-68 on the year. Justin Wilson does the job in the 9th after 2 nice innings from Seth Lugo. Robinson Cano, a big story in his comeback from a torn hamstring, picks up a 2-run home run and reaches base 4 times. Mets take the series 2 out of 3 against the Nationals. They're off tomorrow, and they play 10 straight at home coming up. And here we go with the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube postgame show. Mickey Callaway and the Mets take down the Nationals on getaway day in the final Mets Nationals meetup of the season. It's been fun to cover, and coming off a really rough loss last night with a 6-run lead, the Mets bounced back in a big way, and Mickey Callaway was so normal when we spoke to him this morning. That's someone that entered the clubhouse acting like we just lost another game yesterday, and you saw that from the Mets. Not once did it look like a team that was coming off a devastating loss.
Yeah, and I think that that's the way you have to approach it. If it is game by game, Scott, and you're not going to blow it all up, because guess what? What, less than 24 hours later, you got to play another game.
Well, let's talk to Pete Alonso about it right now as he joins us here on the post-game show. Pete, congratulations on the W. We'll ask you about the home run in a moment. But first, I mean, last night was something we don't see. How did everyone bounce back today? What was the clubhouse like?
I mean, the vibes were good. I mean, it was just one of those things where sometimes it's the other way around. I mean, you can have pitching be lights out and then the bats not come around, and it can be on the other side of that coin sometimes. I mean, it's a tough pill to swallow, and it was a tough loss yesterday, but the best way to remedy that is to come back and win.
Pete, it's Al Leiter. I'm curious. I know you guys had a closed-door meeting, but, we just alluded to how you have to turn the page. And as tough a loss that was last night, you guys really showed up today.
Yeah, I mean, there's this famous quote out there by Tiger Woods, and it's pretty simple. He says, "Winning solves everything." And that's the best way we can flip the page. And in order to win, we need to keep paying attention to details and concentrate and lock in, because, I mean, we got a tough road ahead of us with some real quality teams. But if we pay attention to details, put together quality at-bats, and play great defense behind our awesome staff, then good things are going to happen for us.
And Pete, I know you're a team guy, and it's always team first. FP Santangelo here. Do you want to hit 50 home runs? Is that a goal of yours? Are you thinking about it? Do you want to win the home run title? Are these individual things you think about, or you just take it one day at a time?
Well, I guess, all of that stuff would be absolutely outstanding. But in order to do that, I need to stay in the big part of the field, keep stinging the baseball well, put good swings on quality pitches, not chase. I can't. It's one of those things. If it happens, it happens. I can't necessarily force it. If I'm not getting pitches to do that with, and if I have to drive a pitch to right field or move a guy or hit a sac fly to get a guy in, then I'm going to do that. I mean, winning to me is way more important than individual stuff, like you guys said. But if I get some quality pitches and I capitalize, then hell, of course I'd want to be the home run leader.
Hey, Pete, take us through that at bat. You guys are up 3-1 in the fifth inning. A solo first pitch, I believe the Sanchez, what did it? Is it a sinker or what was it?
I think it was a split finger.
And you got to it. You say middle of the field, but we're showing it now. You pulled it obviously down the left field line. How were you feeling that approach? In that approach, I was looking for something out over. I wanted to be as short as I possibly could, straight to the baseball. And my approach, he's got a really good sinker. He moves, Anibal Sanchez moves the ball around the zone really well. He can manipulate the baseball. So I was thinking big part of the field, and the ball leaked over the inner third of the plate, and that's right where I was kind of hoping it would end up, and I just put a good swing on it. And because I was just a tad early, that's what led to me pulling the baseball. But if it ended up being a fastball, I feel like I would have had the right approach and stayed big part of the field, left center, right center.
Robinson Cano comes back inning before your home run. He contributes a 2-run shot. How nice is it to have him back in the order?
Oh, Robbie was awesome today. I mean, that's sweet swinging Robbie Cano. That's vintage Robbie right there. I mean, he played really awesome today, and it's awesome. I mean, we're going to be firing at full capacity, and it's awesome to have everyone healthy again. And it's time to make something special happen.
Pete, let's finish with this. Wilson Ramos, 26-game hitting streak. Falls short. Howie Kendrick made a brilliant play. What's everyone saying in the dugout after that?
I mean, the ball, all of us were wishing the ball tipped off his glove and went in the outfield. And, you got to tip your hat. I mean, I respect Howie playing hard, even though they're down by a couple runs there late in the innings. And, that's what you want from your guys, is to play hard. And unfortunately, it didn't happen. But the one at-bat that I was really impressed with earlier today was when I think Mike was on second, and to set up that Robbie Cano homer, is he shortened up, hit the ball to second base, and moved Mike over to set up that runner on third, less than 2 out situation for Robbie. So, and he walked earlier in the game. So, I mean, he's been putting together some amazing at-bats and great team at-bats too, because he's been taking quality pitchers' pitches, and he's been capitalizing on pitches in the zone, and he's been having some really awesome at-bats for us. I mean, he's been hot as a torch.
That's a great call, Pete. Thank you so much for the time. Congrats on the homer and the victory, and thanks for spending some time with us on YouTube for the global audience today.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Pete Alonso with his 45th home run of the year, and the Mets take it 8-4. Hello, we're in the postgame show. Scott Braun, FP Santangelo, and Al Leiter. No breaks, Al. No commercial breaks. You good?
I did sneak out once.
You did. I saw that.
I'm a little older than you guys, so you know.
Perfect. Well, Pete Alonso is an awesome interview. He is so well spoken. Look at him even bringing up the previous at bat from Wilson Ramos earlier in the day, where he brings across a runner to third and they eventually score the run. So it's a great call by Pete. You can tell that he is still thinking about a postseason that is going to be difficult for the Mets to reach. But hey, today helps, and they have been winning series. It's just that you're at the point in the season where even taking 2 out of 3 of the Nationals, you got to take last night and sweep when you have so many teams ahead of you.
Yeah, and as disappointing as it was for the Mets, and you know, obviously we don't know, we're not privy to what was said in the meeting, but you have to be able to turn the page. You have to be able to think, okay, today we got a day game. That, yes, that would have been nice to be 2-0 with the team that's in front of you, but it wasn't. They came out and played. But what I think is really unique and special about a guy like Pete Alonso, remember, he's a rookie, a couple years out of college, a few years ago, drafted a second-round pick, is that he's kind of a face. Like, he's not afraid. There's guys that are really talented that hide, you know, and I don't think he does it obnoxiously. You know, he's just he's kind of that football guy that wants to, you know, rally the guys, and he does it so often. He's certainly been embraced by the Citi Field and the Met fan base. He's going to have a heck of a career.
In New York.
In New York.
He's not afraid.
Yeah.
That's a different animal. Guys play their whole career and maybe go play for the Mets or the Yankees at the end of their career, and they're like, oh my gosh, the bright lights, 20 beat writers in my locker every day. They can't handle the pressure of being a Met or a Yankee. But Pete Alonso at a young age, I guess the easiest way to say is he gets it. He just gets it.
Yep.
Every time you talk to him, every time you interview him, the guy just gets it.
You're right. Even when he says something that if you just read it in a newspaper or in an article would seem maybe arrogant or a strong statement, you hear him say it and you're like, oh, I like this guy. He's humble.
What was the first thing you said? You know, when I said about, you know, he cites a quote from Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
About, you know, whatever, just win or whatever. You know, so like it's those kind of things that you say, okay, yeah, we get like the pieces moving forward, and who knows how this Mets season plays out. But this he's a special player, wants to be great.
He's part of this highlight, his 45th homer of the year. You'll see it during this ride through the game. That was an 8-4 win for New York. Your game summary beginning with Sanchez on the mound, and Michael Conforto goes down on strikes, and Sanchez has had a pretty good year for the Nationals. J.D. Davis bouncing into a double play, so far so good for him, and Rosario popping out. Sanchez has had a good year for Washington. It's a 3-headed monster in the rotation, but he's a nice fourth option even at the plate, FP.
Yeah, that was a tough at bat. You know, Zach Wheeler threw a lot of pitches early on, and you know, to think of Anibal Sanchez keep that line going, and then Trey Turner ended up getting a single as well, and they scored a run there.
Yeah, Parra comes in, and Turner picks up the RBI. And then more trouble for Zach Wheeler here as Drupal Cabrera walks, but Rendon flies out. So he limits the damage there.
Yeah, it was a tough at bat. He ended up throwing a lot of pitches, 3-2, pulled the string, got the fly ball to the left.
Yeah, high pitch count for Zach Wheeler. We go to the third inning, and Juan Lagares tees off.
Yeah, low line drive. I want to see the launch angle on this. That just stayed up in the air forever. You saw Victor Robles turn around to try to play it off the wall. It kept going, and a big home run for the Mets to get him on the board.
His third of the year, is first since the beginning of May. And then Ryan Zimmerman gets one through for Washington as the Nationals look to add on in the third, but can't get the job done. Kurt Suzuki strikes out, Robles fly ball out, and then same result for Parra to finish off the bottom of the third. So Nationals and Mets even at 1 at this point, and then Robinson Cano breaks the tie.
Yeah, that was a nice job after we just heard Pete Alonso talking about what Wilson Ramos did by moving over Conforto, but Cano, nice swing, sweet swing going left center field. He looked right.
left hamstring tear. He comes back and contributes his 11th home run of the season. It's a 2-run shot, and the Mets with the lead, and then there's the polar bear.
Yeah, 1 out. Yep, had to stretch a little bit of a cushion there. They were up 3-1, and that made it 4-1 in the 5th.
If he let go of the bat and didn't finish with 2 hands, his swing would remind me a lot of Mark McGwire. They have the same approach and the same pop.
Wow, yeah. How that
and
little
he's a home run leader. 45 at the moment. Better than anyone else in Major League Baseball. That's a good-looking double. You love when those doubles occur. And then Rosario contributes a single. That brings in Cano. It was a good inning for in the 6th for the Mets. Robles fumbles. J.D. Davis goes, okay, I'll take home.
Looked like Victor Robles' glove got caught in the grass before the ball got there, and it kept him from catching it.
It's a 3-run 6th inning for New York. Jeff McNeil keeps the train moving. Rosario speeds home. So there's your 3 for New York. And their lead at that point was 7-1, yeah. And then Gerardo Parra comes in again, scores his 2nd run of the day. Anthony Rendon brings in 2 with the double. Okay, here come the Nationals. We have a game again. A 3-run bottom of the 6th for Washington. We're at 7-4. And here's Fernando Rodney in the top of the 8th. A key run for the Mets because you just don't know what the bullpen's going to give you these days.
Yeah, Jeff McNeil, a tough out, and that's a compliment. A guy that refuses to strike out, always puts the ball in play. That was a big knock.
Here's your answer in the 9th inning right now, Mets fans. Justin Wilson, quite uneventful in the 9th compared to yesterday.
4 outs, by the way.
You're right, he stepped on second. Just in case he wanted to make the extra throw. Hey, he saw Trey Turner forget about how many outs were made yesterday. So Rosario and the Mets take down the Nationals by a final score of 8-4. New York at 71-68. The Nats dropped to 78-60 on the season. Big return for Cano. Alonso contributing again. And for the Nationals, now they start up a 4-game set at Atlanta, and it's a key series for them for a number of reasons. Obviously, they're trying to hold their wild card position and at the very least host a wild card game, a 1-gamer that could then take them to a division series. But also, FP, they have a shot of catching the Braves, even though the Braves don't know how to lose lately. When they play against them, if they can do some serious damage in Atlanta, maybe they have a chance.
Yeah, we'll see if it's 6.5 back or 7.5 back when they get to Atlanta tonight. And a big 4-game series for them. And I think a good lesson for the Nats this week, or this homestand, is they lost a 2-0 game against the Orioles. Well, why is that a big deal? Because all of a sudden you're thinking as a player, anything can happen in one game. And if we can go ahead and try to catch the Braves, even though the Braves are playing so well, it looks like it's going to be tough, that you don't have to worry about that 1-game scenario where all of a sudden anything can happen. So I don't think it matters who's playing who in a 1-game wild card game. We've seen it. The home field advantage doesn't matter. It matters who's your starting pitcher, and right now Max Scherzer's lined up to pitch that 1-game playoff. We'll see how it all plays out with rainouts and stuff like that. But right now, you'd think Max would pitch that game, and we'll see if they can catch the Braves.
Yeah, and even if they do have to play that 1-game wild card, they still set up pretty nicely in the postseason if they make it through that wild card game. Let's say they don't use any other starter. You're looking at what? Strasburg, Corbin, Sanchez for the first 3 games of the division series?
Well, I'll tell you this. If they do get into the playoffs, they would play the Dodgers, and I think seeing them play with their starting rotation, they're the only team that can really challenge the Dodgers, I think, with their starting staff.
Yeah.
Not that the Braves couldn't beat the Dodgers or the Cubs or whoever else it is. I just think if you ask the Dodgers, they're hoping the Nats don't get in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Well, listen, you talk about 3 dominant starters. To have 3 starters to have 200-plus strikeouts, we've had it in the packet. That doesn't happen often. I know most recently, especially with the guys as often as they strike out, I guess it's less impressive. But listen, I think this with the Nationals, and it's going to be interesting to go down. But when you do have your horses, and we did get a chance to listen to Max Scherzer, during the game, and he sounded to me like, I'm still kind of not there, but I'm finding it, and get a couple more starts with respect to what looks like will be a 1-game playoff. This team, and I asked Mike Rizzo while he was in, and of course, what's his answer? But early on, prior to May 23rd, they're 19-31, 15, and now 29. Best record in baseball since May 24th. His team is more of that. And but they're going to play at that clip? No. But this team, and now you know them better than certainly I do, but this is an impressive lineup. And just to everything that you alluded to with, if in the event they go on to a series and the starters that they throw out with a healthy 100% Scherzer, who is Max Scherzer as we know it, certainly Strasburg, and what Corbin's done in his last 11 or 13 starts. He's been terrific.
Yeah, this lineup grinds. They swing at strikes. They take balls a lot like the Dodger lineup. You know, they stay in their zone. They're going to give you a tough at-bat. They're going to run pitch counts up. So good pitchers will say, oh, well, at 90 pitches through 5 innings, he's having an off day. No, watch the quality of at-bats this team throws at you consistently on a daily basis. And like Max said when we interviewed him, they stopped doing dumb stuff. You know, early in the season, I think they were trying too hard. They were making base running mistakes. They were throwing to the wrong base, all kinds of things every night. It was one thing a night. Then all of a sudden they started working hard. They coming out early and working on fundamentals, and they turned the whole thing around through hard work and just playing good baseball. And I think with the Mets trying to catch the Nats, you can't really worry about the big picture. We do because we're in the media. You know, we worry about how many games back, who they're playing. As a baseball player, you're one day at a time. You just go out and play good baseball and let all the other stuff take care of itself.
Let's see what Nationals manager Dave Martinez had to say about today.
Every day. It's part of it. You know what? It doesn't bother me. After this, take a nice cold shower. Go catch a bus, get on a plane. Oh. No. Yeah. We had good at bats. We hit the ball pretty hard. Just couldn't get that one timely hit. He had, I think, 69 pitches in 3 innings or something like that. So but we hit the ball hard. I was pleased with our bats. Just couldn't get that one timely hit. Cabrera hit, 3 missiles. We hit the ball good, just not timely.
It seemed like Anibal was a little bit up in the zone still. What's going on with him?
Yeah, he was up. He was up a little bit. We threw one ball over someone's head, and that's not him. He just made a couple mistakes, but other than that, he settled down. The 1 inning, man, he had a broken bat, ball at the base, another broken bat. I mean, just unfortunate.
That was just like an aberration.
Yeah, but he pitched. I thought after the 3 home runs were 3 mistakes, and he knows that. And then, but I thought he pitched well after that.
The Mets obviously had success against you guys this season. When you see the series, anything you saw that the Mets does better against you guys?
No, I think we just, it was just one of those things. I mean, I think they scored 6 or 7 or 8 more runs than us, throughout the course of the series. But their pitching's good. Our pitching's good. I think we match up well. They got the better hand on us, but hey, we move on. Here we go. We get some rest and go play the Braves tomorrow.
All right, so the Mets have won 12 of 19 matchups this season against the Nationals, and that's going to do it for this season series. So the Mets played well against Washington, a good Nationals ball club, especially lately. The Mets with a lot of success, and they played pretty well at home here. It would look a lot better if they took them down in yesterday's W, but they're now 4.5 games out of a playoff spot. The Chicago Cubs have that second wild card, and for the Nationals, they're 7 games away from the first place Atlanta Braves in the division. So the Nationals in a comfy position right now with their first wild card. So you're looking at 2 teams that are sticking in it. At one point in the National League East, we looked at this division and said, maybe there's only 2 teams involved. That was what? At the end of May, early June, we looked at the Phillies and we looked at the Braves in first place. The Nationals have come on really strong. The Mets came on strong, especially at the start of the second half of the season. You really have 4 solid ball clubs in the NL East that are all playoff relevant now in September with a chance.
Yeah, and out of spring training, everyone was talking about the NL East being the toughest division in baseball, and it just didn't pan out that way early in the season. And now, later in the season, it's turned out to be a pretty darn good division.
Mm-hmm. Let's go over what we talked about in the pregame comments. It's How'd We Do? We do it every postgame show here on YouTube. So.
How'd you do, Al?
How'd you do? Forget about it. Forget about last night, Al said with the accent. And Juan Lagar said, fine. I don't even know what you're talking about from yesterday. Here's a homer. Cano's got 2 more runs on the homer for us. Rosario driving in a run for New York. Robles having trouble out there, and that'll bring home 2 more. Homers for the Mets, which we've seen plenty of this year. Jeff McNeil getting the job done time and time again for New York. Pete Alonso with the home run. There's McNeil. So we forgot about it, Al, or at least they did. And then there's Pete. For the love of Pete Alonso, I mean, you look at what he's done this season, 45 home runs. He's a rookie. What's going on? Best National League rookie home run total that we've ever seen. And then in need of relief. The Mets relief pitching today, how would you describe it?
Jekyll and Hyde.
Jekyll and Hyde, good enough?
Listen, Familia struggled. He got behind to lead, with 1 out, 2 walks, and then Avalon, Lugo, and Wilson did a good job.
Hey, look, everybody's pen's not doing well right now in all of baseball.
That's right.
Because this whole 5 and dive thing and go to your bullpen is great for like 3 months, but over a 6-month season, it's going to catch up to you.
And we're seeing that
to a lot of teams. Yeah.
I mean, you look around Major League Baseball, how many bullpens do you really feel great about at this point? Yankees have a strong bullpen. Looks like the Dodgers might use a bunch of their starters in the bullpen. That will create a better situation for them. But relief pitching numbers, you're right, on the whole this year are down. ERAs are up from the bullpen, and that's probably the reason why we get to this point.
I mean, listen, this game is, you follow the next trend, the ebb and flow, the pendulum swings. Bullpen, bullpen, bullpen. We're convinced, we're consumed with statistics that tell you third time around, OPS goes up, batting average goes up, get the starter out, bells go off at 100 pitches. Timeout, timeout. There's a reason why the guy's your starter. Yeah, I know it gets a little, hairy in the 7th inning, but give him. This is the moxie of pitching. Hurry up. We can't wait to get to the dude that throws 98 and he doesn't know where he's throwing it. Walk, bloop, and here comes the rally. We see it a lot.
No, I'm with you.
Back to you, Vern. Well, I can't wait to get to the next game on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's tomorrow, Blue Jays and Rays. Everyone has flights to catch. FP has a flight to catch to Atlanta. I am going to Boston for a different game later this week. Blue Jays and Rays tomorrow. It's on YouTube, 7:10 Eastern first pitch. Then it's the Indians and Angels. I'll be back in D.C. for that Braves Nationals contest. Rays, Dodgers, Cardinals, Diamondbacks. Blue Jays, Rays, get pumped.
Well, here we go, folks. 2019 here at Tropicana Field. Kiermaier to the wall. Got it. Kiermaier.
I've seen some amazing plays. This right here might be the best catch I have ever seen him make.
Into the 200 level. A second home run today for Randall Grichuk.
You talk about teeing off.
Wants to right field and deep. To the wall. It's gone. Austin Meadows has just given the Rays a 2-1 lead.
See my number in the Raptors, I apply the pressure. And holding up that trophies like the buried treasure. To be the ruler in this game, I'm taking every measure.
Nobody cares about the starting pitchers tonight. It is Vladdy Day.
And that's a fair ball down the right field line. Guerrero is on his way to second base with his first major league hit.
And happy Vladdy Day to everybody.
We bow down to no competition. And it's no days off to stay in top condition. Keep our eyes on the peak, cause that's the proper vision. Glory's the only mission.
Charlie Morton strikes out 12.
We do it for the
Gonna try to get out of here, ball. This one is gonna go. And it is gone. Bo Bichette with his first home run in the major league.
Rays win! Rays win! Rays win! Devon Joy comes through here in the bottom of the ninth.
We do it for the glory, glory.
A walk-off winner for Teoscar Hernandez.
We do it for the
The Rays have won it 1-0 in 13. De Diamante, el número 40.
This guy has it.
Yep, he does. A walk-off home run.
We do it for the glory, glory. We do it for the glory.
Did you feel that, FP?
I totally felt that.
Yeah.
I'm fired up for that game.
Vladdy Jr.
Yeah.
is a star, a budding star. Obviously, he's super young, but they've said Vladdy Day. Vladdy Jr. is someone that you want to watch on the Toronto side. Bo Bichette, too. And for the Tampa Bay Rays, hey, they're still in this thing. Team that won 90 games last year has a chance to make it to the postseason for the first time in a bit.
Bo Bichette can hit. I played against his dad, and I played with Vlad Sr. in Montreal for 4 years, a guy that used to grab any bat on the bench. He'd look at you and say, "Can I use it?" He'd go up there and hit a double in the gap after it hit the dirt. He used a different bat every at-bat. He'd say, "Al, can I use your bat?"
With no gloves.
And now here's his son, and I feel old.
No gloves.
No gloves.
Yeah.
Old school.
How about Tampa Bay? Well,
Yeah.
they 82 and 59. They're a wild card team now. Every single year, it seems like they figure it out with a not a big payroll. They've got a great minor league system. Guys coming up. How about, and then you pick up a guy like Tommy Pham.
Yep.
Got good starting pitching. I know Austin Meadows is coming back. He's working his way back. But, yeah, it'll be fun.
They've got starters coming back, too. Blake Snell, hopefully. Tyler Glasnow out of the bullpen. They'll talk about it tomorrow, okay? Yep. 7:10, first pitch, 7 o'clock. They'll be on the air, 6:30 pregame show. So this was fun. The MLB Game of the Week on YouTube tomorrow. Rays, Blue Jays. Plenty of stars to check out. Coverage begins 6:30 Eastern time, wherever you're watching around the world. For Al Leiter, FP Santangelo, and Lauren Shahadi, I'm Scott Braun. Thank you so much for watching the Mets and the Nationals, the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube. We are back tomorrow with more baseball for you. Thanks again, and have a great day.